Chapter 151, Thurum. Thurum was about the same age as Qin Meng. The latter, who had retired and lived his life a long time ago, was chubby like a balloon. The former, who had continued his training even today, still kept his amazing body, with broad shoulders, thick legs, and agile movement despite being over 70 years old. This body was quick as lightning as he rushed towards Xia Fei with a pounce. His arms were in the air with fingers as sharp as an eagle's claws. The air was charged with murderous intent and a mixture of insanity, which would strike fear into anyone. Xia Fei did not use his speed ability to dodge but charged to meet the other, instead. Speed ability users specialized in agility, and charging straight at their enemies was comparable to using his worst flaw to fight at others' strength. How was this any different from giving himself a handicap with the martial arts he had learnt? Furrowing his brows, Xia Fei put his arms in a defensive stance across his face. He stamped on the ground with his legs and flew parallel to it toward Thurum's knees like a cannonball. Thurum said under his breath before jerking his upper body, suddenly changing his stance mid-air. At that moment, his body tilted as he stepped towards Xia Fei like a dragonfly gliding across the water's surface. This attack did not have as much power behind it as before. If Xia Fei were stepped on by Thurum at full strength, he would not be at ease at all. Obviously, Thurum's skills had surpassed Xia Fei long ago. Xia Fei was a speed ability user who happened to have learned crafty approach, so he was able to change his attack style at any moment. Thurum was not a speed ability user, nor did he learn crafty approach, yet he was still able to change his attack method mid-air in a short time. Evidently, he had superhuman abilities, able to turn the impossible, possible. What incredible speed! Xia Fei was shocked as he curled into a ball, increasing his speed. The two passed by each other. As Xia Fei increased his speed all of a sudden in mid-air, Thurum's feet missed Xia Fei entirely. Ha ha ha, interesting. Let's fight 300 times in the future. Thurum let out a hearty laugh after hitting the ground. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked incredibly unrestrained. Xia Fei was left speechless. This old man had gone at him heavy-handedly without a word of warning. Not only that, he even requested a rematch. With Avril still in his mind, Xia Fei did not have any intentions of fighting Thurum anew, so he rushed to greet the elderly man with a smile on his face and one hand over the other fist. This young one would obviously like to entertain your request, but I'm here to deliver a letter on behalf of old man Qin Meng. How about we continue sparring some other time? Thurum let you a cold snort. Xia Fei now played the role of a respectful junior. No matter how excited he was, he could not help but be embarrassed to ask more of this young man. Xia Fei's humble gesture had dissolved any of Thurum's intent to combat, which only put the latter in an awkward spot. However, as Xia Fei was indeed his junior, he still had to play the role of the elder. You may leave, Thurum said to his secretary. He then returned to his seat, obviously a bit deflated. A measure of strength between warriors was as addicting as drugs, and exchanging just the one move left Thurum completely unsatisfied. Is Qin Meng doing well? Thurum placed Qin Meng's letter on the desk without opening it, chatting with Xia Fei, instead. The old man is still full of vigor, but his black cat called Old Black's been growing weaker day by day, and the old man is a bit worried about it, Xia Fei said with a smile. Oh, Old Black. That's Qin Meng's lifeblood. He treated that cat as he would a son. Thurum then asked, why didn't you dodge my attack and aimed for my knee, instead? Xia Fei replied, unfazed, you must be joking. Your attack appeared menacing, but was actually a feint, the real kicker was to come. It didn't matter where I dodged, so the only option I had was to counter your feint. Thurum's eyes glistened with excitement before gesturing to a chair, inviting Xia Fei to take a seat. Your master must have told you about my move Raptor Illusions. How could that old man Qin Meng explain it to you? Xia Fei was slightly shocked before shaking his head. Old man Qin Meng isn't my master, nor has he explained your moves to me. What? Thurum gave the desk a good, solid slap, exclaiming. Qin Meng isn't your master. Xia Fei nodded. The old man is the curator of a library, and I'm just a librarian working under him. Technically, it's a boss-subordinate relationship. So you figured out my move, then countered it? Not really. I just noticed that retreating or dodging would put me in greater danger, so I decided to take a gamble. Oh. Is that so? Thurum leaned backward, stroking his white goatee that was not too long as he muttered, you aren't his disciple, yet he got you to deliver a letter for him. Thurum proceeded to read the letter on the table. He started laughing as he read it before having an incredibly serious look descended on his face. Xia Fei did not know what was written, so he stood quietly at one side. After reading it, Thurum put the letter away in his drawer and asked Xia Fei with furrowed brows. "You're going to Black Abyss, and you're looking for your friend." Xia Fei was a bit embarrassed. It was fine that Qin Mang told Thurum in his letter that he was heading to Black Abyss, but why did he tell him about Avril, too? What happened to respecting his privacy? "That is the case," Xia Fei admitted plainly. "If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. The old man said that you like tea, too, so I brought along a few different types of tea leaves from my hometown for you to try." Xia Fei produced 3 tins of tea leaves and placed them on his desk. They were not huge tins, storing half a caddy of tea leaves in each of them at least. "These are Taiguanyan, Yunwu, and Mingqian Longjing. If you like them, I'll bring more next time," said Xia Fei. Xia Fei got on his feet, ready to leave, as he finished speaking, but Thurum signaled him to stay seated. Although Xia Fei wanted to meet Avril as soon as he could, he had to respect Thurum's authority, returning to his seat. "Do you know what Qin Mang wrote in this letter?" asked Thurum. Xia Fei shook his head. "No, the old man didn't tell me anything about it." Thurum laughed. I've known Qin Mang for dozens of years, yet it's the first time I've seen him treat someone so well. Do you know what his nickname used to be when he was younger?" "Nope. The old man you know was known as Living Hades when he was younger. Whoever got on his wrong side would lose some skin at the very least, if they didn't end up dead. He was famous for being unreasonable and vicious. In all these years, you're the first person who dared refer to him as old man, even I refer to him as old Qin, and that's only when he's in a good mood, or else he'll turn sour." Thurum spoke with some lingering fear. Xia Fei observed that Thurum was telling the truth. Could it be that Qin Mang was really that scary? He gently shook his head. In Xia Fei's eyes, Qin Mang was just a quirky, fat, old man. The two of them were used to messing around with each other, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not imagine Qin Mang being nasty. Xia Fei's interest was piqued, and the mystery that was Qin Mang captivated his interest greatly. "The old man never mentioned anything about this to me. Ever since day one, he's been incredibly kind with a good temper." "He has a good temper." Thurum smirked, rolling up his right sleeve to reveal a horrible black scar. "Do you see this? This is what your old man with a good temper left me with. Do you know why we fought?" "Nope. Because I looked at him funny," Thurum said, looking deflated. "When we were training in the training camp, I thought that Qin Mang was quite chubby and cute, so I stared at him for a few moments longer. Your old man came at me using his full strength, no questions asked. We fought hundreds of times in the 2 years we were in the training camp. Half the scars I have on my body were from him. Of course, Qin Mang didn't get off easy, either. I ripped off half his buttocks with the move I just used on you. In the end, there's no clear winner or loser between us. Plus, we got to know each other as we fought, so we ended up becoming friends. I sure miss the days fighting him. We've both gotten old now." As Thurum spoke, he seemed to have lost himself, reminiscing his younger days. Xia Fei stayed silent as he tried to imagine the scene of old man Qin Mang fighting someone else, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not imagine that obese man exchanging blows with someone else. Xia Fei found it even harder to imagine Qin Mang looking fierce. One could only imagine how short-tempered he was if he went all out on someone who just looked at him wrongly. Thurum let out another sigh as he returned to reality. "Although you aren't his disciple, he treats you better than he does any of his other disciples. Have you had a clue how you got on his good side?" Xia Fei had nothing to add. He did not give Qin Mang any special treatment other than giving him tea and snacks every so often, chatting with him when he was free and helping him look after old Black, who was as fat as he was, nothing else. "Probably because we get along well," Xia Fei replied vaguely. Thurum stared at Xia Fei with his piercing eyes for quite a long time, making Xia Fei feel uncomfortable. "Actually, you're quite similar to Qin Mang when he was younger, though you're much more mature than he was back then. He was a complete scumbag when he was younger. Qing Man wanted me to provide you with a suitable warship for your travel to Black Abyss." Xia Fei was shocked. Turned out Qin Mang wanted to get him a new ship. Xia Fei did not actually need a new ship as Vampire was already worthy, probably good enough to face Black Abyss Star region. Unless Qin Man thought that Vampire was not enough to challenge the Death Trio Star region? As he was in the middle of his thought, Thuram added, Qin Mang said you had an anathema-class special ops frigate. Xia Fei nodded. That's right. An anathema performs well, but it's still a frigate, slightly lacking in firepower and defense. Although it fares well against ships of the same class, you'll be at a disadvantage against larger ships. Qin Man wanted me to get you a battlecruiser, and you can park your anathema in the hangar as a backup. What a rare occurrence for Qin Mang to lend a hand and help you work things out to such an extent. You should really thank him once you get back, said Thuram. Battlecruiser. Xia Fei was utterly shocked when he heard Thuram's words. Chapter 152, Vexor-class battlecruiser. According to the tiers of warships, frigates were the lowest, followed by destroyers, next were battlecruisers, then battleships, and, finally, the largest, the capital ships. Battlecruisers possessed incredible firepower and top-of-the-line, long-distance traveling capabilities. If someone planned to travel from Enduro Star region to Black Abyss, which was tens of millions of light-years away, cruisers were obviously better than frigates. For example, if there was an unexpected meteor shower in the middle of the journey, the cruiser would be able to utilize its large energy shield and proceed as usual, but the same situation would be a disaster for the smaller frigate. The advantages of the frigate were its mobility and difficulty of detection, whereas battlecruisers did not have such bells or whistles. There was only one course of action when it encountered an enemy: blast them with its huge firepower. Using its incredible firepower and heavy armor to defend itself was what these larger warships were built for. As frigates and battlecruisers were characteristically different, their styles of combat were also different. Of course, Xia Fei understood that it was better to travel to the Death Trio Star region, which was filled with danger, using a larger warship. More importantly, Xia Fei was still an cadet adjudicator, so he still was not allowed to own a destroyer of his own, much less the larger battlecruiser. Of course, the price of the battlecruisers, which was in the billions, was also a huge obstacle. Traveling through endless galaxies, a good warship was like a good pair of shoes, bringing one to anywhere they wanted to go. Every traveler of the universe would do their best to work toward better warships because their lives depended on it. Xia Fei thought for a few moments. I can't even get a license, as I'm still only an apprentice adjudicator, so I am unable to pilot one even if I receive a battlecruiser. Besides, I can't pay for one either. Thuram let out a hearty laugh. You don't need to worry about that, I have my ways around that. You just need to pick one that catches your eyes, of course, only among those discarded by the Union. Thuram then turned on the projected screen as rows upon rows of battleships appeared on it. Because of how huge the Adjudicator Union was, it owned thousands of fleets, meaning that the number of ships discarded each year was incredible. The vast majority of these were not because they were broken but because they had reached their expiry date. Battleships were made of alloy components. Once used for a certain number of years, the chances of it breaking would dramatically increase. This, however, did not mean that they were unfit for use. They were still worthy of space travel after a suitable amount of maintenance, though the performance might be lacking compared to a brand new one. Being able to obtain a second-hand battlecruiser was great news to Xia Fei, and he was not about to be picky. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse, or so they said, and a battlecruiser past its use-by date was still better in firepower and defense than a small warship. This won't do. This won't do, either. This one's, all right. Thuram showed off the reason he was the head of weapons and equipment department, as he knew the pros and cons of the ships extremely well. With a wave of his hand, a majority of battlecruisers were removed from the screen, which left them with 20 or so to choose from. The performance index of these ships are decent, any one of them should be enough for you and your travels, so go ahead and pick one, Thuram said, pointing at the projected screen. Xia Fei nodded, scanning through the ships on the projected screen, paying great attention to even the inspection report. A few moments later, Xia Fei pointed at a Gaian Vexor-class battlecruiser. I'll take this one if possible. Thuram followed Xia Fei's gaze and immediately started laughing. 65% new. Not bad. The ship was well maintained. Vexor battlecruisers were quite unique among cruisers. Xia Fei picked this ship not only because it was well maintained but also because of its unique attack style. Unlike other battlecruisers that used artillery and missiles, Vexor's main weapon was the dozens of drones in the drone bay. It could release 20 heavy drones to swarm their enemies, while the warship could just watch the battle unfold far away, leaving the enemies to deal with the swarm of drones that did not have a concept of death. This was not the most effective way of battle, but it was the most vicious one. It was like being able to eat an ice cream while watching the opponents be eradicated. What other way of combat could be safer than this? Xia Fei always gravitated toward warships which had unique points. Be it lunar eclipse or vampire, both had their unique features. Since Xia Fei had a chance to get a battlecruiser, he would of course pick the most unique one. Moreover, using drones to torture the opponents was not all the Vexor could do. If it was possible to retrofit it, it possessed incredible potential, which was the biggest reason why Xia Fei had set his eyes on it. With a few taps on the projected screen, the estimated price of the ship of 1.52 billion star coins became 520 million star coins. You can accept this price, right? Asked Thurum. Xia Fei was rendered speechless. It was as if Thurum owned the ships himself, being able to change the prices as he wished. Xia Fei thought that it was incredible that he could get a battlecruiser, but spending 500 million for the Vexor battlecruiser was the best thing that could have happened. I can't take this. Aren't the others going to talk badly of you behind your back? They wouldn't dare. I've already been feeling incredibly angry to be demoted to this awful weapons and equipment department. If anyone else comes looking for trouble, they should worry about me strangling them to death. Thurum said viciously. Xia Fei was left speechless. Turned out Thurum got to where he was today through a demotion. What position did he hold before this? Still in the middle of his thought, Thurum suddenly said slyly, as long as you promise me this one condition, the Vexor battlecruiser will be all yours. I'll even help you register it to the Alliance. Xia Fei had a bad feeling seeing how strange Thurum was acting. So he's still waiting for me. About 3 hours later, in a training room of the Weapons and Equipment Department. Thurum wiped the sweat off his satisfied face, giving Xia Fei a hand to help him off the ground. Turned out Thurum did not want anything else other than having Xia Fei spar with him. Xia Fei felt a wave of soreness throughout his body as he tried to move around. He and Thurum were on completely different levels. In the last 3 hours, Xia Fei was dodging left and right using crafty approach and his speed ability, yet he still took 10 or so solid hits from Thurum, feeling as if his skeleton was about to fall apart. I haven't been active for some time. I've been so bored cooped up in the office every day. Where did you learn your dodging skills? It's not often I face opponents who could dodge my hits for 3 hours, Thurum asked with a smile. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he sat. Crafty approach was the ultimate move of Phantom and his discipleship, but of course he could not reveal it, changing the topic, instead. You're a shift ability user, right? I felt that you didn't use your full strength as though you're just trying to figure out my moves. What? You want me to go all out? Thurum let out a sinister smile as he turned the question around. Xia Fei was shocked. The full strength of a diamond rank adjudicator was no joke. He did not think Thurum would take it seriously. I'm just kidding, Thurum said, laughing. That's right, I am indeed a shift ability user. I can freely move every bone in my body to shift the appearance to my preference. The battle just then was a normal one, no abilities. No matter what, you're still someone sent by the old psychopath Qin Meng. If I were to hurt you, that old man would try to take my life, Thurum said with a trace of fear in his eyes. It appeared that he was still afraid of Qin Meng. Xia Fei pursed his lips, thinking, diamond rank are indeed insane, able to be at that level without using any abilities. If he really had gone all out, my insignificant life would have been snuffed out in an instant. After a few moments of resting, the two of them walked side by side out of the training room. The curly-haired secretary, who had been waiting outside, quickly handed Thurum a fresh set of uniform as they walked out before giving them drinks. Xia Fei emptied the glass. The sweet and sour drink seemed to have an incredible effect on the pain on his body. Once the drink settled in his stomach, his pain was almost all gone. Could you come again before you leave? We'll use weapons next time, suggested Thurum. Xia Fei waved his hands. I really want to, but I'm short on time. I'm afraid there won't be another opportunity. Thurum patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. All right, then, we'll see when you make it out of Black Abyss if you make it out, that is. As far as I know, it's been getting worse and worse there. The tenuous relationship between the local warlords has been becoming more and more strained, and it is likely for a large-scale battle to erupt within a year. Don't think that Qin Meng asking you to come here is just something that he casually does. I've known that guy for dozens of years, although his temper is terrible, he is really clever. Xia Fei was stunned. You said that the Death Trio Star region is on the brink of war. How have I never seen any hint of that when I was doing my research? It would be terrible if the Death Trio Star region entered war at this time, for it just had to be right when Xia Fei was traveling there. Thuram laughed. "Ha, the truth will always only be in the hands of a few, it's normal that you didn't know. Qin Mang has quite a capable disciple in the Black Abyss. Did he hand you a letter, asking you to find him as well?" Xia Fei nodded. "If I were you, I'd go search for Qin Mang's disciple right after you reached the Black Abyss, get your bearings a bit before tending to your matters. Qin Mang has never been a simple guy, following what he advises can only do you good," Thuram advised sincerely. Xia Fei would have never thought that it only took Qin Mang a few hours to plan all this out after realizing that he was heading to Black Abyss, and every step was right on the dot. He did not stop Xia Fei but used his powers to make as many arrangements as possible for him, instead. Such planning and strategizing was superhuman. Xia Fei always felt that Qin Mang was not as simple as he led him to believe, yet he still surpassed his expectations. The power of the obese old man was simply incredible. If it were not for how talkative Thuram had been, Xia Fei might not have figured out that Qin Mang had done so much planning for him. With that in mind, Xia Fei muttered, "Old man, I'm really in your debt this time." Before even setting off, Xia Fei's journey to Black Abyss was more depressing and difficult than he thought. Shaking his head, Xia Fei bid farewell to Thuram before he headed to Venal 24. Who knew how the beautiful Avril was doing right now? Chapter 153, Sunset Villa. After leaving the equipment department, Thuram returned to his office to video call Qin Mang. On the projected screen, Qin Mang looked at ease with the black cat in his arms. "Old Qin, where did you find that kid?" Thuram asked as he loosened his tie. There was not anyone else in the room, so he was not worried about having someone see him dressed sloppily. "I didn't really find him, Xia Fei was the one who came to me," Qin Mang replied, laughing. "How did the thing I asked you to do go?" Thuram raised the corner of his mouth. "Obviously, the warships weren't a problem, but I didn't manage to learn where he learned his techniques from. It's as if he hadn't gone all out when he was fighting me." Qin Mang let out a hearty laugh, picked up a teacup from the table, and took a sip. "A venerable diamond rank adjudicator, master of combat, yet you failed to figure out the skills behind a young man. If he didn't go all out, you should have forced him to do so." Qin Mang's jesting made Thuram feel uncomfortable, yet he did not refute it. "You think I didn't want to? I was actually being quite serious against him, but he'd rather take a few hits than show his cards. I was afraid that I'd hurt him, so I went easy on him. But really, why do you think Xia Fei had other cards hidden in his sleeve other than improvements to his speed and body?" Qin Mang set down the teacup, stroking the chubby old black. "I felt that his temperament was completely different when he came back. If I'm right, it's probably because he made a huge leap in his self-cultivation. I refuse to believe that he could be so confident in himself if it's just an improvement in his speed ability. I think that he likely made a shocking improvement in some other aspect. Did he ever panic going up against a master in combat like you?" No. Thuram shook his head and spoke in a deep voice. Not only did he show no panic, he also looked really composed while exchanging blows. He was always trying to figure out how to break my techniques, but who knows why he never retaliated. Qin Mang lowered his head and thought for a few moments. Exactly. He must have something even stronger in his hands, or else he wouldn't have a performance like that. Confidence is built upon the foundation of his self-cultivation. Confidence without any foundation is just arrogance, and Xia Fei is definitely not someone like that. Thuram scratched his beard with one hand, questioning, his ability to twist his body around however he wants is already shocking. If he really has something else under his sleeve, that young man's background might not be as simple as he appears. That's exactly what I don't understand, Qin Mang casually said. I've looked through his upbringing, and there's nothing noteworthy. His abilities seem to have appeared out of thin air, and he just managed to master them like it was nothing. Thuram thought for a few moments. His aura was always quite weak, you wouldn't be able to detect it if you didn't pay attention. Could he be associated with the assassins? Qin Mang laughed. I've noticed that long ago. His footwork and techniques do strongly resemble the assassins, even the way he attacks strongly resemble that. One move and you're dead, but would you believe that a kid from Earth had ties to the mysterious assassin? Thuram shook his head. No way. The assassin clan is rumored to start their training from young and will spend their entire lives in obscurity. No matter how you look at it, Xia Fei couldn't be a successor to the assassins. There's no way anyone from the assassin would be so high profile. Qin Mang sighed. Forget it. Let's just leave it at that. Some things can't be hidden forever, and Xia Fei will surely show his cards when the time comes. And when will that be? When he's really angry or on the brink of death, Qin Mang said slyly. The process for getting a patent of the energy shield booster was incredibly complicated. When Xia Fei was finally heading to Venal 24, he had already spent 36 hours in the capital planet, leaving him with just over a day's time. On the high-speed passenger spacecraft, Xia Fei stood by the window, staring at the blue planet in the distance. With Avril now in such close proximity, Xia Fei was feeling calmer. It's not hard to tell from a simple search using the interplanetary internet that Avril is a possible member of Starlink Corporation's Jian family. That's Starlink Corporation, ranked 14 in the top 500 businesses in the alliance that's likely to make it to the top 10 in a few years. The whole universe looks up to their existence, said Phantom. So what? Xia Fei scowled. Phantom laughed, looking out of the window like Xia Fei. You're just some broke kid from Earth, whereas Avril may well be the successor of Starlink Corporation. Do you really think that there's nothing wrong with that? Are you saying that there's a gap or a difference in social standing? Xia Fei asked with a smile. Exactly. Qin Mang's parting words also meant exactly just that. Xia Fei remained silent for a few moments and said cheerfully, You've read the ancient books from Earth for a while now, haven't you heard of such a saying? What saying? The lack of want is the key to virtuosity. The lack of want is the key to virtuosity. Yes, it doesn't matter if Avril is rich or poor, I'm not asking anything of her. It means that I've never tried and will never try to benefit from her, so why should I feel inferior? In other words, say that I want Avril, but that will only be because I like her as a person, and not who she represents. Phantom let out a hearty laugh, his eyes sparkling with joy. It's great that you think that way. I'm just reminding you because you'll be deflated in her household and enter a state of unrest. It seems that all that worry is for nothing. I still don't quite understand the phrase, the lack of want is the key to virtuosity, but I've learned another phrase from your ancestors, fling enough dirt and some will stick. Even if you have an innocent view on it, others might not. You still have to be careful of bad rumors, expressed Phantom. That was just how the world worked. Once someone like Xia Fei was associated with someone from the peak like Avril, a majority of people would most certainly think that he was only friends with her because of money. Nobody would care what Xia Fei's motivations were, they would not believe them even if they knew. In the end, the whole world would despise Xia Fei. The high-speed passenger spacecraft landed on the port at this moment. Xia Fei followed the throng of people disembarking and asked plainly, You've known me for some time now, do you think I'm someone who would care about that? Phantom was left speechless. Xia Fei was right. If he cared about what others thought, he would never have become a librarian who was looked down on by his peers, nor would he acquaint himself with Qin Mang. Xia Fei got where he was now because of his hard work and his unique insights to everything. He never chose the path usually traveled by, instead picking the seldom traversed, difficult path through the woods time and again. Phantom suddenly saw the rebel inside Xia Fei. After all, he had nothing to be afraid of since he started off as a poor bicycle delivery boy. Worst comes to worst, I'll just go back to being a delivery boy, so what? That was what kept Xia Fei going. Someone unafraid of failure was naturally unafraid of anything. This was something that many who lived comfortable lives did not possess. The more comfortable their lives were, the more afraid they were of failure and suffering. Xia Fei, on the other hand, did not care a single bit about any of these. Xia Fei was still smoking the cheapest cigarettes and eating the $5 bowls of fried paste noodles despite already being worth billions. The worst thing that could happen to him was to return to his previous life and continue living by hung Taschen cigarettes and eating fried paste noodles. Venal 24 was the technology hub of the Alliance. There were huge projected screens on the streets for advertisements, with shops selling high-tech products left and right. Apparently, there were over 8% of technology companies and their headquarters on this planet, a place where all the tech elites gathered, so any normal Andy on the streets may just be an incredible programmer. Xia Fei then boarded a hovercar and headed toward Sunset Villa. The hovercar passed the bustling city on its way to the incredibly scenic countryside, and soon a mountain and a lake was within sight. Half Moon Mountain was not tall and Half Moon Lake was not large, yet both were right next to each other, their beauties complementing the other. There was a set of automatic escalators at the bottom of the mountain that led to the top. There was a huge green building halfway up the mountain and at the peak, where one could probably enjoy viewing the lake at the foot of the mountain from it. There was an even larger, rectangular building at the foot of the mountain, though there was not anything special about it. If Avril actually lived here, it would probably be in the building halfway up the mountain or the one on the peak. An alloy fence surrounded Half Moon Mountain and Half Moon Lake, so the taxi could only follow the perimeter. However, tourists could be seen from time to time standing outside of the fence, taking photos of the beautiful Half Moon Lake with their cameras in their hands. The Jian family had never tried to stop these people, allowing them to sightsee and take photos of the scenery from outside the fence. Evidently, this family got along fine with the public. The taxi stopped right at the front door. After paying, Xia Fei walked toward the heavily guarded gate. There were two burly men in suits outside, quietly watching over the tightly shut alloy gate. The two men were shocked to see Xia Fei walking toward them, and they quickly intercepted him. "Sir, this is private property. Do you have any business here?" a crew-cut man asked politely. Xia Fei stopped in his tracks and replied with a smile, "I'm here for Avril." The other man with blonde hair furrowed his eyebrows. "You're here for our young mistress? May I ask if you have an appointment?" Xia Fei shook his head, thinking, who would have thought that Avril was actually the lady of the Jian family? No wonder she's always avoided my questions every time I would bring it up. "Nope. Could you two please let her know that Xia Fei is here?" Xia Fei requested cheerfully. He had fully expected Avril's background, so he managed to remain calm. "Sorry," the crew-cut bodyguard said, "visitors are handled by Butler Peng, we're just the security. If you want to meet the young mistress, please book an appointment with Butler Peng. There's not much we can do." Chapter 154, Charge. As the two security guards had been extremely polite, Xia Fei naturally showed the appropriate respect to them. With a swipe of his spatial ring, Xia Fei secretly handed them the money that he had prepared earlier. Bribing guards was an incredibly technical skill. First, one must know how much they should give. Too little and they would not care, too much and they would think that one had ulterior motives and be on higher alert. Second, one should take care of how they passed over the money. 2 100,000 star coins, bills folded into a square, sandwiched between the index and middle finger, as inconspicuous as possible. "I am Avril's friend from another planet and didn't get the chance to notify the lady herself, could you guys pass this to her and let her know?" "Thank you," Xia Fei said humbly, handing them the two bills with his right hand and a smile on his face. The crew-cut guard noticed that there was something in Xia Fei's hand. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 2 massive 100,000 bills. The bills were folded incredibly well, the number was facing the top, and the huge sum could be easily noticed at a glance. The blonde-haired man also looked down at the money before the two of them exchanged glances. The blonde-haired man nodded to his CO worker, to which the short-haired man replied with a smile, "Please hold on a moment, sir, I'll let them know, but it's not up to us if the lady is willing to meet you." "Thanks so much," Xia Fei bowed slightly and said with a smile. Although bribing guards was an ancient technique, it was a tried and true one. Everybody had greed inside them, after all. These security guards were not paid much at all, so they would naturally be incredibly happy to receive payment outside of their salary. However, passing up on pocketing 200,000 star coins just to pass a message along would be the joke of the century. A few moments later, the crew-cut man angrily walked out of the manor. He was breathing heavily, and his face was completely flushed. Xia Fei scowled. Although he did not know what had happened, it could not have been anything good. The crew-cut man threw the money at Xia Fei's face. "Can't believe I got yelled at like that this early in the morning. Take your money and get out of my sight. The young mistress doesn't want to see you." The money he had given them was insultingly thrown back at his face. Xia Fei remained stoic despite feeling a coldness in his heart. However, an unknown fire brewed inside him. Was it Avril who didn't want to see me, or did someone else say so? Xia Fei put his hands in his pocket, saying coldly as he looked up into the distance. "The young mistress said that she doesn't know you at all, now, get out of here," the crew-cut man hastily replied. He went in excitedly yet came back to Xia Fei with a foul mouth. "Something must have happened in between. All right, since Avril told me so herself, I'll take my leave," Xia Fei said calmly, suppressing his anger. "Who do you think you are? You think you can meet the young mistress whenever you want? Leave, get out of my sight." The crew-cut man viciously hit Xia Fei without any mercy. A group of men started marching out from inside the gates. They also wore black suits with bow ties on their necks. A bald man with sunglasses had his arms crossed as he openly looked at Xia Fei with eyes full of nasty killing intent, clearly having no intentions to hide it. Everyone was focused on Xia Fei, it appeared that he was their target. At this moment, Xia Fei's microcomputer rang with flashing red lights. Xia Fei looked over with furrowed eyebrows. It was a notice from the security department to leave immediately. The notice stated that Xia Fei's time in the capital was up, and he had 3 hours to leave, or else he would be prosecuted for violating the laws of the capital. Outstanding move, Phantom said bitterly. You obviously had 34 hours until your visa expired, but it expired immediately once the message got out. Surely, you understand that the Jian family is forcing you to leave. The feelings inside Xia Fei were about to explode, yet he did not lose his cool because of that. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei appeared in front of the man with the sunglasses. I just want to know one thing. Is it Avril who doesn't want to see me, or is there someone who doesn't want me to see Avril? The other bodyguards panicked at how sudden this occurred. Xia Fei was not slow at all, and many of the guards did not have a chance against someone of Xia Fei's caliber, but this bald man in sunglasses was incredibly calm. 3 hours isn't a lot of time, it's better for everybody if you leave now. The corner of Xia Fei's mouth curved up, and then he laughed loudly all of a sudden. What if I don't leave? There was a strong vicious undertone. Xia Fei's aura suddenly changed, emanating an incredible killing intent. The man in the sunglasses furrowed his brows. He noticed that Xia Fei's killing intent was no less than his, it even sent a chill down into his spine. This was not a threat but a true intent to kill, instead, which only someone who had experienced countless hardships could possess. If you don't leave, I'll have to force you to leave, the man in the sunglasses said calmly. The two killing intents collided, clamoring and provoking each other. It might seem that Xia Fei was about to face over 10 security guards from the Jian family, but it was actually a duel between two. Because of their training, the others would never play a role in a battle like this. In the face of Xia Fei's audacious challenge, the man in sunglasses had chosen to respond in kind, emanating an even stronger aura to overwhelm Xia Fei's. However, Xia Fei's killing intent also increased as a result, with no intentions of giving in. Whatever, we have our ways even if he doesn't allow it. Let's head behind the mountain and sneak in to reach the peak using breath control to get to Avril, Phantom said with a worried tone. Normally, Xia Fei was indeed more used to assassination techniques, which also happened to be the method he was best at. Phantom knew that although Xia Fei had been learning crafty thrust from him for a long time, his warrior spirit had never gone away. Xia Fei was now angry, like a volcano that could erupt any time. At this moment, he could not control himself anymore, letting out all the pent-up anger inside him. He could end up in a lot of trouble like this. They were in the capital ring, after all, not a place where everyone could act as they pleased. Either way, these people were part of Avril's household, so he still had to take it into consideration to avoid future awkwardness. Phantom's words made sense, but Xia Fei was not having any of that. Rage was comparable to water, and it was not something one could take back once they let it out. Great joke. Xia Fei said coldly. Why do I need to be all sneaky to meet my woman? He usually communicated with Phantom through his consciousness, but Xia Fei was completely overtaken by anger, so much so that he yelled out his response. All the securities had rage in their eyes when they heard that. What did you call the young mistress? Kid, you have balls of steel to act so unruly in here. Xia Fei did not flinch at all. With a gentle swipe on the spatial ring, he pulled out the dazzling celestial moon, making everyone shudder at its strange shape. Celestial moon. The cool face of the man in sunglasses wore off, and he had a serious look in his eyes. This is your last warning. You're forcing my hand if you don't disappear in the next minute. Equipping celestial moon to his right arm, Xia Fei replied in a deep voice, less talking. If it's a battle you want, let's battle. The short and simple statement was filled with the intent to battle. Everyone, back off, yelled the man in sunglasses, and the other bodyguards quickly backed far away. The man in sunglasses took an offensive stance as he pulled out a 13-section, 6-sided alloy windwhip and held it across his chest. Know your place. You're being so unreasonable, trying to force your way in even though you're not given permission. You brought this upon yourself, the man in sunglasses said fiercely with fire in his eyes. One of the security guards finally understood the weight of the situation. Seeing Bro HSA actually pulled out his weapon. Could this kid really be that strong? Right? It's my first time seeing Bro using his weapon. Should we call the cops? Call the cops? When is it ever the cops' turn to poke their heads in the matters of the Jian family? We should at least let Butler Pang know. True, let's give Butler Pang a call. There was a lot of chatter among the security guards as though this Sing bro was well respected among them, and it was a big deal for him to bring out his weapon. Reason. Xia Fei responded without hesitation. I reason if I want to, and I don't reason if I don't want to. At the exact same moment, the two figures clashed. The 13-sectioned alloy whip and Xia Fei's celestial moon bounced apart after briefly making contact. A piercing hum from metal pierced the air as it spread far and wide. Nobody gained an inch from that clash. Again! Xia Fei yelled as his eyes filled with anger. At the same moment, celestial moon changed forms, from its original 6 disc blades form to 12 disc blades, doubling its length. The man in the sunglasses lashed out his whip at Xia Fei's lower body. Blasts of wind whipped about. With a gentle tap onto the ground using his toes, Xia Fei flew in the air and slashed downward using celestial moon. Crafty thrust specialized in assassinations, but Xia Fei did not attack as he usually would this time. Instead, he was using huge sweeping attacks. Evidently, the rage in his heart had yet to subside. With the celestial moon in front of his eyes, the man in sunglasses blew air out his mouth gently. A gust of wind suddenly shot out like a sharp sword. All Xia Fei felt was a blast of wind toward his face as he twisted his body in unbelievable ways to the left to dodge the attack. An undetectable gust of wind flew past Xia Fei, ripping a hole into his top. This guy has the pneumatic meteor ability. In short, he can shoot wind out at incredible speeds with his mouth, making him great at both ranged and close combat. Be careful! Phantom said hastily. Seeing that Xia Fei was overtaken by rage, he might as well focus on helping him analyze the flow of the battle. The security guards were cheering them on. Sing bro, teach that rascal, who doesn't know his place, a lesson. You're about to die, chap. Xia Fei didn't pay any attention to their taunts. With both feet planted solidly on the ground, Xia Fei pressed the button on Celestial Moon, and all 18 disc blades were now in full display. Celestial's most violent form, Mountain and Sea Breaker. You're not using that, are you? Xia Fei smirked. Am I not allowed to? Chapter 155, Second Ability. It was undeniable that Xia Fei was a calm person. He liked analysis, critical thinking, and gently leaving a red mark on his opponent's neck when they were the most vulnerable, but it did not translate to Xia Fei not having a temper. Any man would have a measure of impulsiveness, a time of anger, for his blood was always boiling, and at this moment, the anger, which had been suppressed deep inside him for long, had finally reached its boiling point. There was no stopping him. Anyone who gets in my way dies. Xia Fei angrily declared with the celestial moon in his hand. The ice-cold killing intent filled the air with a trace of menace. What a horrible killing intent, muttered the man in sunglasses. There's no way I can let you go now. He spat a mouthful of air, which traveled at incredible speeds. The puff of compressed air shot out like a cannonball. Although it was invisible, a clear killing intent emanated from it. Go away. Xia Fei's eyes went bloodshot. Not only did he not dodge, he also charged toward the pneumatic meteor. Like a flash of lightning, Celestial Moon slashed downward, destroying that formless air shot. As the incredibly compressed puff of air was destroyed, a huge explosion followed. Strong gusts of wind stirred up. The surrounding land was blown left and right by the shockwave, and the guards nearby quickly covered their eyes. The massive flow of air even managed to knock down some of these well-trained warriors. Nobody knew how Xia Fei got past that violent flow of air, but when they managed to look at him again, Celestial Moon was already clashing toward the head of the man in sunglasses. Celestial Moon ripped through the air, whooshing downward in the most barbaric way possible. Not good. The man in sunglasses did not expect that Xia Fei would be willing to cause losses on both sides by attacking in such a reckless manner. Celestial Moon was in its most violent form. There was so much momentum behind it that it was impossible to go head-to-head against it. Stamping both feet on the ground, the man in sunglasses quickly retreated. The moment his toes left the ground, Celestial Moon took its place. The weapon, which had barely missed his body, hit the ground, instead, with the strength of a great hammer that weighed hundreds of caddies. The blow was devastating. The white stone slab that was the ground instantly turned into dust as countless debris shot forth in all directions, leaving behind a meter-deep crater in its wake. The man in sunglasses was in so much of a hurry to retreat that he lost his balance as a result. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he pushed his hand against it, regaining his balance before retreating 10 or so steps and stopping. The rebel had peppered him with wounds and slashes, so the beautiful black suit on him was now in tatters, exposing his beige thigh tainted with blood. That was close, thought the man in sunglasses as he wiped off his sweat. Xia Fei's hit had greatly surpassed this man's limits. If he had chosen to take it head-on instead of retreating, the result would have been dire. "Are you all right, seeing bro?" The watching guards were utterly stunned. The seeing bro that they respected so much actually sustained damage from Xia Fei's attack, striking fear and shock in their hearts. Where did this young man come from, and how did he manage to injure their seeing bro? As the dust settled, the guards were even more scared to see what Xia Fei looked like. As he was not wearing a combat suit, the short and old Li-Ning brand t-shirt was blown into smithereens. Now Xia Fei was only wearing tattered shorts, with the rest of his body bare under the sun. The shorts, as well as the horrible combat shoes on his feet, were part of the Windshade Mark IV combat suit. Other than these two articles of clothing, everything else was blown pieces, leaving behind strips of fabric, barely hanging onto Xia Fei, like a display of flags of different countries. The man in sunglasses suddenly realized that Xia Fei's body was riddled with dark red scars, so many of them that they overlapped with one another. In addition to Xia Fei's salt and pepper hair, fierce stance and expression, he gave off a shocking vibe as if he were a demon who had climbed out from the depths of hell. Impossible! How could someone who isn't even 20 years of age experience that many battles? Breathed the man in sunglasses. By the looks of it, not only did Xia Fei have more scars on his body than he did, his desire to kill was even stronger and more merciless than his. Perhaps the scars were fake, but this incredible killing intent could not be faked. He was incredibly uneasy as the thought of being at a disadvantage against a teen who was not even in his 20s sank in. It should be made known that he was an ability user with pneumatic meteor ability at the intermediate legendary rank. There was no way he was fine with losing to someone who was not even 20 years old like Xia Fei, not to mention that the result of their fight would not just be considered a failure, but a complete failure, too. He was not as skilled as Xia Fei, his killing intent was not as strong as Xia Fei's, and by the looks of it, he was not even as experienced as Xia Fei in battle. The youth before him was not even in his 20s yet. The blood of the man in sunglasses boiled as he began to doubt if Xia Fei was even human. Whoosh! With a slight smirk, Xia Fei jumped away from the battlefield toward Half Moon Mountain as his lust for fight subsided. Xia Fei's aim was simple: no matter what, he wanted to at least meet Avril. If anyone got in his way, Xia Fei would find a way through them with no mercy given. It was obviously not a good time to be fighting the man in sunglasses, so Xia Fei decided to go directly to the villa and seek Avril directly. Upon seeing that Xia Fei was heading toward the villa, he quickly followed after him. Unfortunately, his speed was not even comparable to Xia Fei's. Boom boom boom! 3 bursts of air were fired one after another, hurtling through the air as they headed toward Xia Fei's back. Without even looking behind him, Xia Fei weaved through the 3 streams of air using his well-practiced crafty approach as he continued to go up the mountain. There was a large old-fashioned building halfway up the mountain as well as a wide platform to let people take in their surroundings. Just as he was about to set foot on the platform, his body froze as if there was an invisible wall keeping Xia Fei outside. "Get out of my way," yelled Xia Fei, exerting every inch of his body to fight against this invisible wall. Veins popped out his forehead and his muscles bulged. This was a battle of energy. Xia Fei's body was expanding and contracting like a spring, and if he gave up, he would be launched to a faraway wall. Give up? Xia Fei had never even considered that. Avril was not that far away, so why would he give up? He was not going to, anyway. As Xia Fei was struggling for his life, the surrounding air was heavily disrupted. The invisible wall was all dented thanks to Xia Fei. At this moment, the man in sunglasses finally caught up, launching 3 pneumatic meteors from afar. In the blink of an eye, the shots were right behind him. Xia Fei bit down on his lip as he took a few steps to the side. Boom boom boom! The 3 pneumatic meteors landed right onto the wall, creating a deafening explosion. Ripples, which were barely visible, appeared on the invisible wall, rippling outward. Now's the time. Extending Celestial Moon from his right hand, he pushed it into the wall. He used all the strength he had in his legs, causing the white rock paving the platform to shatter under him, leaving behind 2 deep footprints. Break! The wall had barely recovered from the pneumatic meteors. Combined with Xia Fei's all-out blow, a gap was forced open on the wall. Xia Fei quickly slipped through the cracks, doing a few somersaults before continuing into the mansion. 2 steps later, Xia Fei was met with yet another invisible wall. This time, it was not just blocking Xia Fei in his steps but also, like a rectangular jar, trapping him within. Xia Fei's rage brewed as he prepared to rip apart the wall again. At this moment, an old raspy voice could be heard from afar. "You're Xia Fei, aren't you?" Accompanying the voice as it traveled down the mountain toward Xia Fei was an old man dressed in black. He looked to be around 70, his black suit was similar to what the guards outside were wearing, but his outfit had a black tie with a matching pair of silk gloves. He was cleanly shaven and his silver hair was neatly combed. A ray of light could be seen from his foggy eyes as they stared at Xia Fei. Standing upright, Xia Fei set the nearly 4-meter-long celestial moon across his shoulder. "That's right. Do you know me?" The old man approached within 20 meters of Xia Fei and said with a smile, "I do, and I don't." "What do you mean?" Xia Fei took a step forward as he spoke in a deep voice. "The young mistress knows you, and I'm the butler, so of course I know you," the old man explained calmly. "So you're butler Pang?" "That's right. I'm Pang Hai. The Pang family has been the caretakers of the Jian family for 7 or 8 generations now," Pang Hai recalled. Xia Fei did not care to hear about this elderly butler family's history and, instead, went straight to the point. "I want to meet Avril." Pang Hai smiled as he shook his head. "I understand where you're coming from, but you can't see the young mistress." "Why? It's for your own good." Xia Fei laughed at that response. "For my own good? That must be the joke of the century. It's none of your concern what's good or bad for me." At this point the security guards behind him had finally caught up. Upon seeing Pang Hai, they all bowed and greeted. The man in the sunglasses, on the other hand, greeted with his fist on top of the other. "Father." Pang Hai nodded and told Pang Xing, who looked untidy, "Xing, go change your clothes. You won't be needed here anymore. Everyone else can leave, too." Pang Xing and the other security guards quickly nodded as they retreated down the mountain with tired looks on their faces, leaving Pang Hai and Xia Fei halfway up the mountain. Turns out they're father and son. No wonder their abilities are both air-based, but Pang Senior's pneumatic mountain river is way stronger than his son's pneumatic meteor. "He's quite the opponent," said Phantom. None of these registered in Xia Fei's mind. The only thing on his mind was to hurry up to the peak and see Avril. "Your son couldn't stop me and you can't either," Xia Fei said in a deep voice. Pang Hai smiled. "How would I know if I didn't try?" Xia Fei clicked the mechanism on Celestial Moon, and the 18 blades separated from one another. Using his thoughts, the round blades started spinning in the air. Pang Hai was utterly shocked. "Xia Fei, turns out you have the psychokinetic ability aside from your speed ability." Chapter 156, Plumager. The 18, 9-sided round blades spun in the air at varying speeds. "Break!" Xia Fei yelled as all the disc blades gathered before shooting toward the invisible air wall like a meteor across the sky. The 9-sided disc blades spun at incredible speeds like a chainsaw, spinning so fast that only its afterimage could be seen. A spinning attack like this was one of the best against a wall of compressed air. It was like an electric drill, ripping apart the densely packed air. Pang Hai was utterly shocked. He then put his hands together, superimposing the first wall with another to prevent it from breaking under Xia Fei's disc blades. Unfortunately, Pang Hai had still underestimated the power of psychokinesis. Whoosh whoosh! The disc blades broke through the air walls after clashing against it for a few moments. These walls were like paper against such a powerful display of skill. Crack! Xia Fei ripped through the broken air wall with his hands as if he were tearing fabric apart before he walked through the walls. Return! The spinning disc blades returned onto Celestial Moon as the weapon reverted to its original, incredible form. He's a psychokinetic ability user, too. That means he has 2 abilities. How is that even possible? Pang Hai knitted his eyebrows. He never would have thought that Xia Fei not only possessed speed ability but psychokinesis as well. There was an unwritten rule in the alliance: if one wanted to become an elite warrior, they must not have multiple abilities. Nobody had ever managed to cultivate 2 completely different abilities up to the same level. One could not eat the cake and have it, but Xia Fei broke this unwritten rule. Not only did he have 2 abilities, both abilities were evenly trained to star domain rank. One person bearing 2 abilities was not just a case of 1 + 1 would equal 2, but rather a case where the sum was greater than its parts. Qin Mang had previously managed to detect a change in Xia Fei's temperament. He thought that Xia Fei had acquired a new technique and gained a bunch of confidence from it, possessing the calmness of a true warrior, but he was only half right. Xia Fei did indeed become stronger and was now calmer than before, but his strength was not built on the basis of new techniques but a whole new ability, instead. Psychokinesis. This was the biggest power behind Xia Fei. He was now an incredibly unique dual ability user. Although he had not managed to realize both abilities to their fullest potential, he now had more resources against a stronger foe. Battle experience from countless near-death encounters. The horrifying combination of two abilities. All these allowed Xia Fei to possess an incredible confidence and calmness. Xia Fei spoke calmly as he pointed Celestial Moon at Pang Hai. I'm meeting Avril no matter what, and nobody can stop me. Aura. Incredible aura. An unstoppable aura emanated from Xia Fei. The rage was still brewing within Xia Fei. There was no question that anyone who got in his way would be blown into smithereens sans mercy. Pang Hai's surprise could be seen on his face, for he was truly utterly shocked by Xia Fei's aura. However, he quickly managed to regain his composure. Psychokinesis was one of the countless abilities that humans possessed. Xia Fei's newly acquired ability could be used for manipulation, allowing him to control anything he wanted with his second ability as long as the item's weight and volume was what he could manage. In truth, even Xia Fei himself did not know that he had been training his mental powers since he started cultivating the Beast Spirit Codex. Beast Spirit Codex was not just an ability that allowed for control of beasts but also a cultivation handbook. Not only would its learners eventually be able to communicate with beasts, but they could also develop a new mental ability through it. It was only after all the bloodshed on Heritage Planet that his ability to manipulate had been fully realized, and from then on, Xia Fei had become an actual psychokinesis ability user. Xia Fei picked Celestial Moon as his new weapon, for it was made with a material called Crow Alloy. Crow Alloy resonated with human brainwaves, making it suitable to be controlled using mental energy. This is Sunset Villa. Do you know what happens when you trespass here? Pang Hai showed great manners as he spoke with a smile. I don't know, nor do I want to know. You and the mistress are completely different people living in different worlds, Pang Hai said deeply. Xia Fei had heard the same phrase so many times recently that he had gotten sick of it by then. It was as if everyone thought that he would use Avril for her money. I know, Xia Fei replied with furrowed eyebrows. Yet you're still insisting on meeting the young mistress. I'm not looking for your young mistress, I'm looking for Avril. Avril is the young mistress, and the young mistress is Avril. I know. You know. Xia Fei asked back with a dry laugh, what are you trying to say? I hope that you'll stop harassing the young mistress, said Pang Hai after a few moments. Harass. Xia Fei curled the corner of his lips. Avril will be the judge whether I'm harassing her or not, you guys just need to stay out of it. After saying that, Xia Fei continued up the mountain. He did not run this time, instead walking up the steps slowly and purposefully, as though nothing else in Sunset Villa could stop him. Those guards who had retreated down the mountain as well as those guarding the peak and the halfway point, started gathering. They had weapons in their hands as they stared at Xia Fei from afar. Xia Fei did not say a word as he got surrounded. His face was stoic and his footsteps were just as resolute as before. Get him! Who knew who yelled that command, but the guards quickly charged toward Xia Fei with their weapons raised, hoping that they could take down Xia Fei through sheer numbers alone. Pang Hai shook his head and let out a dry laugh. He walked toward the peak behind Xia Fei with no intent of stopping the guards or Xia Fei. Not long after, the first 7 or 8 guards who had led the charge fell onto the ground under excruciating pain. Xia Fei was quite measured with his attacks, disabling their ability to fight but not to the point of incapacitating them for life. The remaining guards quickly retreated, taking one step back each time Xia Fei took a step forward. Xia Fei, who was presently like an enraged beast, had his bloodshot eyes wide open as he struck fear into the surrounding people's hearts with his cold, emotionless face. Mr. Pang, what should we do? Yes, Mr. Pang, we need to stop him, the master is going to be angry otherwise. Mr. Pang, come up with something. The guards all turned to Pang Hai for help, but the elderly butler did not respond to any of their pleas as though he had gone deaf. It was a weird scene. Hundreds of people had Xia Fei surrounded, yet nobody dared to make a move, allowing him to walk freely around Sunset Villa with no one to oppose it. Meanwhile, Xia Fei had a look on his face that seemed to declare, I would do what I want. He was not going to listen to any voice of reason anymore. He was as stubborn as a mule, doing whatever his heart desired. Suddenly, Xia Fei was shocked. His superhuman perception picked up a dangerous aura. It was as if something odd was happening at the peak of Half Moon Mountain. There's a violent aura. At this moment, almost all the guards had him surrounded, meaning that the defense on the peak had become the weakest. This was the best chance for someone to pull something sneaky. Avril. Without missing a beat, Xia Fei stomped his feet into the ground and traveled to the peak as fast as he could. Get out of my way. With only Avril in mind, he did not care about showing mercy anymore. With a sweep using Celestial Moon, the dozens of guards who were blocking his way got raked away. At this moment, Pang Hai also sensed that there was something wrong at the peak and quickly followed behind Xia Fei. Get to the peak, hurry, yelled Pang Hai. Everyone was shocked. Why did Pang Hai and Xia Fei become like two peas in a pod in the blink of an eye, both saying the same thing? All of them were clueless and incredibly confused as they followed Xia Fei and Pang Hai and rushed up to the peak. Whoosh! At full speed, Xia Fei could travel over 3,000 meters per second, reaching the peak in 2 seconds. The peak of Half Moon Mountain had been flattened long ago. The floor was paved neatly with stone slabs and 3 majestic buildings stood there in a row. The one in the middle was 5 stories high, and the ones next to it were 4 stories high. In addition to the rocks, trees, and shrubs, there was a flat spot at the side of them to park small spacecraft. Before he even regained his balance, Xia Fei felt numbness in his scalp. There were a few guards lying on the ground with cuts in their necks. Blood was still gushing out of their wounds, and it appeared that they had died not too long ago. Crap, an ambush, exclaimed Xia Fei quickly. Phantom kneeled on the ground to examine one guard's fatal wound. Not good. Phoenix tail feathers. Was this done by the Plumagers? Anyway, there's no time to explain. Plumager is a professional hitman organization just like the assassins. We must find them as soon as we can, Phantom said in a deep voice. Xia Fei nodded, retracting Celestial Moon to 3 sections long before using breath control to sneak to the largest building. His instincts were telling him that the enemies had most likely gone inside it. Without the protection of the combat suit, Xia Fei felt pain on his body when he came dashing over at high speeds. Luckily, he was much more resilient than before as Heritage Planet had brought him plenty of new techniques and experience in the year he spent there, and traveling at supersonic speeds without his combat suit was just one of them. However, it was unavoidable that traveling at these extreme speeds would cause some damage to his body. Suddenly, the doors to the building opened. Out came 4 men in black, all of them wielding weird weapons in hand. The weapons were like a spurt of flame, all of irregular shapes, their violent blades gleaming in dazzling silver. One of the men in black carried a rolled-up quilt on his shoulder with someone seemingly bundled inside. Just as they were leaving the door, Xia Fei charged in. Both sides noticed each other. With less than a few dozen meters of distance, it left Xia Fei 0.0001 second to react. The 4 men in black seemed to have tacit understanding as they split into 2 groups at once. The man in black who was carrying the rolled-up quilt on his shoulder, retreated inside, whereas the other 3 charged at Xia Fei. From their looks, Xia Fei could tell that these people also had skills similar to breath control, able to make their aura be as undetectable as possible. However, their technique was not as good as breath control, so they could not completely hide their killing intent. It was evident that these were professional killers. Release! Xia Fei yelled, and 15 disc blades rolled out, heading straight toward the 3 men in black in 15 distinct, beautiful arcs. The blades were just like hurricanes, cutting off all their chances of escaping. Whoosh! In an instant before anyone could notice, Xia Fei made it past the 3 men in black, leaving behind 3 bodies. Xia Fei killed one of them by hand, and the other 2 were killed using his psychokinesis. When the man in black inside the building saw his subordinates get killed, he let out a cold snort and hopped out of the building toward the mountain. At the same time, he pressed a tiny device on his arm as if to send a signal somewhere. It should be made known that behind this building was an incredibly sheer drop, anyone who fell from it would meet certain death. Xia Fei did not even have time to hesitate as he followed him down to the valley. Although he did not know if the person being carried by the man was Avril, Xia Fei would never give up even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Chapter 157, No Other Choice. Venal 24 was in the middle of autumn. The sun was shining and the air was fresh, and Xia Fei had jumped off a cliff on such a fine, autumn day. In truth, it would never be a good choice to jump off a cliff whenever or wherever. Most importantly, though, Xia Fei had no other choice. Whoosh! Xia Fei jumped out of the window right after the plumager. The sun outside was incredibly dazzling, and Xia Fei covered his eyes using his hand and looked down at the valley. The cliff, with a drop of 3,000 meter, was so deep the bottom was barely visible. The bottom was filled with jutting rocks almost like incredibly sharp swords. It was never an easy task to jump into a valley like this for anyone. It was obvious that the god of death was approaching in every passing moment, watching the three fall into the valley with sinister eyes. One of them was Xia Fei, another the plumager, and finally someone that could be Avril or not Avril. As the sound of wind whizzing by filled his ears, Xia Fei fell in a parabola before hurtling straight down. Xia Fei's incredible perception sensed that something was approaching him at high speeds, but that thing had blended well with the air and the sun, so it was imperceptible to the human eye. Many said that one's brain would go blank moments before their death, but Xia Fei's remained unusually clear at this moment. He might even be calmer than before, even as his thought process reached its maximum speed at this moment. This was the talent of a true warrior. The more dangerous the situation was, the more they could stay calm and act decisively. In the face of danger, any distracting thoughts were dangerous. Xia Fei only had one thought in mind, and that was to save the abducted person no matter who they turn out to be. Quickly shifting his body in the air, Xia Fei mimicked the position of a diver and headed straight toward the bottom of the valley head before toes. The plumager was just beneath him, and by taking the most aerodynamic position, he could catch up to them in the shortest time possible. His eyes were red from being bloodshot, and his face was hideous from his anger. Xia Fei had gone completely mad at this instant. It was not a competition of strength but rather a competition of life. A competition of who cared less about their lives. The stakes were life or death. Let her go. Xia Fei ordered in his scariest and most terrifying voice. What came out of his mouth was not a scream per se but his boiling rage, instead. The 18 blades of celestial moon flew right toward the other. The sound of the air being pierced through, combined with Xia Fei's insane yell and the magnification of the valley, made it seem as if it were a shriek of a demon from hell. All of a sudden, something unthinkable happened. The plumager, who was quickly plummeting to the ground, suddenly stopped in the air as if intercepted by an invisible platform. Crap! Xia Fei shouted in his heart. His superhuman analytical ability allowed him to make the best judgment possible at this moment. There must be a ship, which could turn invisible, nearby. The plumager also pressed something on his arm before he jumped out of the window, that must be him sending a signal to his comrades. After receiving the signal, the ship had quickly flown by the cliff to intercept the plumager and the person on his shoulder. The plumager, who had now landed on his ship, could quickly lose Xia Fei by simply accelerating away. There was not much Xia Fei could do. I can't let you guys get away. Xia Fei screamed inside. Ultimate manipulation technique, Demon Axe. Xia Fei was just like an injured beast, letting out a growl that sounded like a last-ditch struggle before death. A horrible scream filled the air as the world changed color. No, don't use that! Phantom screamed with his eyes wide open. You'll destroy your body. Unfortunately, Xia Fei had lost his ability to reason as he allowed his madness to completely consume him. The 18 blades, which were spinning in the air, suddenly accelerated, becoming dazzling rays of light as they shot forward close to the speed of light. This attack was so full of power it was unstoppable. At the same time, the invisible ship below the plumager's feet accelerated. The plumager lowered his body, tightly holding the abducted person with one arm as he grabbed hold of a grapple welded onto the ship's hull with the other to prevent himself from falling off the ship. Xia Fei only had 10,000ths of a second to make a decision. Once the ship fully accelerated, there was no way he could catch up to it. Boom boom boom. Deafening explosions were heard one after another. The 18 rays of light hit the invisible ship square on, forcing it out of its invisibility mode. A metal slasher class frigate appeared in the valley. The 18 disc blades perfectly hit the alloy hull of the ship, then dazzling sparks and billowing smoke came up from the ship. It was unthinkable how Xia Fei had managed to damage the frigate using 18 disc blades, which were only 15 centimeters in diameter. Cough! Xia Fei spat a mouthful of blood as forcibly unleashing the incredibly demanding demon axe had left severe damage in his body. Not spending any time worrying about his internal injuries, Xia Fei kicked his feet against the air, utilizing the counterforce to get close to the cliff on the left. Stomping his feet on the face of the cliff, his body curved and he rocketed toward the slasher-class frigate. Although Xia Fei had badly destroyed the ship's defense that its cloaking function had stopped working, the ship itself was not completely destroyed and could still move. Again. Demon Axe. Xia Fei used the ultimate move, Demon Axe, again. Even a madman would not put their own lives at risk using the move a second time after sustaining near fatal damage to themselves in the process. The disc blades, which were already pierced through the hull, moved once more under Xia Fei's psychokinesis. They spun up and forced their way through the alloy hull. The ear-splitting noise of metal grinding on metal could be heard everywhere. While sparks flew everywhere, Xia Fei reached the front of the ship. Die! With no weapon in hand, Xia Fei raised his right arm in the air and punched the plumager in the chest. The plumager quickly blocked using his left arm. Crack! Xia Fei had incredible strength, and combined with the force from jumping off the cliff, the punch blew the kidnapper's left arm into smithereens. The redness of blood, the whites of shattered bone, and the pinkiness muscles all splattered all over the place. His fist did not stop, slamming it right onto the plumager's chest after shattering his arm. Crack crack! 10 or so ribs shattered all at once. Xia Fei sank his fist deep into the other's chest, leaving behind a bloody hole in that plumager, who let out a grunt right before dying. The plumager's corpse started falling and the person wrapped up in the quilt fell into the valley with him. Tapping the ship with his feet, Xia Fei charged towards the valley, holding the quilt and the person in the quilt tightly. Xia Fei could smell a faint fragrance. It appeared that the person in the quilt was still asleep and had no idea what horrible battle they went through, or how much Xia Fei sacrificed just to save her. It's a good thing that you're asleep, at least you won't be scared, Xia Fei thought. At this moment, although Xia Fei managed to save the girl who was kidnapped, he was less than 200 meters from the bottom of the valley. The huge and weirdly shaped rocks were now right in front of him. Could Xia Fei still endure the impact from landing on these huge rocks after using Demon Axe twice? Celestial Moon, which was still entangled with the ship, quickly formed a saucer underneath Xia Fei with his command, laying flat under Xia Fei's feet just like a magic carpet. The mental manipulation ability allowed the user to manipulate objects to fly, and when the user stood on the object, it was just like sword saints flying on their swords in the ancient novels. Alas, Xia Fei was not up to that level yet, and having exerted himself heavily after using Demon Axe twice, he was presently on the verge of collapsing. Although the magic carpet created using Celestial Moon caught Xia Fei, he did not have the mental energy to stop himself from falling any further. Moreover, it was not just him, there was also the person in his arms whom he had just saved. The best he could do was slow down the speed by a tiny bit. He raised the person, who may or may not be Avril, above his head. Xia Fei's body was as straight as a javelin. He decided to use himself as a cushion to prevent the person from getting hurt due to the impact of falling. It did not matter that Xia Fei was not certain if this person was Avril, he insisted on doing so because he would never risk putting the girl he liked in harm's way. Boom! A dull crash could be heard from the bottom of the valley, quickly followed by dust kicking up and rubble exploding. Xia Fei was just like a statue, standing steadily on the ground, but some of the already healed wounds on his body split open again and started bleeding anew. The moment he landed, Xia Fei lowered his arms with the force, reducing the impact it would have on the person. Under Xia Fei's total protection, the person did not even feel any pain. At this moment, the person was in Xia Fei's arms, sound asleep like a baby. The corner of Xia Fei's lips curled upward slightly, and he felt satisfied with himself, but only he knew how piercing the hum in his ears was. His body was numb from the pain and his eyes were getting blurry as though a white gauze was blocking them, preventing him from seeing the world clearly, but this was nothing to Xia Fei. After Xiao's kidnapping, Xia Fei swore that he would never let the same thing happen again. He wanted to use his strength to stop it from happening. Today, he had done just that. He actually did it. The impossible was made possible, saving the person he loved from the arms of some plumagers. So what was a bit of pain when compared? Swaying unevenly, Xia Fei slowly placed the person in his arms onto the ground. Xia Fei wanted to see the one under the quilt was Avril, but his eyes had unfortunately started to close while his hands shook terribly at this point, yet he was unable to untie the knot on it. As his vision turned dark, it felt as if he was looking at a night sky dotted with stars. Xia Fei dropped onto the ground and fell to the side, yet his hand firmly gripped the person beside him, unwilling to let go. At that moment, the Slasher-class frigate landed several kilometers away, then a big explosion could be heard, followed by smoke and flames. Chapter 158, Reunion. Xia Fei had a dream while he was passed out. He dreamed of a massive warship drifting away slowly amid a pitch-black space. No words could describe how shocking that was. The ship resembled a mushroom, which was multiple times the size of Earth. Its golden alloy hull made it stand out in the dark space. Suddenly, a dazzling ray of light shone from the core of the ship. Its white light was incredibly blinding like a million suns. Without any warning, the light started waning. When the light completely disappeared, everything in the space disappeared with it. The two planets, which were previously next to the ship, disappeared, leaving behind the empty dark space. Where did they go? Could that light have destroyed those planets? The large warship kept moving forward. It was like a huge beast, traveling forward inch by inch as if nothing in the universe could stop it. No matter where it went, nothing was left in its wake, planets, warships, or even terrifying black holes. Everything seemed incredibly fragile under its intense attacks. It was like the ultimate destroyer of the universe, and the only task it had was to destroy all, leading itself and the endless space to propagate further demise. Xia Fei could only feel himself burn up as an indescribable sadness filled him. When he next opened his eyes, all he saw was white. Initially, his vision was blurred, but after blinking a few times, everything in front of him became clear. The white ceiling looked incredibly clean. He could also smell flowers in the air as well as a sweet, enchanting scent. His body was still quite weak, so Xia Fei had to use his arms to support himself in order to sit up on the bed. He was in a hospital ward. The room was decorated very lavishly. There was a row of vases on the windowsill, the beautiful flowers so fresh that there was still dew clinging onto them. Obviously, they had been freshly picked. There was a blonde lady lying down next to the bed. Her mouth was slightly ajar, sleeping soundly while hugging his thigh. Xia Fei's eyes lit up. Avril. Because she was lying face down on the bed, Xia Fei could not make out her face clearly, so he decided to lower his head, taking in the girl whom he had long known yet only officially met today. Under normal circumstances, due to the various post-processing of video communication, people usually looked better on the projected screen than in real life, but Avril actually looked prettier in real life. Her facial features were well defined, with skin as white as snow, and thin lips just like a princess from a fairy tale. The word perfect almost aptly described her, but this princess had huge eye bags, and the markings of now dried up tears could be seen staining her cheeks. After taking in the view, Xia Fei took out half a box of cigarettes from his spatial ring, stopping abruptly right before he was about to light it. Forget it. The smell of cigarettes is strong, it won't be good if that wakes her up. I'll just let her sleep a bit more, Xia Fei muttered. Suppressing his nicotine addiction, Xia Fei placed the cigarette and lighter on the bedside table. He then grabbed a crystal bowl on top of the table and took a drink. Xia Fei wiped his mouth with his sleeve and looked outside the window, feeling a bit bored. How long have I been asleep? Xia Fei asked Phantom. 3 days. That long? Xia Fei furrowed his eyebrows. What happened in these past 3 days? How did I get here? You passed out after falling into the valley. Meanwhile, that frigate with the plumager on board had gone down with the ship too, which exploded because its reactor received damage. It was a short time later when Butler Pang made it to where you were and sent you to this hospital. You've been in a coma up until now. Phantom gave a brief narration of the events that had transpired while he was unconscious. Looking at Avril who was next to him, Xia Fei asked, was the person who got abducted Avril? Phantom nodded. It's quite fortunate that you rescued the right person. A few seconds later, and you might not have ever seen her again. She was drugged using a type of rosemary extract sedative and had only woken up 2 days ago. When she found out about you, she barged into the room and had not left your side since. She even had someone give her the video recordings of what had happened that day. She cried when she saw herself in your arms, taking the impact of the harsh landing for her so she wouldn't get hurt. She even passed out a few times. Phantom recounted in a profound voice as he glanced at Avril. This lady's all right. She's been blaming herself these past few days, be sure to comfort her when she wakes up. This'll be something she has to live with for the rest of her life if you don't help her get through it now. All right. Xia Fei nodded. He put his fingers through Avril's hair, curling it between his fingers. Do you know why she's unwilling to see me? Asked Xia Fei. Phantom laughed. It wasn't that she didn't want to see you but that someone else didn't want you two to meet. From what I've gathered, it's her father. He doesn't like you all that much and doesn't want to see his daughter with you. Yesterday, Avril and his father had a big row in the ward, and her father hasn't been here ever since. You know. Phantom spoke with a mysterious smile. Avril actually wanted to break off ties with her father for you. Despite her pretty looks, she's quite courageous. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and spent a moment thinking. That's not a good thing, what's so funny about it? Familial bond is like flesh and blood, an argument here and there, and it'll just be as if nothing has happened afterward. Phantom curled the corner of his lip. Fair point, but seeing her protecting you so fiercely, she seems to be rather serious. If her father keeps disagreeing, she might actually break off ties with her kin. Xia Fei thought for a few moments. No matter the case, it would never be a good thing if Avril broke ties with her family for his sake, so he began to think of something to dissuade her from doing so later. It was evident that Avril was skinnier than she used to be, and she looked paler than before too. A feeling of pity rose in Xia Fei as he muttered, "Who wanted to abduct Avril? I won't let them off if I catch them." "Do you have any suspects in mind?" asked Phantom. Xia Fei shook his head. "You must be joking. I've only been here for a few days, how would I know whom to suspect? Still, from my analysis, everyone here in Sunset Villa at that moment are suspects." Phantom was stunned. "Why? This is a heavily guarded city. These hitmen had chosen to strike a wealthy family in broad daylight probably because someone inside had told them that a person was causing a disturbance into this villa, an opportunity which they promptly made use to abduct Avril." Phantom could not help nodding. "That's possible. The villa was turned upside down at that time by your intrusion, but since it's a private matter, if nobody leaked the information, those people would definitely not choose to stage their kidnapping then. I believe the ones behind this had been planning such a move for a long time, and they were waiting for the right time to come. So when I happened to show up here, which inadvertently weakened the manor's tight security, they decided to go for it and abduct Avril. They probably intended to put this whole matter on my head. I caused all this ruckus, so I would never be able to clear my name." Xia Fei analyzed, scowling at the thought that somebody had come up with such an insidious plan. Phantom sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at Avril with concern. No matter what, the lady here who had gotten the worst out of all this. Sometimes, being born into a rich family isn't a good thing. Xia Fei stayed silent for a few moments. Yes, it's really been troublesome for her. She didn't provoke anyone, yet she still had to go through all that. If I'm not wrong, there are two possibilities. First, this was done by Starlink Corporation's rival or even an enemy, perhaps to threaten or take out their anger. Second, it was someone from Avril's family, someone who would benefit the most if Avril's kidnapping succeeded. They're the most suspicious. The former is still acceptable, but the latter is just horrible." Xia Fei smiled bitterly. Xia Fei and Phantom analyzed the situation, but as there was no proper evidence, everything was purely conjecture. Moreover, Xia Fei did not know Avril's entire situation, so he did not know who would benefit the most out of this. Avril had been sleeping soundly on Xia Fei's thigh this whole time. He wanted to let her sleep undisturbed for a bit longer, so he continued to sit on the bed. When afternoon turned to evening, Avril finally got up and stretched. She rubbed her eyes using her fair hands before she discovered that Xia Fei was looking at her with a smile on his face. She jumped out of her chair and exclaimed in shock, "Xia Fei, you're awake." Xia Fei smiled. His eyes were still on Avril's face, taking in the beautiful sight. She looked much better in real life than in their video calls. They've known each other for 2 years, yet this was their first time meeting in person. Nobody would have expected that this was how they would meet. "Do I have something on my face?" asked Avril. Xia Fei nodded. "Yeah. What is it?" She quickly rubbed her face. "A beauty comparable to a flower." Avril was slightly taken aback before smiling heartily. Her cheeks flushed as she said in a barely audible voice, "Mina. You're teasing me again." Xia Fei leaned backward. He had pins and needles in his legs for having stayed in this sitting position for a long time, but Xia Fei did not care as it was worth it to see the beautiful girl in front of him sleeping. "Sorry that you had to deal with those irritating guards to see me and got yourself hurt trying to save me," Avril said pitifully, her eyes glistening with tears. Xia Fei hated seeing girls cry, so he quickly said a bunch of jokes to try and cheer up Avril. The two of them gradually returned to normal after the initial bump on the road, just like good, old buddies who had not seen each other for a long time. Avril regained her sweetness and the smile on her face, laughing as she said, "I've seen the recordings. Pang Hai and Pang Xing weren't a match for you, the garbage guards weren't a match, either. You're incredible to be able to beat up everyone on your way up the mountain." Xia Fei did not say anything, just watching this glamorous lady narrate everything quietly. The Avril, who was now back to normal, was obviously more charming than when she was frowning. With a swift change of topic, Avril quietly probed with her cheeks flushed, "Did you call me your woman when you were at the entrance to Sunset Villa?" Chapter 159, Cause and Effect. Xia Fei did say that Avril was his woman, but it was something that came out while he was seething in rage, something that he had never fully thought through before saying. Xia Fei and Avril's relationship was not at the stage to consider marriage yet, so saying that she was his woman might not have been entirely correct. "I did." Xia Fei easily admitted it. Xia Fei was a man, after all. Since it had come out of his mouth, he did not regret saying it. Moreover, he could not find any reason not to have Avril as his woman, so he might as well come clean. Xia Fei quietly observed Avril's reaction. Her beautiful cheeks turned from pink to red in a matter of moments as if she were about to burn. She held her hands against her cheeks. Her eyes were darting around, unsure of what to do, and remained quiet for a while. After the doctor was made aware of Xia Fei regaining consciousness, he came in to ask a few simple questions before knowingly left the room to the two. Even a dunce could tell that Avril and Xia Fei did not want to be interrupted at this moment. The two of them must have a lot to say to each other now that they had finally met. Luckily, although Xia Fei had sustained a lot of injuries, they were all just flesh wounds, of which he could recover from after a few days of rest. Repeated use of Demon Axe had surprisingly not caused any irreversible damage to Xia Fei's brain, which even Phantom could barely believe. It should be made known that the amplitude of Xia Fei's brain waves were raised to unimaginable heights back then. Any normal human being would probably die just by entering that state for a second, let alone survive unscathed. Naturally, Phantom had attributed all this to his fully opened seventh brain region as if it was a guardian angel of sorts, protecting Xia Fei from danger. The capital ring had the most advanced medical facilities in the alliance. Moreover, the hospital also happened to be a subsidiary of Starlink Corporation, so Xia Fei's treatment was never skimped out on, receiving the best medicine and being put under the most advanced equipment the hospital had to offer irregardless of price. The doctors even performed skin grafting treatments on his scars while Xia Fei was passed out. Now, not a single scar could be seen on his body, and his skin was even as smooth as a baby's bottom, but he still had his salt and pepper hair, which made him look much older than he actually was, as if he had experienced the vicissitude of life. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Avril had spent every single moment next to Xia Fei. The pair's talks were always punctuated with laughter, just like what conversations between couples would. Avril had always been a cheerful girl, but Xia Fei's sudden disappearance and the recent kidnapping incident had taken some of that cheerfulness away from her. Xia Fei realized this and decided to guide her back to her carefree and happy self. With Xia Fei's guidance, the haze in her eyes eventually receded, returning to her bubbly and cheerful personality. However, Xia Fei never brought up what happened in that year he was on Heritage Planet. He had full trust on Avril. Since he did not want to talk about it, she decided not to pry. With a red strawberry in her hand, Avril placed it next to Xia Fei's mouth, while he remained comfortably lying on the bed with his eyes closed and his mouth open, enjoying the care from the princess next to him. Sometimes, Xia Fei could not believe that he was currently experiencing something that seemed to only happen in fairy tales. "Is it sweet?" Avril asked with a smile. Xia Fei nodded before glancing at the sunny, autumn day outside the window. "How about we go for a walk outside? Cabin fever's no fun." Xia Fei was never one to sit around and do nothing, feeling exceedingly irritable after lying on the bed these past few days as if he was missing on things. In truth, Xia Fei had another reason to go out for a walk. He wanted to smoke. He was afraid that Avril would choke on the smell of cigarettes being next to him, so he had been restraining himself from smoking all this while. Only when Avril had fallen asleep would Xia Fei sneak into the bathroom to deal with his addiction. The days without cigarettes were awful, even worse than starving. "Sure, I'll have someone to get a wheelchair." Xia Fei waved his hand before getting off the bed. "Please don't. I'm not disabled, so it'll feel terrible for me to be restricted by a wheelchair." Xia Fei was adamant on not using a wheelchair, so Avril could do nothing about it. After changing into some simple sportswear, Xia Fei walked outside. At this moment, Avril quickly walked forward and clung onto his arm. Xia Fei received a slight shock if anything but, ultimately, did not stop her. His heart was now filled with warmth. The hallway outside the ward had many bodyguards, all of them tall, fierce, and certainly scary looking. These weren't the same as the ones at Sunset Villa. Evidently, after Avril's kidnapping incident, the bodyguards had most certainly faced some questioning, and losing their jobs might be the least of their problems. Xia Fei did not feel sorry for them. If it were up to him, he would change all the bodyguards' sans hesitation as their work was unsatisfactory. Moreover, there could be a mole among them, and it was not worth trusting the lot. The guards were utterly shocked upon seeing Avril and Xia Fei walking out of the ward while holding hands. The young lady's every movement affected the entire upper society of the alliance. Although they did not think anything was wrong with her exiting the room with Xia Fei sans a care, this would most certainly cause a commotion in the alliance if word got out. The guards were full of shock, jealousy, envy, and hatred. All kinds of eyes were cast on Xia Fei, while he could not care less, pretending that nobody was there, just like what he had done previously. The bald man from the guards before managed to remain, and this one was butler Pang Ha's son, Pang Xing. The father and son were the only ones who had escaped interrogation, and the job of guarding the ward even fell into the hands of Pang Xing, showing the trust the Jian family had in the father-son duo. Hurry, the lady's about to go out. Alert everyone around the hospital to provide some privacy and get a few more hands on the streets. We can't let the journalists report on what happened to the lady, ordered Pang Xing in a lowered voice. Hundreds of guards, who were around the hospital, quickly started moving upon receiving his order, securing an area of over 10 kilometers. They looked incredibly serious as they went on standby. The president probably did not get this kind of VIP treatment. Since the abduction attempt, the weak mental fortitude of the Jian family had become exceedingly on edge. There were no fewer than 1,000 guards around the hospital. Including the people working in shifts, as well as the nearby alliance police, there were probably more than 6,000 people protecting Avril now. Perhaps massive was the word for this. After ordering his subordinates, he walked next to Xia Fei and Avril with knitted eyebrows. "Young mistress, are you heading out?" Avril snapped. "Xia Fei and I will be taking a walk in the garden, get out of my way." Pang Xing replied with a smile, "Mistress, you're mistaken. I'm not trying to stop you and Mr. Xia Fei from going out. I merely hope that you can wait for a few more moments. I'm sure you know that many members of the media have heard some rumors, so now there are many of them waiting outside the hospital for a scoop. It won't do good if news that you have someone by your side gets out." Avril hugged Xia Fei tightly and said sternly, "If they want pictures, they can have them. Xia Fei and I aren't afraid of letting others know." The girl's stubbornness became clear as day at this moment. Avril was certain that, since Xia Fei had driven himself to the ground trying to save her life, the two of them belonged to each other regardless of what others thought. Xia Fei remained quiet for a few seconds before saying, "Sure, the reporters are harmless, but the enemies hiding in the dark might try something again after hearing about this. It's still best to wait for a few more moments." Avril told Xia Fei with a smile, "Sure, we'll wait then." Pang Xing could not help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Avril had always been short-tempered, and there was nothing he could do about it. Luckily, Xia Fei was here to help him resolve the situation, or else he would have had no way to deal with the successor that was Avril. It was just that the guards could not bear the fact that Avril listened to everything Xia Fei would say. "Geez, we're all humans, but how come their lives are so much better than ours? The mistress is so well behaved in front of this chap, did she actually fall in love with him? Bullseye! Xia Fei can do anything he wants seeing how well the mistress treats him." The guards all had their thoughts inside. They only saw the benefits Xia Fei could reap from Avril but ignored how Xia Fei treated her. How many other people were willing to risk their lives, ripping her from the hands of those people who wanted to harm her? Even if they were as capable as Xia Fei, how many would be as brave or have the will? How many would have the opportunity? Everything had a cause and effect. In 2 years, Xia Fei and Avril had gone from strangers superficially knowing each other to dear friends with tacit understanding, from thinking of the other who was light years apart to holding hands side by side under the sunset. Everything had causes and effects, accumulated over the years until they finally exploded. Although they were not lovers, they were a tiny step away from it. A few moments later, Xia Fei and Avril walked out of the hospital, their arms wrapped around each other, and headed to a small bridge on a small stream behind the building. Along the way, Xia Fei noticed that all the wards in the hospital were empty. He learned from Pang Xing that, in order to ensure Avril's safety, the entire hospital had been vacated. The garden was not as colorful in autumn as in summer, but it still had a different flavor. The golden leaves dancing in the wind as they fell from trees was a sight to behold. Xia Fei lit up a cigarette and walked to a pavilion with Avril, sitting down on a bench made of marble and gazing at the few lotus flowers that were about to wither. Avril quietly leaned on his arm, her face filled with happiness and warmth. How great would it be if we could stay like this forever, Avril shyly whispered. Xia Fei smiled without saying anything. Old Porter was still waiting for him in Black Abyss, and he would have to leave once he recovered a bit more. However, he had yet to find a chance to break it to Avril. Moreover, Xia Fei was reluctant to leave Avril here after the kidnapping incident. Having the surroundings manned by numerous guards really killed the mood. Although they carefully hid behind trees and among bushes, Xia Fei's keen perception easily noticed them, leaving something to be desired for him. The two of them leaned against each other, chatting. After half an hour or so, Pang Xing approached Xia Fei and whispered to his ear. Xia Fei was shocked and got up immediately with eyebrows knitted. Understood, I'll be there right away. Chapter 160, Avril's father. Where are you going? Avril asked as she clung onto Xia Fei's arm tightly. Xia Fei smiled, extending his hand to caress Avril's golden hair. Your father and your second uncle want to have a chat with me, it'll only be a minute. Pang Xing quickly turned his focus somewhere else, trying his best not to pay attention to this display of affection between Xia Fei and Avril. Having watched over Avril as she grew up, he naturally had a special connection to her, but in this intergalactic society, if Avril chose to marry someone minuscule like Xia Fei as opposed to someone belonging to another big corporation, it would cause irreparable damage to Starlink Corporation, yet he and his father still hoped for Avril's happiness. The two conflicting emotions were entangled with each other, placing him between a rock and a hard place, unsure of what to do. You can't go. Avril held even tighter onto Xia Fei when she heard that her father was looking to speak with him. My second uncle is all right, but my dad is strongly opposed to us being together. He's the reason you couldn't reach me. Just ignore them. Avril huffed angrily, evidently still have not forgiven her father. Xia Fei pinched Avril's soft cheek. Don't worry, I'll be back in a jiffy. At the end of the day, he is still your father. Avril reluctantly let go of Xia Fei, then he followed Pang Xing out of the pavilion. They walked along a winding path for 10 or so minutes to arrive at some artificial rockery where two middle-aged men were already waiting. There was even an incredibly cool black hovercar parked at the side. There was a table laden with fruits and tea, and 2 chairs were next to it behind the rocks. One of the men seated at the table had his eyes trained on Xia Fei. He had a stern face, a rigid and square jawline, as well as piercing eyes. Although he was not tall, he had broad shoulders. He gave off a trustworthy vibe. His grey suit was not anything flashy, and overall, he looked like the classic, successful businessman. The other middle-aged man was missing the lower half of his body and sat in a floating wheelchair before the table. He was dressed more casually and had a smile on his face as he looked at Xia Fei. I'm Newman, Avril's father. This is my brother, her second uncle, Barty, the middle-aged man introduced. Barty, who was in the wheelchair, gave Xia Fei a gentle nod as a greeting. Avril's second uncle was not that bad, but her father was a bit stiff, even his greetings were incredibly serious. I'm Xia Fei, nice to meet both of you, Xia Fei responded politely. Have a seat. Avril's father pointed to a chair, inviting him to sit down and have a chat with them. Pang Xing nodded at the host before taking his leave, evidently today's discussion was not suitable to have anyone listening in. Xia Fei pulled over the chair and sat down before asking as he lit a cigarette, what can I help you with? Newman poured a cup of tea for Xia Fei. If it hadn't been for you, Avril might have ended up in the hands of those people. We, brothers, have invited you here today to thank you for saving Avril. Thank you. Newman and Barty humbly bowed at Xia Fei. Xia Fei took a sip of tea, then he replied, Avril and I are friends, I'm just doing what I should be doing, so you don't need to be so polite. By the way, has the one behind it been captured? Newman shook his head sadly. Unfortunately, though the Capitol Police have given it their all, they haven't had any luck in finding the one behind the kidnapping attempt. The Jian family has never done anything shady, so whoever that person who tried to abduct my daughter, they're simply unforgivable. Barty patted Newman on the shoulder consolingly. Brother, don't jump to conclusions so fast. It's the capital, nothing will ever happen to Avril again with this many security personnel and police guarding the area. Xia Fei hesitated for a few moments before telling his analysis to Avril's father and second uncle. Newman then said, we, at Starlink Corporation, have the monopoly of the entire internet in the alliance, so we obviously have competitors, but nobody stands a chance against us. Our family has been in the interplanetary internet business for so long, our success is definitely not something that happened overnight. If not for our interplanetary internet, the communication system in the entire alliance would be difficult. Xia Fei nodded. I know the place the interplanetary internet has within the alliance, but your enemies may not be feuding with you over business. Considering how large Starlink Corporation is, you must have some other businesses, right? Newman was shocked. Xia Fei was correct, Starlink Corporation was massive, so of course it had many other businesses outside of the main one, such as mining, machinery, even military, and more, just that they were not as influential as the interplanetary internet. Any conflict might have risen from any of these other businesses of theirs. He decided in his heart that he would look through all his businesses in detail once he got back. Newman nodded in agreement with Xia Fei's hypothesis but did not continue the topic. The latter was an outsider, after all, so it was normal that the former would not want to talk to him about the sensitive matters of his company. He completely skipped Xia Fei's other hypothesis that it was someone from the family, as it was a familial matter and it was not up to an outsider like Xia Fei to comment. Xia Fei merely narrowed his eyes and smiled. He knew that Newman did not invite him here just to talk about catching the killer, so he must have something else in mind. Sure enough, Newman and Barty exchanged glances. Barty did not seem to care, but Newman appeared exceedingly resolute. They turned around and looked at Xia Fei. Newman said seriously, Xia Fei, everybody in the Jian family is incredibly thankful that you saved Avril, but do you know that you are not the same as Avril? She is the first in line to the Jian family fortune and has a lot of responsibility on her shoulders. Xia Fei shook his head. I didn't know, but I do now. Newman might look serious and upright, but he was still a businessman who possessed an astuteness well beyond an ordinary man. He said just enough, leaving the rest of it for Xia Fei to consider. Xia Fei clearly understood his meaning. The middle-aged man was reminding him not to get too close to Avril. As for the reason, it was one that everybody knew. Xia Fei pretended not to understand. Indeed, there are many eyes on Avril, her safety should be an even higher priority, so hopefully, kidnappings like this won't happen again in the future. Newman locked his eyebrows. He now had doubts in his mind. From the information he had gathered, Xia Fei shouldn't be a dunce, everything he had done throughout the years could be described as astute. He could not have failed to understand his meaning, so could he just be giving the expected response facetiously? Barty let out a gentle smile as though he did not care if Avril and Xia Fei got together. Xia Fei became suspicious because of this, and he started to observe each expression Barty made. Basically, the Jian family has to thank you for saving Avril no matter what, or else would have been the butt of jokes in the high society. I've prepared a gift for you, I'll get someone to deliver it to you once you leave the capital. Newman expressed his thoughts in another way. The words had two meanings to them. First, he was telling Xia Fei that they belonged to the higher society, a completely different social status from his. Second, he was telling Xia Fei that there were benefits to be gained if he left Avril. Xia Fei smiled bitterly as he shook his head, thinking, just a businessman doing business, must he take such a roundabout way to convey this? Doesn't he get tired of that? Xia Fei stood up and shook hands with Newman and Barty. If there's nothing else, I'll bid you two elders farewell, Avril is still waiting for me in the pavilion by the lake. Barty smiled and waved at Xia Fei. Oh, then do hurry back, don't let my niece wait too long. The lassie has been spoiled by us, so she has quite the temper. Newman stood up and sighed. Xia Fei, I hope you'll seriously consider what I said. Xia Fei smiled. There's nothing to consider. Saving Avril was something I did out of my own will. You can forego the gift, too. If I accept it, my peers would think that I did it for money. These were incredible words, declining Newman's plea yet maintaining each other's face, not putting the Jian family in a sticky situation. After saying that, Xia Fei turned around and went back, not even glancing back once. Newman sighed before returning to his seat, appearing incredibly sad. Do you think that he'll accept it if I give an even bigger offer? Barty shook his head. I think he's quite resolute. He wouldn't accept it even if he were offered a mountain of gold. Newman was left speechless. He did not hate Xia Fei. The latter risked his life on the line to save his daughter, after all something that not everyone could do. It was just that his conservative mind believed that someone like Xia Fei was unfit for his daughter. He was convinced that this was all an impulsive decision and that Avril would surely regret it once she got older. As a father, he must stop all this from happening. At this moment, Barty suddenly laughed, muttering, I think anyone else in his position then wouldn't give, too. Is there a bigger mountain of gold in the world than Avril? Xia Fei's a smart kid, of course, he knows the path that will lead to the most benefits. Back in the pavilion, Avril propped her chin on her hands, feeling bored out of her mind as she waited for Xia Fei's return. She could not help but be worried that her father and uncle had said something to anger him, and Avril's already smitten heart feared that Xia Fei would leave her again. Past actions clearly indicated that Xia Fei was someone who would disappear at any time. Avril was not worried about her second uncle as the latter was not in charge of the company due to his missing 2 legs. He spent his days living in luxury, traveling and playing, leading a life that was less rigid than her uptight father. She rarely had the opportunity to leave the house, so chatting with Xia Fei through the interplanetary internet, as well as listening to her second uncle about the world outside, had been her greatest sources of joy. To her, the two of them treated her extremely well, so she liked hanging out with her second uncle and Xia Fei. On the other hand, the word father was a blur in her memory. Because of his busy work, Newman left caring for Avril in the hands of Peng Hai. Although he was the one providing her with food, warmth, and a roof over her head, material objects were not enough for a child's development. Xia Fei followed the quiet path back, while Avril was imagining all sorts of things. "Do you think Avril's second uncle is a bit weird?" asked Xia Fei. "Why do you say that?" Phantom was confused. Xia Fei went quiet for a few moments before muttering, "Hopefully, I'm wrong." Chapter 161, Laying Down Foundations. "You're back." Avril ran out of the pavilion, reattaching herself to Xia Fei's arm. The few minutes that they were separated may well be an entire year to this lady. "What did my father and second uncle say to you?" Avril carefully asked, deathly afraid that they had said things that were not too courteous to Xia Fei. Xia Fei smiled. "Nothing much, we merely exchanged greetings with each other." "Really? Really?" Sitting on the marble bench, Avril pressed her head onto Xia Fei's chest. The girl's unique scent permeated the air, stimulating all of Xia Fei's senses. The strands of golden hair dancing with the wind softly caressed his face. "It's all my father's fault, he forcibly cut off the communication between us, making you go through such troublesome things." Avril pouted. Xia Fei knew she was not someone who harbored hate. He had once made her cry, but she had never hated him for it, so her relationship with Newman would be restored over time. "You can't say that. If it hadn't been for me losing contact with you, I would have never made the effort to come here and would have gone straight to Black Abyss. This means that I wouldn't have been here when the kidnapping incident occurred, and you might really have been successfully kidnapped." Xia Fei jokingly teased Avril. Avril crooked her head after some thought. "Stop making excuses for him, he's at fault either way." All of a sudden, Avril stood up and looked at Xia Fei pitifully. "You're going to Black Abyss? That means you're still planning to leave?" Xia Fei was left speechless, regretting his choice of words. For some reason, he, who had always been alert, would unknowingly let his guard down in front of Avril. "Yeah, I'm leaving in a few days. Remember old Porter from the warship graveyard? He needs my help, so," said Xia Fei bluntly as there was no point in hiding it from her any longer. Based on how Avril had reacted previously, she would probably hit Xia Fei on his chest before throwing a fit and ripping apart some teddy bears. Surprisingly, Avril remained incredibly calm. She placed her head on his chest once again, saying incredibly softly, "Yeah, old Porter has treated you well, you should go since he needs your help." Xia Fei was lost for words. The Avril today was quite different from the one a year ago. She was kind and considerate. It was difficult to imagine the Avril he knew 1 year ago giving the care she had provided Xia Fei in the past few days. This princess-like lady always got what she wanted, when would she ever need to take care of someone else? She did not even put up a fight when Xia Fei said he was leaving, encouraging him, instead. This was almost unbelievable and had completely exceeded his expectations. Xia Fei gently placed his hand on the lady's forehead. "Do you have a fever?" Avril pushed his hand away in a fluster. "No, why would I have a fever?" "Then, why are you talking nonsense?" Xia Fei asked with a smile. Avril blushed. "When you disappeared, I began to consider if I had been too harsh to you. I always hoped that you would stay by my side, but I finally realized." "Realized what?" "That you're never someone to just sit and relax, so in the future, just do what you need to do, only remember that I'm always here, waiting for you," Avril shyly whispered. Especially when she got to the waiting for you part, her voice was practically inaudible. "Phantom, who was next to Xia Fei, made fun of him. Xia Fei, you really have this young lady under your spell. She's only a few steps away from being completely in your control. Xia Fei curled his lips and ignored Phantom. Any ordinary man would feel emotions hearing any lady say this, and Xia Fei was no exception, feeling incredibly warm inside, obviously touched by the remark. Avril seems to have matured, Xia Fei muttered to himself with a smile. It was now night, yet Xia Fei was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. His body inched ever closer to recovery as days went by, and it was almost time for him to leave, but Avril's recent kidnapping incident had made him quite uneasy. Especially after the girl showed him her tender and sensible side today, Xia Fei found it even harder to relax. He knew that from today onward, there would be someone who was always on his mind. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and put on his shirt, intending to have a walk in the garden. Just as he exited his room, he saw Pang Xing, who was wearing sunglasses, in the hallway with some bodyguards. He gave Pang Xing a smile and a nod before walking to the room next to him and looking through the window. Avril was incredibly cute as she slept like a cuddly, pink lamb. Xia Fei then turned and headed toward the lift. As he was about to pass Pang Xing, Xia Fei stopped and asked, "How about we have a small chat in the garden?" Although Pang Xing had stopped him from entering Sunset Villa, Xia Fei did not hate the other from doing so. Avril had mentioned, time and again, to Xia Fei how Pang Hai and Pang Xing were just like her father and grandfather. Anyone in the Jian family might backstab them, but definitely not the father-son duo. Pang Xing furrowed his eyebrows. "I can't leave the lady." Xia Fei laughed. "It'll be just downstairs. It won't be far." Pang Xing took a few seconds before signaling the guards around him, then he followed Xia Fei to the grassy lawn downstairs. Xia Fei casually sat down on the grass with a cigarette between his lips, looking up at the moon as though he had something on his mind. Pang Xing stood next to him, picking an angle so that he could keep an eye on Avril's room. "You can't truly protect someone with just your eyes, you need to use your perception," Xia Fei said while smiling. "What if someone incredibly strong comes? By the time you see them, it'll already be too late." Pang Xing was shocked, nodding immediately. "My father mentioned that you have incredible perception. That day at the Sunset Villa, only you and father sensed danger, and you perceived it earlier than he did. You're really incredible just from that." Xia Fei did not say anything. Perception relied on detecting micro-changes in the surroundings to infer what might happen next. This ability was not something that could be trained, it was talent more than anything else. Only someone talented could possess incredible perception. A normal human being could train their entire lives and still be unable to detect danger that was freshly brewing. Obviously, Pang Xing's perception was not anything special. "Why isn't your father here?" asked Xia Fei. "My father is settling other matters back at the Sunset Villa. He mentioned that that incident was incredibly suspicious, and everyone at the villa must be thoroughly investigated. Plus, you're by Avril's side, he wouldn't be of much help even if he were here," Pang Xing said honestly. Xia Fei said, "That makes sense. His thoughts are similar to mine. Do you know if he's made any progress in his investigation?" Pang Xing turned pale. "Nope, but if I found out who's behind all this, I'd never go easy on them." Xia Fei put out his cigarette before lighting a new one. Cigarette addiction was such a weird thing. If a smoker stopped smoking for a few days, their desire to smoke would be stronger the next time they resumed smoking. Moreover, Xia Fei was in the middle of a thought, needing the assistance of nicotine. If Avril died, who would benefit the most from it? Asked Xia Fei. "That's impossible. The lady, she would never die." Pang Xing was incredibly angry, clenching his fists as he spoke with a low rumble. Xia Fei laughed. "Hat. Nobody would wish for Avril's death. I'm just presenting a hypothetical question just to better understand this situation." Pang Xing bit his lip with some force behind it. "Outside of the lady, there's the master and the second master. The old patriarch has been off the grid for a long time. If the lady died from that attack, it'd spell doom for the Jian family, and nobody would benefit from that." Xia Fei nodded. "Does Barty have any children of his own?" "No, the second master was involved in a car accident in his youth. He lost both his legs in the process and even his." Pang Xing stopped there. He was a servant of the Jian family, after all, it was not a good thing to be talking about his masters behind their back. "Is that so?" muttered Xia Fei. "Why do you want to know all this?" Pang Xing could not help but ask. "It's nothing." Xia Fei kept his hypothesis to himself, remaining vigilant before anything was set in stone. Pang Xing seemed a bit anxious, and Xia Fei's nonsensical questions had piqued his interest. The lady mentioned that you're incredibly smart. If you've come to realize something, you can tell me about it. I know how to keep my mouth shut. Xia Fei shook his head. This doesn't have to do with keeping your mouth shut. Rest assured, I'll let you know as soon as I find anything with evidence. Pang Xing could not help but sigh, crossing his arms as he continued looking at Avril's window. The master probably wanted you to leave the lady when he met with you today, right? How did you respond? Asked Pang Xing. What do you think I answered? Xia Fei slyly turned the question around. It's hard to say, it's quite a difficult situation to be in. It may not be a good thing for her future if you stick around, but if you leave, the lady will go back to being depressed like before. I finally got to see her being happy again, and I wish that she would never go back to how she was a year ago, Pang Xing said truthfully. Because of Avril, Pang Xing had started letting his guard down in front of Xia Fei, treating him as family. I understand what you're getting at, but have you considered that everybody has the right to choose? The one who decides whether I stay or leave shouldn't be Newman but Avril herself, right? What do you mean? Pang Xing asked, confused. Simple. Is it certain that Avril's life will get better once I leave, or will she be worse off if I stay? Pang Xing shook his head. Who knows what will happen in the future? Exactly. These things can be left for Avril to decide, nobody else gets that right. I'm staying not because I'm after the Jian family's riches and most certainly not because I'm trying to climb the social ladder. To be honest, I don't care about any of that. For me, no amount of money can compare to Avril. What I truly care about is her, so I gave her the right to choose and respect her decisions. Pang Xing was taken away by the other's response. Incredibly touched by it, he spent a few moments in silence to take it in. Perhaps you're right, but regardless of anything, I can tell that you treat Avril well. Xia Fei stood up and patted him on the shoulder, saying in a serious tone, you may not know, but I'll be leaving soon. The thing that worries me the most is Avril. If you trust me, I hope that you can do one thing for me. Chapter 162, Borrowing Manpower. Xia Fei and Pang Xing chatted until daylight. As he inched closer and closer to his departure to Black Abyss, Xia Fei could not help but pick up the pace so as to rid Avril of any danger she was under. By the looks of it, Avril might be his first girl and possibly his only one. There was no reason for a man to skimp out on treating their girl well. Although the future was filled with uncertainty, Xia Fei felt that it was worth his time just from how well Avril treated him. Pang Xing was just the first step in Xia Fei's plan. With this close bodyguard from the Jian family helping him, the next step in his plan would proceed even easier. After all, outside of the people of the Jians, nobody knew the family better than the Pang father-son pair. Pang Hai, who was different from the impulsive Pang Xing, was also an important piece of the puzzle. Be it his loyalty or ingenuity, the father was more impressive than the son in either aspect. Currently, Xia Fei was not confident enough that he could persuade Pang Hai to stand on his side, thus, he had to wait for when he gathered enough evidence to try and do so. It took Xia Fei quite some effort just to convince Pang Xing. Luckily the latter treated Avril as if she were his daughter, so he took the former seriously. Not only was Xia Fei logically and emotionally convincing, he would never hurt the young mistress, too. It was only under these circumstances that Pang Xing barely agreed to help him just once. After sleeping for a while, Xia Fei got up and cleaned himself, brushing his teeth and changing out of the hospital gown into a pure wool suit from his spatial ring. There were barely visible lines on the grey Xena suit, a pure white charvet shirt, and shiny polished Berluti leather dress shoes. He even wore a delicate Hermes plaid scarf around his neck. He rotated in front of the mirror. The fitting shirt was a bit restrictive on his chest area, to which Xia Fei shook his head. It'll do. Xia Fei was not a particular person, sportswear and combat clothing would always be at the top of his list, rarely wearing suits. This suit was given to him by Andrei 2 years ago for formal occasions, and today was his first time wearing it. Why are you all dressed up today? This was the first time Phantom had seen Xia Fei dressing to the nines despite having known him for so long. Xia Fei did not respond to his question. Don't I look more spirited compared to yesterday? Phantom nodded. Didn't your ancestors say something along the lines on how clothes make the man? You look like you have your life figured out like this. After taking a deep breath, Xia Fei exited the room. There's still the ticking time bomb hovering around Avril that I must deal with. I need to give them confidence to gain their trust. Moreover, I'm meeting someone important later. Just as he left the room, he saw Pang Xing standing in the hallway outside. This man, who had probably not slept for an entire night, was slightly shocked to see Xia Fei with his new look. It had only been a few hours, yet Xia Fei looked like a completely new person, giving off a very unpretentious aura. Pang Xing was still quite hesitant. Although they did reach some sort of understanding last night, he felt unsure whether what he was doing was right or wrong, but Xia Fei appearing incredibly confident in front of him had thoroughly shocked him. He could clearly feel Xia Fei's powerful self-confidence as if he already had it in the bag and nothing could stop him. That was how incredible human thoughts were. If someone's teammate always complained and gave up on themselves, they would also become depressed. If someone had a confident and energetic teammate, they would also feel more confident. Pang Xing suddenly felt that it was a good choice to work with Xia Fei, and all the doubts he had were washed away, exactly what Xia Fei was hoping to achieve. Xia Fei gave Pang Xing a nod before arriving in front of Avril's room. Girls always had a more troublesome morning routine, and Avril was still in the bathroom getting dressed. Xia Fei lit a cigarette by the window and quietly waited. A few moments later, Avril was finally done. She exited her bathroom in a pink dress with a bow on her head, looking pure and cute. Wow! Avril covered her mouth in shock as she saw Xia Fei. Her eyes sparkled as her cheeks grew red. Why are you all dressed like that? Avril excitedly ran towards Xia Fei as she took in Xia Fei's new look. What's wrong? Does it look bad? Asked Xia Fei. He was not used to wearing suits, so Avril's question made him even more uneasy. No, Avril shook her head, putting both hands on his shoulders and smiling. You're much more handsome than yesterday. I like it when you dress like this. Xia Fei was left speechless. Formal wear was not what someone his age would usually wear. Luckily, after a few experiences, Xia Fei looked much older than he did before. His salt and pepper hair, plus a well-defined body emanating the toughness a warrior should have, showed off his mature side. After having breakfast at a restaurant, Xia Fei and Avril took a stroll in the garden as they chatted. At this moment, the person Xia Fei was waiting for finally came. Thuram greeted Xia Fei while he was still a distance away. I heard you were injured, but you look quite fine already by the looks of you. Is this your girlfriend? Avril was a young girl in love, after all. Although she had the thought inside her mind, she was still embarrassed when others brought it up, so at this moment, her pale face had turned red. Avril knew that Xia Fei had something to talk to Thuram, hence found an excuse to leave the two of them. Thuram's secretary also quietly departed, leaving Xia Fei and Thuram alone in the garden. Boy, you're quite the lucky one, hey. By the looks of it, that girl from the Jian family likes you very much. When will I be invited to your wedding? Thuram teased. Xia Fei smiled. All right, you'll be the first to know if I decide to have a wedding, as long as you don't decline it because you're too busy. That's settled, then, Thuram said with a hearty laugh. I'll be there even if you don't invite me. A few moments later, Thuram quickly changed the topic. Anyway, why do you want to have me here? Xia Fei said deeply as he lit a cigarette. I need some manpower. Manpower? Yes, Xia Fei nodded. I haven't figured out Avril's case yet, so I'm still quite on edge. I'm not familiar with the capital ring, nor do I know the right people, so I'd like to ask you for help. Thuram stroked his goatee. Did Qin Mang tell you to look for me? Yes, I spoke to the old man 2 days ago, and he said that I can ask you for help if there's anything. He even told me that you are the head instructor at the headquarters and have disciples everywhere, so anything you do will certainly be a success, admitted Xia Fei. In truth, Xia Fei was being quite flattering with his words. Qin Mang's original words were quite simple, if you have any problems, get that old bastard Thuram. That guy still owes me his life many times, so there's no way he can decline to help you. Xia Fei did not dare to say what Qin Mang had said, word for word. Through his paraphrasing, it became something along the lines of him having disciples everywhere and that anything he set out to do would surely succeed. Following in Xia Fei's steps, Thuram lit a cigarette for himself. I heard that Qin Mang is also into this stuff. Xia Fei nodded. He knew that Thuram had changed the topic to buy some thinking time. It was not a simple matter to lend manpower from the adjudicator union to Xia Fei. Since he used to teach martial arts to many of the elite adjudicators, it was not difficult for him to find someone. Moreover, he had been at the top of the adjudicator union, so there was no doubting that he had power in his hands. Xia Fei did not know what positions Thuram had been in, nor had Qin Mang told him, but it was certainly higher than the head of Weapons and Equipment Department. Cough. Thuram choked on the smoke not long after he lit a cigarette, throwing it onto the ground and stamping it out viciously, scowling. What is this? Why did the crazy Qin Mang get into this when he's that old? Xia Fei was left embarrassed with that comment, inadvertently hit by the other's curses. After regaining his composure, Thuram asked, Xia Fei, what are you planning? Xia Fei calmly replied, I'm asking you for help because I don't have any plan yet. I would have acted long ago if I had any plan. There's nothing to go off of. Right now I need a large number of people to gather clues for me. I can't command those under the Jian family, and I'm unable to even if I was given some because they're not that reliable. I don't really have any choice other than asking you for help. Who do you want to investigate? Asked Thuram. Everyone is suspicious, but I want to start from Avril's second uncle. Barty. You think Barty had a part in this? From what I know, he's stopped caring about the family business ever since he got crippled. Now, he only cares about traveling and messing around, living carefree days. I don't think he's someone with much of an ambition. Plus, he's Avril's uncle as you said. He'll gain nothing from his niece's death. Gently flicking the soot off his cigarette, Xia Fei said, if you were Avril's father or elders, would you want to see me with her? Thuram shook his head. Obviously, if I were Avril's father, I wouldn't be too happy with it. I'd at least observe you for a few years to judge your sincerity. The gap in social standing between you and Avril is just that big. Xia Fei smiled, not minding what the other said. I think so, too, but Barty is actually encouraging our relationship. Don't you think that it's weird? Plus, he's only seen me once. That's, Thuram thought for a bit. That is weird. Barty doesn't know you, though he isn't Avril's father and doesn't care about his niece's future, he should at least remain neutral on neutral grounds, neither helping nor supporting you. You know that I'm heading to Black Abyss soon too. If this doesn't get sorted out, I will never be able to sleep peacefully at night, Xia Fei said sternly, eyeing Thuram with anticipation. Thuram lowered his head and thought for a few moments before slapping the table. All right. I'll chalk this up as me repaying Qin Mang a favor. I'll get 3 people to come here in a bit. Those guys will be helping you privately as opposed to this being part of union business, you understand that, right? Xia Fei nodded. Understood, but isn't it a bit stingy to only provide me with 3 people despite having begged you for so long? Thuram smiled mysteriously. Trust me, 3 is enough. Chapter 163, The Three Ling Brothers. 3 people. Thuram did indeed provide Xia Fei with just 3 people. Moreover, these 3 looked identical, be it their facial features or build, they looked like peas in a pod. It would be difficult for anyone outside of themselves to tell them apart. In a small meeting room in the hospital, Xia Fei met the 3 Ling brothers, who looked to be around 30. With incredibly serious, unsmiling faces and dark skin, the trio looked like 3 silent, wooden stakes, quiet and calm. Xia Fei smiled and pulled out 3 chairs. Take a seat, older brothers. The 3 of them nodded at the same time and sat down in order. The oldest Ling Xiao sat closest to Xia Fei, the second eldest Ling Yun followed closely behind, and the youngest Ling Feng sat at the back. Even their movements were identical. Xia Fei wondered if the saying that twins could communicate with each other telepathically was applicable to this sibling trio. Older brothers, would you like some tea? I brought these fantastic tea leaves from my hometown, Xia Fei said courteously. The 3 of them waved their hands at the same time. The eldest Ling Xiao said, Mr. Thuram has already filled us in. You can skip the formalities, and just order us as you please. The 3 of us will do as you say. Xia Fei nodded. They turned out to be quite the straightforward people. There was not much interpersonal work that had to be done with people like this, which was right in line with what Xia Fei preferred. Older brothers, me, little old Xia Fei would first like to thank you for this help. Xia Fei stood up and bowed, the 3 brothers quickly helped Xia Fei up. Although they did not say anything, it could be inferred from their facial expressions that Xia Fei's humility gave them a good impression of him, and they subsequently became more relaxed. Courtesy was always important and kindness should always be reciprocated. Xia Fei showing his respect the moment he saw the sibling trio would certainly make them view him in a different light. This was what it meant by a gentleman would die for their close friends. Little brother, Thuram has already made clear to us the situation you are put in. The three of us didn't grow up in parents, relying on performing on the streets to make a living. If it hadn't been for Mr. Thuram taking us in 16 years ago and nurturing us, we wouldn't be where we are today. The three of us will never go against any of his orders, so you don't need to be so formal and courteous, the eldest Ling Xiao said in a serious tone. The eldest would more often than not make the decision for anything that the three of them had to deal with. The other two usually stayed silent, only exchanging looks once in a while. Xia Fei nodded. The people Thuram sent did look quite capable, at least, Xia Fei liked their personalities. It seemed that Thuram was not mocking him but did actually send over his most capable men. After a few moments, Xia Fei asked, "Older brothers, what abilities do you have, and how high have they been cultivated? It'll be easier for me to plan things if I understand them better." Xia Fei wanted to understand their abilities to assign them jobs better. However, he was not being direct, instead asking under the guise of cooperation without the slightest bit of arrogance. The details of cooperation were incredibly important, and Xia Fei was one to pay attention to details, anyway. "Sure, my ability is hidden space. I can create a space anywhere, where I can hide in and be undetectable to anyone. I recently got it to legendary rank. Ling Yun's ability is light attack, able to attack others using light, suitable for close or ranged combat, also at legendary primary rank. Ling Feng is a speed ability user, but his cultivation is a bit low, only advanced star domain rank." Ling Xiao quickly introduced his and his brother's abilities and cultivation. Xia Fei was utterly shocked upon hearing that. Outside of Ling Feng's more common speed ability, hidden space and light attack were top-tier abilities. Moreover, speed ability was known as one of the most difficult abilities to cultivate in the world. Being able to train it to advanced star domain rank was certainly not bad, and it could even be better than his brothers in certain aspects. This was something that Xia Fei, who was a speed ability user himself, knew. Space, light manipulation, and speed. Thuram had basically sent him a top-tier investigation team. The space and speed abilities could be used for surveillance, and the light control ability could be used as a powerful response and the main offense of the team. This team was a match to the glorious 13 in terms of firepower, defense, and speed, which could only be described as incredible. Xia Fei asked after a few moments of thought, "Older brothers, I heard that siblings born together can communicate telepathically. Are you guys?" The three brothers smiled at the same time. Ling Xiao then replied, "The rumors are a bit exaggerated, but the three of us do work together quite well, but we don't really know why." Xia Fei was glad that he was in good hands. Not only did they have a near-perfect combination of abilities, they could sense one another's thoughts and feelings. The sibling trio had greatly surpassed Xia Fei's expectations. It should be made known that it was easy to find a team with good ability combinations, but being able to understand one another's thoughts, to work together seamlessly, was an incredibly difficult thing to achieve. The three brothers had greatly surpassed any other combat team in terms of communications and cooperation. It seems that Thuram wasn't lying. The three of them are really enough for what I need, thought Xia Fei. Xia Fei discussed his plans with the three brothers. The trio had plenty of experience as detectives. With them adding to Xia Fei's plans, a detailed investigation list was produced in no time. In order to show his sincerity, Xia Fei gifted them some items, such as the tea from Earth. Xia Fei treated gift-giving as a habit, handing some out wherever he went, almost trying to showcase Earth's culture. The three brothers accepted the gifts only because they should not decline them away anymore and thought even better of Xia Fei. No matter how one looked at it, Xia Fei got the better end of the deal by handing out gifts that were not worth much to gain the goodwill of others. The three of them left the hospital to work on their respective tasks. Xia Fei then breathed a long sigh of relief, returning to the room to look for Avril. Things were finally starting to change. Although the results were still not known, at least things were progressing in a better direction. All that Xia Fei needed was a bit of luck and a bit of time. Avril lay on a windowsill with her hands propping her cheeks as though she had something on her mind. Xia Fei placed his hand on Avril's hair and looked outside like what she was doing. "Did you finish settling your affairs? I wanted to go out with you, but Pang Xing wouldn't let me." Avril pouted. Avril had always been a cheerful person. The recent, attempted kidnapping on her was already a thing of the past, and she was now itching to go out. In addition, Xia Fei was by her side, so she wished even more than before that she could freely visit that she had always wanted to. Xia Fei crossed his arms before his chest and said plainly, "Yet. That day will come, I promise." Barty was a suave person with a cheerful nature. He liked messing around wherever he went, and because he was good-looking and nice with the girls, if it had not been for that car accident, there would certainly have been quite a few girls in the capital star cluster who would fall in love with him. However, the car accident changed everything, and the womanizer became disabled overnight. Although he still had the laughs and giggles with the girls, they still viewed him with a look of pity. Barty, who had a big ego, naturally could not accept this reality. From being a womanizer of a wealthy family to a piece of garbage that everyone pitied wherever he went, this massive change almost made Barty lose his mind, living a more resentful and ignorant life. Luckily, as he grew older, he slowly got over it. He mellowed down from his unreasonableness and craziness when he was younger, slowly developing a sense of maturity. When the older brother Newman saw these changes in him, he slowly allowed him to deal with the operations of the company, almost trying to get his brother to become a capable assistant, giving him more freedom as he looked over him. The two brothers had vastly different personalities, this was evident even when they were still young. Newman was genuine, resolute, and usually incredibly serious. Barty, on the other hand, was much cleverer, saying and doing things more smoothly, and possessed great business acumen. The patriarch of the Jian family previously said that Newman was only there to manage the business. It was unlikely that Starlink Corporation could improve under his management, only maintain its position at most. If it was put under Barty's leadership, on the other hand, the company was likely to become the top 10 company in the alliance, fulfilling the dreams of the Jian family of many generations. Before Barty's accident, the patriarch had wished to entrust the company to him. Alas, the accident did not just destroy his legs but also made the patriarch give up on his favorite son. Apparently, it was this reason that had caused the Jian family's patriarch to disappear off the grid. Today, Newman had complete control over Starlink Corporation, while he gave it his all to help his fallen brother from the sidelines. Newman and Barty were brothers, after all, he felt that it was his responsibility to do that and had never thought anything much of it. This was a good start, but he did not know that it was impossible to rid someone of their trauma completely. No matter how hard Barty tried to hide it, Xia Fei could tell that he had a distorted personality from his eyes and facial expressions, and this was also why Xia Fei suspected him. Anyone with experience knew that logic did not apply to someone with a twisted view of reality. Humans were filled with all sorts of deep and dark desires, even the heavens could not tell what a very twisted person would do. There were many shocking events, including some tragic ones, in human history. These events could not be understood using logic. It must be said that there was no limit to how heartless humans could be. At night, a glamorous hovercar left Sunset Villa. Inside was Barty enjoying a glass of red wine alone. He was quite tired after a long day of work and was unused to a 9-to-5 job after living a carefree life years upon years. The car took a turn toward the city. The driver, the guards, and Barty did realize that they were being watched from the shadows. Chapter 164, Death Club. Venal 24 was brightly lit during the night, illuminated by countless projected screens. People filled the streets as various nightclubs and casinos opened their doors late at night, welcoming the more hormonal customers, who were looking to spend their time and money in the red light district. With money, one could buy anything they wanted in the most glamorous capital ring. Legal or illegal, the only difference was how much cash one would take out from their pockets. The fancy, black hovercar drove around the city for a bit before arriving in a shady alleyway. There was no hustle and bustle here, in fact, it was exceedingly calm and quiet. In truth, the red light district was only there to accommodate patrons who wanted to release their bodily fluids yet did not have much in their pockets to do so. Those with the money in society would never visit these kinds of places, the extremely rich and famous had specific places that they would patronize. After setting Barty down, the hovercar left the narrow alleyway and stopped at the corner of a parking lot near the end of the street, next to many other fancy hovercars. If anyone accidentally walked past this, they would most certainly be in shock. Silver Angel, Planet, White Dwarf, this place was filled with the most luxurious hovercars in the Alliance. The prices of these hovercars were sky-high, not something the common folk could afford even if they saved money for a lifetime. All these rare and expensive hovercars were everywhere in this lot. It was evident that this seemingly normal alleyway was not as normal as it might seem. Barty did not have any guards. If one had to bring in security guards to enter Bliss Club, who knew if there would be anywhere else safe in the Alliance? After adjusting his clothes, Barty revealed a sinister smirk as he entered a normal-looking bar on his hover wheelchair. There was only a tiny sign outside the bar. The inside, which was less than 200 square meters, was completely empty. An old bartender at the bar was drinking beer by himself. Upon seeing Barty enter the bar, the bartender nodded at him. Barty then turned a corner to arrive at an alloy door in the bar. The door was about 3 meters tall and wide. There were 2 guards in suits stationed at the door. They let Barty in without any questions asked. Anyone who had never been to Bliss Club would be unable to imagine that this normal-looking bar had such incredible opulence hidden underneath. A melodious tune filled the air. The floor was made using the fanciest jade rabbit stones. The lights were dim and there was a fragrant smell in the air. There were rows of what seemed to be a few hundred girls wearing clothes that left little to the imagination. As Barty entered the room, all the women went on their knees, raising their heads to acknowledge Barty's presence. Without question, these women were incredibly beautiful with perfect figures. If they were in school, they would most certainly be prom queens. One might not even see these many beautiful women in a beauty pageant. It was almost surreal how many there were here. However, the smiles on their faces looked quite forced, which made them appear like a group of walking corpses with beautiful yet soulless eyes. Barty approached these girls on his hover wheelchair. He then pointed at a tiny lady with dark hair. His face was expressionless as he made his choice, as if he was picking out an animal. This girl did not look any older than 14 as her body was still developing, a pert and smallish chest that withheld a still blossoming figure. Her incredibly dark hair extended all the way to her waist, but she had a deathly pallor behind her empty eyes. The girl, who was picked, stood up, awkwardly followed Barty deeper into the hall. The silence during this process would be deafening if it were not for the melodious music filling the still air. A fat woman in her 50s walked out of a dark corner. She did not have heavy makeup like one would have expected but only light foundation to match her evening gown. She looked like someone from the upper class, especially with her incredibly expensive earrings. "Your room has been prepared. As usual, everything you need is in there," the fat lady said with a smile. Barty nodded. "Is she a virgin?" The fat lady laughed. "You must be kidding, everyone knows that every lady in the Bliss Club is a virgin." "Very well." A fierce smile formed over Barty as he led the tiny girl into the room rented to him all year round. Once Barty was out of earshot, the fat lady muttered, "Damn cripple. There's no way you'll be able to tell if she's a virgin, anyways." Her words were filled with sarcasm and disdain. She turned around and returned to her dark corner. "Still, that girl actually is a virgin. Whatever. He's rich, so he can do all he wants. I'll need to get the next batch of girls ready, we are going through them so quickly as of late." There were 2 burly men standing in Barty's room, waiting. Both were wearing black singlets, which exposed their muscular frame. The black masks they had on concealed their facial features except for their eyes. All in all, their get-ups made them seem like executioners. The girl had no idea what she was about to face, standing awkwardly there as she thought, "I should probably be taking off my clothes now." The girl was filled with warmth when she thought of the food her parents and siblings would get at home and how spacious their house would become. She convinced herself that what she was about to do was worth it, what was a bit of sacrifice if she could give her family a better life. The girl bit down on her lower lip and stood up straight, causing her chest to bounce slightly. She appeared quite calm. Barty poured himself a glass of wine before saying softly, "You may begin." Just as the last syllable left his lips, the 2 men lifted the girl off the ground like she was a weak and skinny little chicken. They violently threw the girl onto the bed before starting their round after round of horrific torture. The girl gritted her teeth as the pain broke her mind. She was a 14-year-old girl who had not faced the realities of the world. Even a 40-year-old would be unable to take the intensity of their actions, but the thought fixated in her heart made her incredibly strong. A harsh, crisp slap landed on her beautiful face, leaving behind a bloody handprint on her tender, pale skin. Blood flowed from the corner of her lips as 2 of her white teeth rolled under the bed. "Keep beating her." Barty's arms were jittering as he gave his order in a deep voice. "Beat this whore to death." About an hour later, Barty left the room looking invigorated. His face was flushed from the alcohol and the excitement. The fat lady left her dark corner and met with Barty again, telling him with a charming smile on her face, "You look quite happy, does the girl suit your taste?" "Yeah, not bad. It's just that she's a bit too old. Prepare a mother-daughter pair for me next time." The fat lady nodded as she maintained her smile. "Don't worry, I'll get that ready in 3 days. How should we deal with the girl inside?" Barty continued outside on this hover wheelchair without turning around. "As usual, bury her in a nice cemetery. Don't worry about saving money. As for those two, feed them to the dogs. The fat lady bowed to Barty from a distance, sending that demon-like figure off. This was Bliss Club, satisfying the darkest desires in humans' hearts in indescribable ways. Everything that happened in the city did not escape the investigation of the Ling brothers. Xia Fei, who was sitting in a room, quietly listened to Ling Xiao's report. Through the projected screen, Ling Xiao could be seen gritting his teeth. He looked incredibly angry as his breathing was a bit abnormal and his voice was raspy. No human would feel well after witnessing such a horrendous event, that was if they could still be considered human. If it weren't for the task at hand, I'd storm in there and killed Barty before burning the place to the ground, Ling Xiao said through gnash's teeth. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he spent some time thinking. Just hearing about this had made him feel uneasy. Evil did not begin to describe how twisted Barty was, and Xia Fei could not think of a single word that would fit to describe that crippled man. If possible, Xia Fei wanted to kill that bastard without a second thought, too, but doing so would not change Avril's situation one bit. Even with all the rage he was feeling, he still had to endure and hold it in for the innocent and pure Avril. I plan to report this to Mr. Thuram. We can't let that guy continue with what he's doing, said Ling Xiao in a deep voice as he grew pale. Xia Fei shook his head. That might not be a good idea. Why? This is the incredibly well-guarded capital ring. It takes someone with incredible power to create a shop like that in the Alliance capital. Judging by Mr. Thuram's personality, he won't leave this matter until he deals with it completely. If he keeps investigating deeper into it, he may get in hot waters with someone whom he can't afford to offend. If they really do have incredible power, Mr. Thuram might be dragged into this hot mess, said Xia Fei after some thought. Ling Xiao was shocked. What Xia Fei said made sense. The capital was no ordinary city. It took someone powerful to be able to toy with human lives without restraints or repercussions. If this was made known to Mr. Thuram, the knowledge might do harm to him, then it would be like treating their benefactor as cannon fodder. Xia Fei, thank goodness you reminded me of that. It'd surely turn into a big mess if I told Mr. Thuram about this. It's just that us three brothers can't let this continue without doing anything, Ling Xiao complained. Xia Fei thought for a few moments. Let's do this. We'll secretly gather info on the Bliss Club toying with human lives, then we hand that information over to a broadcasting station. Once this is made known to the public, the great figure who owns that place will have no choice but to give it up. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, slapping his chin as he said, that's a great idea. If everybody finds out about their evil doings, we'll be able to defeat that great figure from behind the scenes. Not necessarily, Xia Fei was skeptical. Since there's some sort of a great figure, they probably have safeguard measures. At worst, they'll just give up what they have now. Plus, who knows how many other shops like that one exist in the Alliance. As long as humans exist, evil will also be present. Ling Xiao was left speechless, suddenly impressed by Xia Fei. This 19-year-old had demonstrated his ability to adopt a broad perspective, be it in his speech or his analysis, something that would puzzle anyone no matter their age. We need to investigate this thoroughly in order to get this result. We can't act rashly and alert Barty. Ling Xiao nodded. Understood. I'll continue to collect evidence. I'll also let you know before I act. All of a sudden, the micro-communicator in Ling Xiao's ear rang. He cupped his ear for a few moments before saying in a confused tone, Barty didn't return to Sunset Villa but went to another one in the city outskirts. According to third brother, there's a middle-aged woman and a boy in the villa. The boy addresses Barty as father. Xia Fei tensed up. What? Barty has a son. Chapter 165, Best Actress. Blackwater Lake, Villa area. This place, which was only 50 kilometers away from the metropolis, was a very popular tourist destination on Venal 4. The water of Blackwater Lake was not actually black but pristine blue, instead. The lake was 1,000 meters deep, so light could not penetrate down to its depths. It only looked all black from afar because of fine, black sand by the shoreline, hence, the name. This lake was like an air conditioner, warm in the winter and cool in the summer, especially when the water turned warm in winter. Layers of white mist would hung above the lake, shifting and drifting to create a fairytale landscape. There were few people who could afford to buy a house in the capital ring, where the land itself was worth its weight in gold, and those who could buy an entire villa were even fewer. Billions of star coins were not something the average citizen could possess, which was why the people who could live by Blackwater Lake were exceptionally rich. Wearing a set of dark clothes, Xia Fei did not disturb anyone, merely informing Pang Xing as he came over all by himself to meet with the three brothers of the Ling family. Recently, the lass, Avril, had been revolving around Xia Fei, and his life was of course very comfortable with her taking care of him. It was just that she was not used to taking care of others, for she grew up spoiled, causing her to become very exhausted every day, falling asleep in no time once the sun set. Even if Avril was awake, Xia Fei would also not see fit to tell her about these things. There was no reason to let the innocent girl worry or be afraid because of this. A lady like her ought to live her life in the light, while this dark, scary and nasty side should be left for Xia Fei to deal with. Within the villa area was a hidden forest road, and a hovervan stopped under a copse of overgrown trees. Xia Fei walked over to the front of the vehicle and lightly knocked on the window. The door suddenly opened. It was the eldest of the Ling family who opened it to let him get on. This hovervan with a huge Noble Diary Company poster plastered on it was but a cover. In fact, it was a mobile station specifically used for reconnaissance and monitoring purposes. Xia Fei and Ling Yun squeezed in the small carriage, with dozens of large screens monitoring Villa 095 from different angles. Plenty of temporary observation cameras in the darkness were installed by the men of the Ling family around the perimeter. There were even cameras placed inside the villa, so they could see what was happening there from the relative safety of the hovervan. Xia Fei reckoned that the eldest brother Ling Yun had been the one to infiltrate the villa. After all, he was a spatial ability user. There were no walls out there that could stop him. Ling Yun nodded at Xia Fei, then gave him an earpiece, and pointed to one of the screens. Screen number 5 was the living room of the villa, where the drunk Barty was lying on a sofa set. Not too far away sat a seemingly dense-looking boy. Barty looked no different from before aside from the fact that his face was redder than usual due to the alcohol he had drunk. He was gasping quite gruffly, seemingly reliving the scene that had just happened. The extremely dark and bloody scene was like the spice of his life. Not only did he enjoy it, he would even often look back on his memories so that he could reminisce about the wondrous sensation. Of course, it was only wonderful in his perspective, and any other normal human being would be infuriated by it. Only someone with a twisted personality like his would find enjoyment in it. That boy sitting by the side was obviously very strange. Though he was called a child, there were actually quite a lot of wrinkles on his face, and he seemed too short to be called a teenager, barely 1.2 meters in height. He did not appear to weigh more than 50 kilograms. At the moment, he was clumsily playing with wooden blocks in his hands, the corners of his mouth drooling as a pair of glassy eyes moved very sluggishly. Ling Yun took out a paper-thin panel with some information displayed on it and handed it to Xia Fei. Taking it and looking at the information, it turned out that it was a description of the situation of the mother-son pair living in the villa. The boy's name was Pan, 25 this year. He only had an IQ of 10, which was very low, considering that goats had at least 40. His low intellect meant that he was essentially unable to do anything with his life, being medically diagnosed as an idiot. Furthermore, Pan was born with dwarfism, so he would never reach adult's height even if he were to live for 1,000 years, forever having the build of a child. Pan's full name in the Alliance Citizens Registrar was Pan Zhou, taking his mother's last name. If he was truly Barty's son, why would he have his mother's last name? Barty had become impotent when he was 16, so just where did this child come from? Xia Fei furrowed his brows and continued to read the information on Pan's mother, puzzled. The display screen showed a somewhat coquettish woman by the name of Zhou Yuqing, 39 years old. The information stated that she had not been married. A 39-year-old mother and a 25-year-old son meant that Zhou Yuqing had gotten pregnant at the age of 30, giving birth to her son when she was 14. Going back 26 years, Barty would only be 15, still a healthy youth back then. So the 15-year-old Barty had an invalid son with the 13-year-old Zhou Yuqing, and this has been kept a secret until now. Xia Fei thought to himself. If that was truly the case, there should be no reason why no one from the Jian family would have no knowledge of this. Considering the age of Barty and Zhou Yuqing back then, they would surely panic if such an incident occurred, so how had no one known of their son's existence for 25 years? Rereading the information about the mother and son, Xia Fei began to analyze each and every detail in his mind, re-examining everything. This was when a woman entered the living room on the screen. Xia Fei temporarily shelved his thoughts and observed what was happening there. Zhou Yuqing was holding a bowl of black liquid in one hand and a bag of ice in the other. The 39-year-old mother had maintained herself well, having the complexion of someone in her 20s, especially with that short black hair of hers. She barely wore any jewelry or accessory of any sort on her, looking fairly casual in her get-up. Xia Fei paid attention to her eyes and noticed that they were like two round apricots, looking particularly charming. She walked with an air of lightness in her step, her body curvaceous. A single glance was all it took for him to tell that she was not the kind to be devoted. Arriving next to Barty, Zhou Yuqing helped the man. It was very inconvenient for Barty to sit upright since he did not have his lower limbs, so he needed someone's help to achieve this. "Drink this hangover soup and you'll feel better," Zhou Yuqing said gently. Xia Fei could hear her speak through the audio monitoring devices, her charming voice ringing clearly. This woman was a natural vixen, and every move she made was enticing. Helping Barty to drink the hangover soup, Zhou Yuqing placed a rubber bag filled with ice cubes over his forehead and helped him calm himself. "Pan, head back to your room," Zhou Yuqing turned to her son and said. Pan drooled as he gaped at his mother, only reacting after a long pause, a silly smile on his face as he got up to his feet and walked away. Zhou Yuqing stared at the child. "Pan, what did I usually teach you?" Pan blinked his eyes, not saying a word. His reaction time was terrible, making it very hard to interact with others. "Say good night," Zhou Yuqing ordered, her eyebrows knitted together. Pan foolishly used his hand to circle around his scalp for a good while before stammering, "Gee good, ni night." Barty was evidently quite annoyed. "Forget it, just leave it. It's not like you don't know he's touched in the head." Though Zhou Yuqing was very strict with her son, she showed an air of complete obedience toward Barty. Anyone with a pair of eyes could easily tell that her tenderness was just an act. Any woman who was physiologically normal would not like a man who was physically impaired, especially when the man's impairment was fatal to a woman who was in her prime, unless she had ulterior motives. After banishing Pan back to his room, Zhou Yuqing nestled into Barty like a cat, using that soft yet alluring voice of hers to say, "It's precisely because I know that he isn't all that bright that I have to be stricter with him. Once I die in the future, and Pan is left without anyone to rely on, just what sort of life will he lead? Oh, that poor thing, to be nothing from the moment he was born." Xia Fei smirked. He suddenly felt that Zhou Yuqing ought to have been an actress. To act the part as vividly as she did, the acting skills she displayed was more than enough to win her an Oscar statuette. Any clever woman would know that the most powerful weapon they had was not what was between their legs but their tenderness, instead. Evidently, Zhou Yuqing was a clever woman, and she was wielding her tenderness with such expertise that even the irritable Barty could not feel angry with her. "Haven't I already bought Pan a life fund, enough for him to never worry about food or clothes for the rest of his life? There's even enough to hire a few helpers for his needs, so you needn't worry about that anymore," Barty said. Zhou Yuqing suddenly changed her act, a piteous look hanging on her face. "Sometimes, just having money isn't enough." "Then, what else do you want?" Barty asked, mildly irritated. Zhou Yuqing used her hand to stroke Barty's chest, furtively saying, "At the end of the day, Pan is someone from your Jian family. I don't mind, I'll be fine as long as I have you by my side, but are you willing to see Pan be nameless for the rest of his life? He doesn't even belong to a family." Zhou Yuqing's acting talent was being pushed to her fullest potential when she said this, her voice going hoarse while her lips quivered and her eyes watered, looking pitiful as if she had been wronged but dared not tell anyone about it. Barty was silent. Being unable to give Zhou Yuqing and her son a name had always been the hidden pain in his heart. It was a pain that intertwined with his handicapped state, forming this superficially beautiful scene that withheld an extreme degree of depression in his life. After being silent for quite some time, Barty sighed. "We can't rush this sort of thing. Let's discuss it another time." That was when Zhou Yuqing did another move that everyone had already expected. The tears in her eyes fell without a sound as she hugged Barty with a look of gratitude. "Yes, I'll listen to whatever you say. Just say the word and I'll do whatever you ask. You're my man, the only person I will love my whole life." Any man would find it hard to receive such words from a woman. Though Barty was just half a man, he was still moved by what she had said. He placed a hand on Zhou Yuqing's back and spoke as though he was speaking to himself. "There's no hurry. I heard that father is coming back. We'll see how things are then, I'll be sure to mention this when he's happy." Zhou Yuqing's crying increased in intensity as if Barty's words had moved her until she became a mess. Xia Fei nearly got up in a standing ovation and cheered. Even the exchange of dialogues in this exciting show was worthy of praise. He felt that he had underestimated the woman. All the past winners of the Oscars ought to be gathered together and have Zhou Yuqing train them once again, for her acting had already surpassed the realms of acting and was already something transcendental. Suddenly, Ling Yun seemed to have sensed something off as he abruptly got up from his chair and squawked, "Oh, no. Third brother's in danger." Chapter 166, Ambush by the Lake. All of a sudden, Ling Yun seemed to have sensed something as he abruptly got up to his feet and squawked, "Oh, no. Third brother is in danger." The twin brothers had this unexplainable link, the most amazing feeling that neither could explain clearly. As soon as Ling Feng, who was patrolling the periphery of the villa, met with danger, the corps commander Ling Yun could immediately feel his heart shuddering. Without any time to think, Ling Yun and Xia Fei dashed out of the hovervan and went straight for the southern shore of Blackwater Lake. "Where's third brother Ling?" Xia Fei anxiously asked. He was a speed ability user, running together with Ling Yun would no doubt waste more time, so he figured that it was better if he just went ahead first. "There." Ling Yun pointed to a copse of trees dozens of kilometers away. "There are 3 of them there, currently locked up in combat." Ling Yun was already speaking louder than necessary at this time of the night. A tinge of uneasiness could be sensed in his voice. His brother had run into trouble, so it was only natural that he would be very anxious, being the big brother and all. Exerting strength on both his legs, Xia Fei dashed into the dark forest at his top speed, carefully listening for sounds in that direction. It was a good thing that Xia Fei was wearing a decent Star River grade night combat suit, something he borrowed at the last minute from Pang Xing. Though it was nowhere near Windshade Mark IV in terms of grade, nor was it a combat suit specifically made for speed ability users, it could at least ensure that Xia Fei would not feel any physical pain when it came to wind resistance. The dozen kilometers distance was traversed in a matter of seconds. Under the moonlight, Xia Fei went dashing through the forest like a flash of lightning, searching for any trace of Ling Feng. "Over here." All of a sudden, Xia Fei heard a voice somewhere near him and he did an abrupt about turn. He beelined for the voice's origin. After advancing about 200 meters ahead, Xia Fei spotted Ling Feng leaning against a crooked tree, one and holding his shoulder, looking all pale. "You okay?" "I can manage, and though my arm suffered a bit, don't worry because it's just a scratch." Xia Fei moved away Ling Feng's arm and used the moonlight to examine the wound. A deep and curved cut was on his left shoulder. Another half an inch and it would have dug into his bone. The wound looked very strange, shaped like a crescent moon. Xia Fei suddenly had this sense of familiarity overcome him, though he could not quite place it. "That's the plumagers." It was unknown when Phantom had popped out, but he was now standing beside Xia Fei. "Are you certain?" "Yes. That is a wound from a silver feather scimitar. There's no other weapon out there that can create such a strange wound aside from it." Phantom earnestly confirmed this after he inspected the wound. "Silver feather scimitar. You've seen it before. It's the same weapon that those men who tried to abduct Avril 2 are carrying. The weapon's called silver feather scimitar, forged under a very special heat metal that only plumagers can use. Such a weapon is toxic. Open his mouth and see if red spots are growing in his tongue." Phantom urged him. Xia Fei got Ling Feng to open his mouth and examined the tongue under that clear moonlight. Sure enough, fiery red spots had grown on his tongue, and it appeared as if these spots were still spreading. "Yup, that's definitely the silver feather scimitar. He's already poisoned, but the situation isn't too dire yet. Chew up a snake-eye berry and apply it on the wound, and get him to eat another 3. Xia Fei immediately took out the snake-eye berries and did as was instructed, handing 3 to Ling Feng at the same time. "Eat these first," the weapon was poisoned. Snake-eye berries were antitoxicants. Though it could not completely remove every trace of the poison, it would at least delay its spread. Ling Feng was a martial arts practitioner, so his knowledge of toxins was far stronger than the average human. Presently, he could already sense his body's abnormality, so he swallowed the berries without a second word. "What next?" Xia Fei asked. Phantom gave it some thought before answering. "First, cut off the outer layer of skin of the wound. Immediately send him to a hospital and he must avoid any strenuous activity as best as he can. The speed of the toxin spread will become faster with increased blood flow." Xia Fei nodded. He pulled out a fine knife from his spatial ring, the knife that he usually used to pare apples and slice meat with. Though it was not exactly of high quality, it was sharp. Xia Fei broke a tree branch and got Ling Feng to chomp down on it. "This is gonna hurt a bit." Ling Feng nodded, no longer saying a word. He could sense the danger he was in when he saw that anxious expression on Xia Fei's face, which was why he did not oppose what Xia Fei had instructed him to do. The sharp knife cut the skin around the wound, and the entire process was only 0.01 second. With a stable and precise cut, he shaved off a thin layer of skin, barely even touching the flesh beneath. Xia Fei had extraordinary nerve acuity, and adding the fact that he was a speed ability user, the treatment of the wound was like a professional surgeon, and he was much faster by comparison. Come, I'll carry you. There's no need, I'm a speed ability user too, so I can walk on my own. Besides, it's not as if the wound is on my leg, Ying Feng protested. It was quite embarrassing for a speed ability user like himself to need another speed ability user's aid. Don't give me that nonsense, you're poisoned. Xia Fei shouted with gravitas. Without waiting for a response, Xia Fei carried Ling Feng and sped off. He had yet to fully recover, so carrying a 160-kilogram man on his back left his muscles feeling quite strained, but Xia Fei ignored it all. Saving someone's life took precedence over momentary discomfort. Hospital, outside the operating room. In order to keep things under wraps, Xia Fei did not send Ling Feng to a hospital the Jian family owned but just a normal public hospital, instead. The fact that plumagers had actually appeared by the villa of Blackwater Lake only solidified his suspicions about Barty. There would be trouble if they sent Ling Feng to a Jian family hospital for treatment. Barty had a mentally handicapped son, as well as a woman who really wanted to be accepted into Jian family. He might very well have the ambition to snatch family assets. Even if Zhou Yuqing did not instigate him, Barry might very well have considered doing something like that. Ling Yun's blood needed to be detoxified immediately due to the poison, and he was presently undergoing a blood purification process in the operating room. Xia Fei and Ling Yun stood guard outside the door, with the latter pacing back and forth incessantly, a clear indication of his restlessness. How is he? The eldest Ling Xiao anxiously came striding over in a hurry. He's currently undergoing blood purification. It's all thanks to brother Xia Fei for his emergency triage of our third bro and for sending him straight to the hospital himself. Otherwise, Ling Yun sighed. Ling Xiao was stunned, then he performed a deep bow towards Xia Fei. The latter very quickly stopped him and helped him up. Big brother Ling, what are you doing? I'm the one who caused this to start with, and it's me who should be thanking you three for lending me a hand. How could you be the first to show courtesy? No, you can't say that. Ling Xiao became serious. These are two completely different matters altogether. It is our duty to do what Master Thuram instructed us to do, but your timely rescue of our brother is a sincere display of amity. In any case, we, brothers, owe you a huge favor now. From today onward, no matter what you're up to, as long as you call, the three of us won't leave you hanging. That was when the doors to the operating room opened, and Ling Feng came walking out with a bandaged arm. Brother, are you okay? Ling Xiao and Ling Yun anxiously came to support him. I'm okay, merely some stitches on my wound. I'll be back to normal after a night's rest. Ling Feng extended his limbs as proof of this. The poison from Silver Feather Scimitar was powerful, but it was but a single wave. As long as they were able to prevent the initial assault of the poison, healing could swiftly begin and it would be much easier to deal with than other chronic toxins that were slow and penetrative. The four of them found a secluded corner as Ling Xiao knitted his brows and asked, Third bro, just what exactly happened back there? Just who were those men? I was patrolling the outskirts of the Blackwater Lake Villa then to get a comprehensive understanding of the terrain, paving way for our future monitoring activities, but when I was doing reconnaissance in that forest, I suddenly sensed something strange occurring among the trees, so I got curious and went over to take a closer look. From afar, I spotted three figures hiding as if they were discussing something. It was deep into the night then, so there's no doubt they're up to no good gathering together so sneakily like that. Thus, I hid myself in the darkness and tried to get closer, hoping to eavesdrop on what they're discussing, but before I even got anywhere near them, I was spotted by the three, and one of them cried the name Natasha. The trio came pouncing toward me the moment this word was uttered. Each was a speed ability user much faster than me. In the process of our fighting, one of them managed to land a blow on me, and not long after, Xia Fei rushed over to where I was with our second bro. Once they realized that they couldn't kill me, and that reinforcements were near, those three fled. I originally wanted to give chase, but that was when I felt my mind going blank, with not a bit of strength left as I felt my body burning up. All I could do after was lean against a tree and rest, which was when brother Xia Fei came to help me deal with my wound and send me to the hospital. I've completely got no clue just who those people were, though. Ling Feng slowly narrated to the others. Ling Xiao and Ling Yun both heaved a long sigh after they finished hearing his account. The situation had been very dire back then. No one could have possibly done anything to help Ling Feng if they were even later by a moment and the poison in his body were to finish acting its course. It was all thanks to Xia Fei's speed ability that those enemies retreated in time, or else the consequences would have been catastrophic. After realizing this, the Ling brothers were of course even more grateful towards Xia Fei's timely intervention. Xia Fei spoke after having talked to Phantom via his consciousness. Those people are plumagers, the very same people who tried to kidnap Avril that day. Plumagers? The three brothers were astonished. Just who are the plumagers? Where did they come from? Ling Xiao gruffly asked. Plumagers are members of a professional organization of hitmen in the underworld, a sort of secret existence within the alliance. They can also be considered as warriors, though their style and actions taken are overly vicious. As long as someone is willing to pay the price, they even dare to target the present president of the Adjudicator Union. You can say that they are machines that exist to kill, lacking in any emotions whatsoever. The rumor goes that the founder of the Plumager organization came from the Red Rock Empire. The empire itself is very strange, with every single one of its sovereigns being female, and the next in line must also be a woman. As such, the Plumagers will use the names of their past empresses as codes. The word that third brother Ling heard, Natasha, that's the code for eliminate the enemy of the Plumager organization. Additionally, given how third bro received injury from the silver feather scimitar, a weapon uniquely theirs, the appearance of the wound, and the symptoms of being poisoned, we can easily determine that they're the ones behind this attack. Ling Xiao contemplated for quite some time before he could no longer hold back himself from asking, Brother Xia Fei, how do you know all this, considering your age? Chapter 167, Not going to let them off. No one could fathom just how Xia Fei had acquired such deep knowledge of assassinations at his age. He managed to claim that he had once met a retired assassin when he was in the Wild Star region, who had talked to him about the things he had gotten into when he was younger. Though the three brothers from the Ling family were still skeptical over the veracity of his claim, they had no way of disproving it. After all, none of them knew anything about the Wild Star region. Xia Fei thought about this for a while and ultimately decided to inform Thuram about how Ling Feng had gotten injured. The sibling trio was still his men at the end of the day, and he ought to show due respect by keeping Thuram in the loop of what had just happened. Thuram did not say a word. Aside from giving Ling Feng a few days off, he got another speed ability user by the name of Philip to take over his work. Additionally, he told Xia Fei to contact him whenever he needed more people. It was apparent that Thuram was paying greater attention to the situation with the reappearance of assassins. It was already late into the night after sending off the Ling brothers. Xia Fei returned to the hospital owned by the Jian family and immediately spotted an old man standing straight back next to an acacia tree by the roadside. Xia Fei flashed a slight smile as he walked over. Were you waiting for me? Peng Hai nodded and gestured the way forward. Xia Fei knowingly walked along with Peng Hai. The road was devoid of any pedestrians this early in the morning. The lighting was dim and a stirring, slight breeze sent the yellow leaves flying. Neither man said a word as they continued to walk onward. Turning a corner into a stall that was selling supper, the business of this food kiosk looked bleak, with not even a single patron in sight. Peng Hai ordered a few sticks of barbecued fish and 2 bowls of porridge to go along with it. Xia Fei was already famished after everything that had happened this past night, eating 5 bowls of porridge and 7 sticks of barbecued fish at one sitting before stopping. Xia Fei then lit a cigarette and took a few puffs with satisfaction, awaiting Peng Hai to get to the topic. Indubitably, the butler of the Jian family would not simply be looking to treat him to a meal this late at night. Peng Hai ate very slowly, a stark contrast from Xia Fei, who was gorging himself. He used a metal spoon and took small mouthfuls of the food, chewing each bite carefully. He did not look like he was eating a bowl of porridge but more like he was tasting some delicacy. Barty had quite the appetite when he was younger as well, though he would always add citrus sugar and meat floss to his porridge. The two of you are different in this aspect. You're not picky with your food. Peng Hai used a napkin and dabbed his mouth clean as he spoke. Xia Fei pursed his lips. I was born poor, so I don't have any right to be picky with my food. Just being able to eat my fill is already good enough for me. Besides, there's nothing else we have in common. Xia Fei was quite surprised to hear Peng Hai mention Barty from the get-go, but he did not show it outwardly. There was no way Xia Fei would agree with being compared to the twisted Barty, which was why he had calmly refuted it. Peng Hai stood up and left with Xia Fei, continuing down the road, not returning to the hospital yet. Barty was actually a very decent person in his youth. I watched him grow up, so I am very certain of this fact, Pang Hai said. Perhaps, but I'm not interested in the past. To me, it is the present and the future that matter the most. Xia Fei managed to figure out what Pang Hai was driving at from his words so far, so he chose to express his stance carefully. Avril's a good girl, and there's no reason for her to be harmed. No matter what I end up uncovering, the result will just be the same. Pang Hai sighed. Do you know about Zhou Yuqing? Xia Fei nodded. Yes, I did learn about her. No wonder you were nowhere to be found these last few days. Seems like you didn't waste any time. What do you plan to do? Xia Fei chuckled. Some things can't be decided by me. You should ask Barty what he plans to do. Pang Hai's turbid two eyes shifted onto Xia Fei. Barty's not the one doing it. Xia Fei came to an abrupt halt, gravely saying, since our conversation has gotten to this point, why don't you come clean about what you know? There's no need to beat around the bush anymore. Were those men who appeared at Blackwater Lake yours? Some were. Some weren't. How did you know? Protecting every member of the family is my responsibility. You have your men, and I have mine, too. It's only a pity that this butler here didn't manage to do a good job about it. Hearing Pang Hai's self-depreciating words, it was evident that he felt guilty about Avril nearly getting abducted. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he continued to listen silently. 27 years ago, Barty followed some of his friends to whore around, and he got to know Zhou Yuqing, who was 2 years younger than him, from a brothel. Barty felt it was quite pitiful for someone of her young age to be in that line of work, so he bought Zhou Yuqing and brought her to his newly acquired property outside. Every day, Barty would head over to find her. The two spent over a year living the life of a married couple without any incident. However, one day, Zhou Yuqing suddenly disappeared, and Barty could not find her no matter how hard he searched. Barty was depressed for a long time as a result. He began clubbing, partying, all night. It was during one night of such drunken revelry when he found himself getting into a hovercar to take part in a midnight racing, which caused him to forever lose his lower limbs. When Pang Hai got to the part about Barty losing both his legs as a result of the racing, Xia Fei could see his eyes redden ever so slightly, and his tone became filled with self-blame. Xia Fei had not imagined that the relationship between Zhou Yuqing and Barty could be so complicated. A rich young master pitying a young lady trapped in a brothel, taking her in to be his companion, but as feelings gradually blossomed between the two, Zhou Yuqing disappeared suddenly. Such an old-fashioned story was usually reserved for a romance novel rather than real life. Since Zhou Yuqing chose to leave, why did she end up coming back? Xia Fei wondered out loud. Pang Hai furrowed his brows. I don't get it, either. There hadn't been a word or message from Zhou Yuqing for over 2 decades before she suddenly resurfaced 7 months ago, and she even brought a mentally disabled child in tow. She claimed that the boy is Barty's flesh and blood, but unfortunately, the boy isn't just mentally disabled but also has dwarfism. Despite this, Barty still cares a great deal about his son. After all, having a child of his own used to be only an elusive dream to his. I got someone to investigate where Zhou Yuqing had been all those years, but there hasn't yet been any update. Even the customs records showed nothing. Xia Fei shook his head. Customs records aren't the end-all be-all. Not having a record only proves that she hasn't gone to any of the civilized planets over the past 20 years. From what I gathered, there are plenty of extremely backward planets in the Alliance. As such, the lack of records can also mean that she ended up on some primitive planets, instead. Thinking about this for some time, Xia Fei then asked, have you done a paternity test on Pan yet? We did, and the results we got showed a 99.9999% match that Pan is Barty's child, Pang Hai replied. You've always known about Barty and Zhou Yuqing, so why didn't you try and stop them? Pang Hai sighed. The young master of a major family is different from that of a normal household. Having 1 or 2 ladies squirreled away for such clandestine affairs isn't out of the ordinary. As long as he didn't engage in anything too outrageous, I'd normally not intervene. What Pang Hai said was not without reason. Though young masters of major families received great education and upbringing, looking like they were well-read and reasonable, possessing greater insights greater than the average person, they would actually often find themselves picking up fairly repulsive habits, so what would having dalliances with women be in a household like the Jian family? It was just that Barty's habits presently were no longer limited to playing around with women. At this point, his mental state had become completely warped that even savage beasts would be daunted by the cruelty and darkness in him. How could he still be considered human? To say that he was a beast would instead be an insult to beasts. Xia Fei suddenly chuckled. Something I couldn't make sense of is why you are defending Barty, even though Barty is without a doubt the most suspicious of orchestrating the attempted kidnapping on Avery. Don't tell me that your concern for Barty exceeds your care for Avril. The moment Avril was mentioned, Xia Fei's tone very obviously lost all politeness, sounding somewhat cold. Furthermore, a shade of killing intent could be detected in his words. Not only did he plan to slay the person who had ill intentions toward Avril, he also wanted his accomplices to share the same fate. This was the fundamental concept that Xia Fei's belief stemmed from. Though Peng Hai had indeed toiled hard and given his all in taking care of Avril for 16 years, Xia Fei would still not hesitate to kill the old man where he stood if proven to be an enemy. There was no room for negotiation in this matter. Xia Fei firmly believed that the friend of an enemy was an enemy of his as well. Peng Hai dismissed this with a wave of his hand. I'm not trying to exonerate anyone here. I've been taking care of Avril since the day she was born, and I consider her as my granddaughter. I won't hesitate to deal with anyone mercilessly if they try to do harm on Avril. I came here looking for you today solely to speak about a simple truth. Barty wasn't the one behind that incident. Give me proof. Xia Fei extended one hand out. He had always been a skeptic, and he would not believe a word of Peng Hai without any tangible evidence. Unexpectedly, Peng Hai brushed a finger on his spatial ring and retrieved a microcomputer, handing it over to Xia Fei. Listed inside are all of Barton's activities for this whole year. The time he woke up every day, the time he had his breakfast, what he ate, where he went, who he met, everything was recorded inside without leaving out even the tiniest detail. Take your time to read through it, and when you're done, you'll know that Barty truly took no part in the attempted kidnapping of Avril. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows into a frown. You had someone follow Barty. Peng Hai looked slightly guilty as he spoke frankly. It's fine if you think I had someone follow him. If you must know, the Jian family is one of the wealthiest families in the entire alliance. The things such a household gets into aren't something commoners can easily understand. They live in a completely different world from you and your kind. Xia Fei's hand trembled slightly as he took that microcomputer. This was what it meant to be the wealthiest. Now, he truly understood what the saying, "the rich and powerful families are as deep as the sea," meant. Even eating and sleeping were under heavy supervision. Just where would the freedom in that? Without a doubt, Peng Hai was actually able to pull out a whole year's worth of Barty's activity log, which meant that Newman and Avril's every move and word would also be under Peng Hai's watchful eyes. For someone's life to be in the palm of another's hands, it was a very frightening thought. Xia Fei kept that microcomputer into his spatial ring as he began to make his way back. I'll of course personally verify the truth of this information you've just given me. What you said just now rings true. I do indeed live in a completely different world compared to Avril. There are plenty of things I don't understand, but none of that will hinder my decision to befriend her. Peng Hai's face revealed a look of approval. You're very clever to have caught on to what I was trying to convey by reading between the lines. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said in a grave tone, in fact, I've even managed to pick up something else from your words. In the world of the wealthy and powerful, toying with human lives isn't a big deal, and you're hoping that I will let Barty PFF regarding this. Peng Hai's eyes shone. Correct. Xia Fei suddenly laughed uproariously. You don't have to worry. Even if it has nothing to do with Avril and Barty, I will most definitely not let him off. It's just as you said, I come from a different world to you people, so I don't care about your rules and mentality even the slightest. Chapter 168, Ghost in the Lake. He had not heard any news from Blackwater Lakeside over the last 2 days. As usual, Barty would circle around Sunset Villa once every day after he knocked off work and returned to the home he shared with Zhou Yuking, not even visiting Bliss Club. Everything looked like it was business as usual. The second team that Thuram had sent was already in position, working with the Ling brothers on this operation. Ling Feng was back to join his 2 brothers after a night's rest, and no one could stop him from doing so. The bonds they shared in life would be all the more reinforced in fights, which was why this sibling trio could tap onto their fullest potential when they were together. Presently, Xia Fei had 7 powerful warriors at his beck and call, and all of them were very accustomed to fighting together in a team. Additionally were the veterans with considerable combat experience and Pang Xing's men. Their overall strength was impressive. As long as they discovered any trace of clues, all these people would immediately follow down the trail and kill what needed to be killed. They definitely had the strength to go head-to-head with the mysterious plumagers. Avril knocked on the door to Xia Fei's room, bringing in a pot of tea. Xia Fei, who had been lying in bed these past 2 days, poring over the activity logs and details of Barty's past year, hoping to find any useful clue, had not slept a wink as he speed-read everything that he was given. "Come on in." Xia Fei turned off the microcomputer and called in the door's direction. Avril came in holding a tray. The curtains were shut, making the room unusually gloomy. Including the countless cigarettes that Xia Fei had smoked, the moment Avril opened the door, she was assaulted by a thick billow of smoke and started coughing. Xia Fei hurriedly came over to take the pot of tea and placed it to the side before escorting Avril back to the corridor. "Sorry about that, the smell of cigarettes in the room is too stifling." Xia Fei lightly patted Avril back as he apologized. Avril was on the verge of tears as she placed her hand on her chest, coughing several times. "It's fine. I saw how busy you were, so I decided to brew a pot of tea for you. Do you want to have dinner with us together?" Xia Fei shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't. I haven't got the time." Avril managed to eke out a smile, though her eyes gave away hints of loneliness. Xia Fei had very clearly been a lot more distant these past few days, locking himself in the room, not even taking a step out. Even if he occasionally exchanged a few words with her, it would only be the simplest of conversation. It was very obvious that Xia Fei had hardly been paying any attention to her. Girls liked being taken care of, and Xia Fei's attitude made Avril feel very uneasy. This was her first time dealing with affairs of the heart, and all she hoped was for Xia Fei to be able to spend every moment accompanying her, not even taking a step apart from each other, yet he was so busy that Avril was actively beginning to worry about Xia Fei forgetting her existence. Nonetheless, she knew very well that Xia Fei was busy all for her sake, so feelings of gratitude filled her heart. In this man, who was only a few years older than her, Avril had found a sense of security that she had never felt before with anyone, and it was a feeling that she had not once received from her parents. "Okay, then. I'll let you get back to your work, I'll wait for you," Avril very considerately said. Xia Fei nodded and went back inside his own room, not even saying a word. Avril sighed, slowly making her way back to her room. Her head was downcast, all alone by herself. This one scene was of course seen by the bodyguards who were positioned in that corridor, and they suddenly felt a strong urge to beat Xia Fei to death. "That rascal's too cocky, actually treating our young mistress so coldly." "That's right. Just what kind of joke is this? Our young mistress is practically royalty, just who does he think he is? What right does he have to act like that?" Once Avril returned to her room, these bodyguards could no longer stand it and privately discussed what they had witnessed in hushed voices, most of them throwing words of their dissatisfaction towards Xia Fei. "All of you, shut it." Pang Xing's eyes swept across everyone dispassionately. Though he was wearing shades, that chilling sensation he gave easily penetrated the very bones of these men. Clenching his jaw, Pang Xing continued to stand guard by that corridor. He knew better than anyone else that Xia Fei was working so hard all for Avril's sake, so he found it especially grating seeing these bodyguards misunderstand Xia Fei's actions. "There are still no problems." Xia Fei lit a cigarette and crumpled into the sofa, accepting that heavy cloud of smoke in the room wreath himself. Phantom curled his lips. "Perhaps we've truly misunderstood Barty." Xia Fei got up to his feet and began pacing in the room. "Even though all the evidence points away from Barty, my intuition is still telling me that I can't totally dismiss him. He is the most suspicious, so is there some problem elsewhere?" The information Pang Hai had given to Xia Fei was very detailed, including the surveillance camera and audio recording of what had happened then, as well as the report from the man who was responsible for monitoring Barty's every movement. After comparing everything, there was no doubt that all the evidence was real. It must be stated that only a handful of hours had passed from the time Pang Hai discovered that Xia Fei was tailing Barty to when he met up with him to hand over the information. Unless this information had already existed beforehand, there was simply no way Pang Hai could create a whole set of evidence that would prove Barty's innocence in such a short time. Or is it that our focus has been in the wrong direction from the start? Phantom shook his head and muttered. Xia Fei was silent. He remained sprawled on that sofa with his both eyes shut. He was playing all the information in his head as if he were watching a movie, taking in all the clues and re-examining everything. Just like how it was easy to miss a tree in a forest, Xia Fei had been busy delving into the evidence given to him in these last few days that everything else had taken the back seat in his mind. Though this made things more efficient, it was also somewhat limiting, such that once Xia Fei had affirmed that there was nothing suspicious of Barty, he was left bereft of any other leads to follow. Now that Xia Fei had thrown Barty's name to the side, he trailed his way back to the origin and began deliberating, and only then did the suspicious points in his mind finally cleared up. That's right. Xia Fei abruptly leaped off the sofa, appearing to be very excited. Barty won't be the one to benefit from getting Avril killed. Phantom asked, puzzled, what have you come up with? Xia Fei did not answer him but immediately tried to get in touch with Ling Xiao, who was tasked with monitoring Barty, instead. Something the matter, Xia Fei? Ling Xiao asked through the screen. Dark circles were visible under his eyes. It was evident that Xia Fei had not been the only one who had gone without any sleep these past few days. Any movement on Barty's end? Xia Fei asked. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. Nothing at all. Everything is as per normal, and I can't tell if there's anything off. Xia Fei smiled. Brother Xiao, get the others to keep their eyes on Barty. We've got a more pressing matter to do. What matter? This bastard is the most suspicious, so we definitely can't let him go, Ling Xiao insisted. He was extremely disgusted by Barty's behavior, taking pleasure from murdering others. That was why his entire focus had been on Barty, never giving up on seeing his end. I know you really hate Barty, and so do I, and this caused our eyes to be clouded by the hate, not realizing that there's someone else who's even more suspicious than Barty, Xia Fei very emotionlessly stated. Ling Xiao's expression changed. What Xia Fei had said was right on the money. Everyone had all been circling around Barty, so none of them had managed to investigate much of anyone else. If there was truly another suspect, that person would be able to use this time to plan another attack on Avril. I guess we've made a mistake with our investigation angle, Xia Fei said with a gloomy look on his face. Morning, somewhere at Blackwater Lake Villa. Barty, who was dressed, navigated his hover chair out of the villa, while Zhou Yuqing handed him his briefcase and escorted him into the hovercar waiting outside. Barton's hovercar had already been specially modified so that its door was much wider than the average hovercar out there. The back seat was also removed to make it more convenient for him to ride his hover chair. Handing the briefcase to Barty, Zhou Yuqing smiled and asked, I'll head over to the pier by the lake to buy some fresh fish and prawns, are you coming back for dinner? Barty gave it some thought. That's nice. The white prawns of Blackwater Lake are very delicious. Buy some more and we can share a drink or two tonight. Zhou Yuqing seemed overjoyed, smiling as she watched Barty leave. However, she did not immediately head back into the house but stood by the front yard and looked at a small path far away. A small minivan bearing the logo of Noble Lotion Incorporated followed Barty's hovercar as it drove to the city, which was precisely the one the Ling brothers were using to monitor Barty. The corner of Zhou Yuqing's mouth curled, revealing a satisfied smirk. Heading back into the house, Zhou Yuqing went to her son's bedroom. Presently, Pan was sprawled on the bed zoning out, his two hands propping his chin as he drooled all over his pillow. Seeing Zhou Yuqing walk into the room, Pan dully turned to grin foolishly at her. The lady emotionlessly reached out to shut the door and locked him in the room. It was as if she did not care about Pan one bit, not at all concerned if her son had eaten breakfast or any such things. Changing into her housewife get-up, Zhou Yuqing wore a hat and sunglasses. She then found a basket in the kitchen to straddle on her arm, opened the back door, and began to make her way to the Blackwater lakeside. The villa was built near the lake, and there was a small jetty behind it. A small hovercraft was docked at this jetty, and it seemed like all the villas had a similar hovercraft so that it would be convenient for the wealthy gentries to go to the middle of the lake and fish or play whenever they got bored. Untying the cable, Zhou Yuqing hopped aboard the hovercraft and headed toward the pier on the opposite side of Blackwater Lake. There was a seafood market there, where fishermen would hawk their harvests in the early morning. The many wives would all do their purchases in this pier, while the morning catch was still fresh, so there were plenty of similar hovercrafts floating on the surface of the lake. Zhou Yuqing was dressed very plainly, and the hovercraft she drove was the most common sort. Nobody paid any attention to her as she made her way across the lake. The hovercrafts were being driven very slowly, hardly in a rush at all since everyone wished to enjoy the beautiful morning scenery and have fun. The hovercrafts were all automatic, not requiring anyone to manually drive them. Zhou Yuqing set down her basket and sat at the side of the boat, with one hand reaching into the crystal clear water. If nobody came near, nobody would discover that Zhou Yuqing was actually rhythmically creating ripples with her thin and supple fingers, stirring the lake water quite rapidly. Water resistance still existed, so if someone had not had any training, there was simply no way they would be able to move their finger at such a fast rate in the water. The average human would completely be unable to sense this signal because it was created by a finger touching the lake water as it slowly transmitted a message through it. The lake water was so deep that no light penetrated to the bottom. A single black shadow was lying at the bottom as it slowly neared Zhou Yuking's hovercraft like a ghost. Chapter 169, Informants. The Ling brothers had indeed left to follow Barty using that minivan of theirs, but the one driving it was not one of the sibling trio. At the moment, on a mountain road, some dozen of kilometers away from the Blackwater Lake, was another surveillance vehicle, parked at the side, watching everything that was happening on the lake front. Zhou Yuking drove the hovercraft onto the surface of the lake. Ling Xiao, who had torn a space in the water, was following her closely. The rippling sound made by Zhou Yuking's finger on the water surface had alerted Ling Xiao, and he transmitted this rhythmic sound to the command center. Both Xia Fei and Ling Yun could not help but be surprised when they heard this. "That's a message!" Ling Yun exclaimed. For her to make such rhythmic sounds of differing lengths, it most definitely is a message. Could she be sending a message to someone? Aside from tailing Barty every day, the surveillance team also had someone dedicated to shadowing Zhou Yuking, but they had not discovered anything suspicious at all these past few days. Were it not for Xia Fei's sudden change of strategy, having them shift all their focus on investigating and tailing Zhou Yuking, there was a very high chance that they would never learn all these. "Let's record every coded message for now, then we'll get to deciphering all later," Xia Fei proposed solemnly. "Yet." Ling Yun nodded deeply. Finally getting a clue after spending the last few days monitoring so closely had made him very excited. It was just that nobody had expected that this breakthrough would not come from Barty but rather that sly woman. What a clever method. Turns out that she goes to the pier to buy fish every day just so she can communicate with people from the outside. Her method of using the water ripples to transmit messages is just brilliant. No wonder none of our people discovered anything this whole time. Phantom shook his head as he commented. Xia Fei nodded. Zhou Yuking had truly calculated this to a fine degree. The people shadowing her would not get into the water to keep monitoring her, making this deep lake the best tool to pass messages. A woman who could come up with such a method surely was not anyone simple. All of a sudden, a signal came from somewhere completely different as if replying to Zhou Yuking's message. "There's someone in the lake." Xia Fei urgently slid beside the communicator and spoke to Ling Xiao, the one doing the tailing. "We can confirm that Zhou Yuking's method of communication to the outside is to have the accomplice hide themselves in the water first, then the two will make use of its soft ripples to communicate and transmit messages. There should be an accomplice of hers somewhere in the body of water right now. Search it carefully, see if you can spot the person. If you don't have the confidence, don't risk revealing yourself. This isn't the time for us to close our net on them yet, after all, we haven't gotten enough evidence on our hands," Xia Fei commanded firmly. "I understand. We're casting a long line to catch the big fish." Ling Xiao's voice could be heard from the other side of the communicator. Because his hidden space was completely under his control, he need not worry about revealing himself when he talked. "Yes. Do your best to stick to this other person, see where they disembark," Xia Fei said. "Roger that." Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei contemplated over this for some time. Hearing the tiny sounds over the monitoring system was like a riddle that deeply fascinated Xia Fei, so much so that he wanted to solve it. "How about this, I'll go wait at the Blackwater lakeside and see if I can find any trace of those men. Stay here and continue your surveillance. Wait till they are done communicating and immediately pass the encrypted messages they send to each other to the code-breaking center for decrypting," Xia Fei suggested. "Ling Feng and Philip are at the lakeshore. Both of them are speed ability users. Let's leave the trailing matter to them. Best if you stay here and take charge of the overall situation," Ling Yun rejected. It was too bad that he had said all this just a bit too late. Xia Fei had already opened the door and blasted off. Speed was not the only factor in tailing someone, the person doing it must know how to hide themselves as well. Those plumagers very easily discovered Ling Feng the last time he attempted to follow them, and that was because he did not have a concealment technique like breath control. Though Xia Fei was a tad slower than Ling Feng in terms of his speed, he had the breath control technique to protect himself. He was far more efficient than Ling Feng when it came to tailing and pursuit, so he was ultimately still the most suitable for this task. Zhou Yuking was lying on the boat, lackadaisical, with one hand dipped into the lake. Any outsider would assume that she was just a bored madam enjoying the sun and lake around her, and no one would even suspect that there was actually a secret in that lake. Her finger was moving rapidly, receiving a reply soon after she had sent her initial message. Zhou Yuking's eyes were shut, interpreting what the other party had sent through the slight ripples she felt with just her palm. These two conversed in such a manner, clearly well practiced in this method of communication. After some time, Zhou Yuqing pulled her hand out of the water and used a silk handkerchief to wipe her hand dry, increasing speed to her hovercraft as it went off toward the fish market by the pier. In that black lake water, a cunning and agile shadow swam off very quickly toward the shore like a loach. There was a stream beside the lake. The water of the lake came from underground, so it would slit up if this stream did not exist. This stream flowed outward, merging with a large river some 70 kilometers away. The existence of this rivulet meant the excess lake water could all be brought out, maintaining a consistent water level in the lake. The black shadow very swiftly swam into this small stream, and after flowing dozens of kilometers, this water came along a shallow shoal covered with gravel. The current here was swift, making further progress impossible. Poking their head out to take in the surroundings, that black shadow quickly climbed out and dove into a forest to his right. Taking off their diving suit and scuba gear, the figure stored all the equipment into a spatial ring and changed out to a black leather jacket, walking out from that forest casually. There was a hoverbike hidden in a ditch by the forest trail, which had a pile of dried yellow leaves covering it. The person in the leather jacket swept off the leaves and lifted the hoverbike out from the ditch with one hand. It needed to be mentioned that this model of hoverbike weighed at least 500. Anyone able to lift this with one hand could be deemed as someone with considerable strength. After driving along a winding road on that hoverbike and making sure that there was no one following them, this person drove toward an old house somewhere on the outskirts of the city. Xia Fei was several hundred meters away when he came to a stop, positioning himself by a corner of a wall as he watched that leather-clad person from afar. This house that the person was entering looked very old, with its walls mottled and peeling. The huge metal alloy door was covered in rust, while all the windows had been sealed from the outside, making it impossible for anyone to see anything happening from within the house. There were not many of such dilapidated houses in the prosperous capital ring. After all, anyone who could afford such a big house would not fail to spend millions of star coins to maintain it every year. After stopping at the entrance and waiting for a while, the rusted door automatically opened. The man drove in and that big door precariously closed behind him. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and used his microcomputer to contact Ling Yun, who was at the command center. The house on 161 Pontiac Avenue, immediately get main all the information on it. I want to know who owns it, and better yet, the blueprints for the place. Xia Fei told Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded, his finger tapping away quickly on the screen. The Adjudicator Union had immense power, even able to gain access to the government database without the permission of the Alliance officials, so of course doing such a check on a house was well within the organization's capabilities. Very soon, the information pertaining to the house was transmitted to Xia Fei's microcomputer, detailing that the property used to be under a businessman. Because he went bankrupt, all his assets had been liquidated and sold off to repay his debts. This particular house was presently owned by an auction firm. The family of 7 committed suicide in this very house back when that businessman went bankrupt, and such an event was a great taboo to people, which was why over the decades since, no one had sought to buy the house, and the current state of dilapidation was a result of the years of neglect. Xia Fei, you'd better not act on your own. Shall I get third bro to support you? Ling Yun asked. Xia Fei shook his head. Your third bro had once clashed with the plumagers, so I'm afraid the enemy might recognize him. How about we do it like this, get Philip nearby as reinforcement. I'll call on his aid if there's a need, and before that we will maintain radio silence. Wait for my command. Understood. Ling Yun nodded. After memorizing the blueprint of that house, Xia Fei's figure suddenly disappeared from the corner, arriving outside the backyard wall in the blink of an eye. This backyard wall was almost 4 meters in height, with plenty of green creepers growing along its surface. Such a height was hardly an obstacle to Xia Fei. He hid in a corner and tried to listen for any movement or sound in the backyard, quickly getting up and over the wall after he confirmed that there was no one on the other side. The backyard was overgrown with weeds and wild plants, the entire place looking completely run down. Xia Fei hid himself in the tall grass as he slowly inched toward the living room's rear window. All the windows were hammered with thick, wooden planks. Xia Fei found a gap between some of these planks and peeped at the living room inside. The living room was dark and gloomy, and Xia Fei could not hear any sound from within. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard the creaking of a door opening. He turned his eyes back onto the inside of the living room and vaguely made out someone standing right in the middle of the room. Though Xia Fei had cultivated the beast spirit codex up to possessing superhuman vision, he was still unable to make out the face of the person inside the living room completely. You're back! A thick yet hoarse male voice rang out. From the direction where this voice came from, This person must be hiding in the shadowy corner of northwest. Yet, the leather-clad person, the new arrival, took off their jacket, casually tossing it onto the ground before grabbing a chair to sit in. Is Butterfly still doing okay? She's fine. Those guys are all watching Barty, not her. Though she is slightly worried about increasing the variables if we drag this matter further. Oh, why does she think so? According to Butterfly, Barty actually doesn't really know much. She's already doing her best, but the information she CSN fish out from him is becoming less and less. She surmised that people from the Jian family are already starting to take precautions against Barty, which is why the things he can learn aren't decreasing. If this continues, though we may have succeeded in shifting their attention to Barty, it can very well reduce his usefulness. That's fine. We still have 2 other informants. Barty can just be at ease with being our scapegoat, let Butterfly continue to keep him hooked and find out what little information we can from him. We'll be fine as long as he isn't alerted. Xia Fei was shocked hearing this. There was no doubt these 2 were plumagers, and Zhou Yuking was one of them, too. Worse was the fact that they still had 2 other informants within the Jian family aside from Zhou Yuking. The conversation continued very simply. Soon, the living room became silent once again. Xia Fei thought about it and did not try to enter the house but retreated several hundred meters from the place, instead. Now that he had finally found some leads, he was not about to act rashly and alert the enemy. Anxiously establishing a video call to Thurum, Xia Fei knitted his brows. Uncle Thurum, looks like the manpower you've given me still isn't enough. Thurum chuckled. You've got quite the appetite. I've already sent 7 of my most capable men to you, how many more do you want now? A lot more, Xia Fei gravely answered. Chapter 170, Untitled. It was already late into the night by the time Xia Fei made his way back to the hospital. Though the arrangements he had made were all in place, he did not relax his guard one bit. He carefully ran through all the possible avenues he might have neglected as he walked back. After all, this matter concerned Avril's safety, and he was not about to let anything slip past him if he could help it. Don't dwell too much on things. The plan you've just set in place is detailed and comprehensive. As long as Thurum's men treat it seriously, we shouldn't run into any issues, Phantom reassured Xia Fei. Xia Fei sighed. That is exactly what I'm worried about. More people means more mouths. If we have even a single slip-up, it can very well cause the entire plan to collapse. Since you're not at ease, why don't you do it yourself? Phantom pursed his lips as he suggested. Both arrived at the ground floor of the hospital as he chatted. Tidying his clothes to make himself look more energetic, Xia Fei answered, I need to buy Avril's side. Even if there are gaps in the plan, we still have to protect the person at the center of all these. Now that the stage has been set, all that remained was to harvest their catch. Xia Fei handed over command to the Ling brothers and dedicated himself to staying by Avril's side and protecting her. The Ling brothers, whom he had gotten quite close with, had his confidence, and this was why he could entrust the harvest plan to them instead of others. Furthermore, Xia Fei had once saved Ling Feng's life. Given the personality these 3 brothers shared, they would most definitely give their all when helping him. This was the result he came to after mulling over this for a long time. If Xia Fei was the one commanding the operation, it meant that he could not be by Avril's side. If he wanted to stay by her side, he needed to hand command over to someone else. He could not have both his cake and eat it, and when weighing both options, Xia Fei considered Avril more important to him. The number of bodyguards along the corridor appeared to have increased by quite a bit, which brought Xia Fei some surprise. That was when Pang Xing walked over and said in a deep voice, "The patriarch's here." Xia Fei was slightly stunned. This patriarch should be Avril's grandfather. It was rumored that the elderly man had already taken a back seat from everything and had retreated deep on the mountains to self-cultivate, ignorant to the world around him. Xia Fei nodded at Pang Xing and thanked him for his kindly reminder before he slowly made his way to Avril's room. His brain was thinking fast. They were now at the critical juncture of harvesting their catch, and Xia Fei had already made his approach known to Pang Hai already. No matter what, Xia Fei would not let off that scum of a human, Barty, yet right now, the real big boss of the Jian family had appeared out of nowhere, and Xia Fei refused to believe that the two were not related at all. In the room, Avril was seated beside the elderly man. The Jians possessed blonde hair, but because this man had already gotten on in his years, his hair was now a mix of yellow and white, somewhat making people feel strange. His face was similar to Newman and Barty's aside from having even more wrinkles. His gaze was turbid but shrewd, his chin bare without even a bit of fuzz. Pang Hai was standing at the side, smiling as he watched Ernst and Avril play around. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and reached his hand out to knock on the door. "You're back." Avril excitedly opened the door, dragging Xia Fei in. "Xia Fei, this is my grandfather, Ernst." "Grandpa, this is Xia Fei." Xia Fei very respectfully greeted Ernst and Pang Hai, pulling a chair from the side to sit in. Ernst's eyes focused on Xia Fei, seizing him up. His gaze seemed very complex. Xia Fei did not say a word, pouring himself a cup of tea and leaning back in his chair, enjoying his beverage. "You're Xia Fei?" Ernst asked. "Yes. I heard that your home planet is somewhere called Earth." "That's right," Xia Fei answered very simply. Ernst felt that it was pointless, so he did not ask any further. Though Avril was not one who understood the ways of the world, she nevertheless could sense some unpleasantness from the conversation between the two. "Oh, no, grandfather doesn't seem to like Xia Fei, what should I do?" Avril was a bit flustered thinking this. Her father did not like Xia Fei, and neither did her grandfather. This fact caused Avril to feel quite a terrible headache. "Xia Fei, my grandfather likes hearing jokes. Why don't you tell him some of the jokes you've told me?" Avril's quick thinking made her come up with the idea of getting Xia Fei to tell a joke to ease the tension in the room. Xia Fei shook his head. "I'm a little tired today, can we postpone this to another day?" Ernst laughed uproariously. "Okay, there's no need to force yourself if you don't wish to speak. You should all leave. I want to discuss something with Xia Fei." Avril obediently listened to her grandfather. Pang Hai and she walked out together, eyeing Xia Fei before she went, signaling for Xia Fei not to anger her grandfather. Xia Fei pretended not to catch this gesture, causing Avril to pout in response. "Now that it's just the two of us, I do believe you already know why I'm here?" Ernst asked. Xia Fei nodded. "Barty's your son at the end of the day. I would show up as well if I were in your shoes." Ernst heaved a long sigh, his eyes looking out the window. "You're right. When a son makes a mistake, there's no way for a father to shirk his responsibility." Pausing for some time, Ernst continued. "I know all about Barty's deeds. Pang Hai did all he could to hide this from me by his volition. Had it not been for the fact that he could no longer cover for Barty, he would very much have continued keeping it from me. Pang Hai's family has been serving mine, and given that my son caused this matter, I don't have any reason to blame him. With how old Pang Hai is already, he's at the age where he ought to retire. You've met his son, Pang Xing, what are your thoughts on him? Think he is qualified to take over the role as the head butler?" Xia Fei was slightly shocked at the question. He could not understand why Ernst would ask for his opinion on who should become the head butler of the Jian family or if someone was qualified to take over a job. Smiling, Xia Fei gave his answer. "I won't interfere with matters concerning your household." "Then, can you at least tell me what your thoughts are on Pang Xing? I heard that you had fought with him before." Ernst persisted on this topic. Xia Fei had already formulated an answer in his mind. "I'm not really familiar with him, but I do feel that his loyalty to your family is beyond doubt, and he treats Avril well, too." Ernst seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with Xia Fei's evasive answer, folding his arms to ask, "Do you like Avril?" "I do." Xia Fei did not expect Ernst to ask such a blunt question. Thankfully, he had the bachelor's momentum and was not at all thrown off by the question, simply giving a very generous answer. Old Ernst's eyes glowed as he grimaced. "I dote on my son as well." Superficially, it seemed that both statements were unrelated to each other, but when considering the time and place, everything became all the more intriguing. "All fathers under the heavens dote on their sons, that is only a given," Xia Fei softly commented. "A father is willing to pay any price in order to protect his son." Ernst promptly reverted to his previous attitude, becoming all somber. "Everyone's their father's offspring, and there's no such thing as anyone being more valuable than another. I believe other fathers will also do everything within their power to protect their sons." With the conversation reaching this point, Xia Fei became clear on Ernst's goal, which was why he was hinting on the old man that those girls, who had died by Barty's hands, were also others' offspring, so there was no reason for his son not to be held accountable for his deeds. Ernst was abruptly taken aback by this. At that very moment, it was as if he had grown a lot older, and it was without a doubt that Xia Fei's words had struck a strong chord in him. Is there really no way to let him off? Ernst's two hands went to cover his face, asking in his hoarse voice. Things aren't as what you've imagined. I'm not the only one who knows about Barty's business, so it's pointless for us to discuss this matter. I know that those people work for you and that you are able to de-escalate things. Ernst finally stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. I'm not here today to plead for that bastard's life. What Barty has done is enough for him to be killed 100 times over. Today, I'm representing our Jian family's ancestors to beg you, once Barty's matter is leaked to the outside world, our entire family will be ruined. I don't wish to see the foundation that my ancestors painstakingly built be ruined by that bastard's hands. Ernst was becoming more and more agitated as he spoke, with his old and pale turning beet red. Xia Fei was very certain that what Ernst said was the truth. He was indeed not doing this for his son, but for his entire family, including Avril. If you agree to letting Barty go, I'll marry you to Avril. Everything of the Jian family will belong to you, Ernst said with red eyes. Shock. Extreme shock. This was indeed a condition that no one could refuse. The beautiful Avril and the Starlink Corporation, the 13th largest business in the whole alliance. Countless men did not even dare to dream of something like this, yet such an opportunity was up for grabs in front of Xia Fei right now. As long as he nodded, everything would belong to him. Xia Fei really hesitated. Anyone would most definitely waver in the face of such a tempting offer. Besides, Xia Fei was someone who had struggled from the lowest rung of society. He was very well acquainted with the importance of money more than anyone else. Ernst's eyes slightly squinted. The wily old fox knew that Xia Fei was hesitating. He believed that, as long as this boy was not insane, there would not be anyone who could refuse such an offer, but what he did not realize was that Xia Fei really had such a nickname, Crazy Xia. Xia Fei contemplated this with knitted eyebrows for the longest time, then he seemed to have understood something suddenly, and his entire person became a lot more at ease. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Xia Fei chuckled as he gave his answer. Ernst was completely flabbergasted. He was confident that no one in the universe would be able to reject his offer, yet Xia Fei had actually gone ahead and done just that. At the moment, Ernst felt quite drained inside, as if even the air around him was mocking the decline of his distinguished major family, and to add insult to injury, that it had happened in his time. Getting up, Ernst headed out with faltering steps. Now that all the pieces had fallen in place, there was no need to continue the chat any longer. Since Xia Fei rejected such an offer, there was simply nothing he could think of that would make this boy change his mind. Actually, I do have an idea to avoid your family's decline, Xia Fei said after deliberating it for some time. What is it? You ought to know it. Ernst barked out a self-deprecating laugh, turning around to nod in Xia Fei's direction. Though it'll be an ending different from what I expected, I must still thank you. You're welcome, Xia Fei replied. Chapter 171, A Man and Woman Alone. After sending off Ernst, Xia Fei only felt his whole body lighten. After all, it was not easy to have rejected a tempting offer, not to mention that it involved Avril and the entirety of Starlink Corporation. The offer was indubitably a priceless transaction, something that anyone would go crazy over. Phantom was shaking his head like a rattle. You're mad. Absolutely insane. Why would you reject such a wonderful offer? Xia Fei lit a cigarette and calmly replied, Avril isn't an object or good, she should not be used as part of a transaction. Imagine you are Ernst, would you have given the company forged by the countless generations before to a complete stranger you've only met once? Phantom's forehead creased as he mulled over this for some time. Though Ernst said that he's trying to save his family, the method that he used to resolve it is somewhat too far-fetched when one carefully thinks about it. Begging for mercy isn't the only way to save Barty's life. As one of the elite families in the alliance, Ernst ought to have other methods at hand, so there's no reason for him to put his entire family's life and fortune all on you. Something strange is afoot, so I rejected it because I can't make sense of it, Xia Fei answered. Rejection was the safest way to handle that situation just then. Phantom seemed to have understood a little but was still unable to make sense of other things. Actually, he was not the only one. Xia Fei himself could not fathom the true intentions of Ernst, and he had only made his decision based on his intuition. Then, that other method that you mentioned, which can save the Jian family's prestige, what is it exactly? Phantom changed the topic. Killing Barty. Kill him. That's right. Only Barty's death can reduce the impact of this entire situation to the smallest. Since matters have already gotten to this point, even if I choose to keep mum about it, there's no guarantee that the Ling brothers will honor the same gag order. You yourself know how much they hate Barty, and besides, everything is being reported to the Adjudicator Union, so sooner or later, everyone involved in the Bliss Club will be removed, roots and all. If Barty dies, this matter will become his individual action, and it won't affect the family. Think about it, if Barty appears in the court, facing down the wrath of the countless civilians, just how severe will it be for the Jian family? Xia Fei got up and headed to the door, while Phantom shook his head repeatedly. That is indeed the case. All things are put to rest when someone dies. That's the only way for the Jians to lose the least. It's just that, for Ernst to let you kill his flesh and blood, people will find it hard to wrap their heads around. He's really quite ruthless. Xia Fei smiled. He looked very despondent when he walked away, as if he's aged even more at that instant. I could tell that it's not that he doesn't care about Barty, he was merely making a decision for the sake of his family. Not anybody could abandon their child at such a critical juncture. Honestly, if it weren't for Avril's sake, I wouldn't even bother to kill Barty. Slaying someone like him will only dirty my hands. There was only Pang Hai standing in the empty corridor. Avril and Ernst both left for the dining hall, and the bodyguards went with them. The old patriarch and the young mistress are waiting for you in the dining hall, Pang Hai said. Xia Fei slightly nodded to show acknowledgement. He did not have a good or bad impression of Pang Hai. The reason why he protected Barty was out of love, and no matter how badly Barty acted, Pang Hai would still protect him, and such loyalty was worthy of admiration. Besides, Pang Hai was about to retire, so Xia Fei decided to let this fiercely loyal old coot off and not continue having a dispute with him anymore. Congratulations! The old patriarch holds you in high esteem, Pang Hai whispered. Why is that so? Xia Fei was slightly surprised. His son was about to die in his hands, yet Ernst actually held him in high regard? Could he have taken the wrong medication? Pang Hai chuckled reluctantly. I've told you, you and the Jian family live in two absolutely different worlds. If you decided to let Barty off in exchange for wealth earlier, I dare assure you that you wouldn't ever be able to take a step in the Jian household again, but it's precisely you rejecting his offer, even voicing your willingness to kill Barty, that caused the old patriarch to view you in a different light. Xia Fei frowned. Because I want to kill his son, he now holds me in high regard, instead. I know you don't understand, but remember this well, the Jian family could stand tall for so many years because they would always make the right choice at the critical moment. Pang Hai's eyes narrowed as he regarded Xia Fei. This is the norm in high society. You'll get used to it over time. The dinner was uneventful. Ernst was heavy-hearted, only saying a few words tonight. Xia Fei, meanwhile, was mulling over what Pang Hai had told him, about how the top families in the alliance would deal with matters differently from the common folk, willing to sacrifice their flesh and blood for the preservation of their family's prestige. This was something that not many in this world could do. Poor Avril was unaware of all these. One moment she was attempting to humor her grandfather, the next she was feeling sad over Xia Fei, becoming full of dejectedness the whole night. Once this depressing dinner affair concluded, Ernst and Pang Hai bid everyone farewell, saying that they were retiring to their seclusion spots. Before leaving, Ernst glanced at Xia Fei profoundly as if wanting to explain something to the latter, but he ultimately kept quiet. After sending Ernst off, Xia Fei and Avril went back to the floor they were staying, though Xia Fei did not return to his room and, instead, followed Avril back to hers, lightly pushing the door open. I'll be staying here tonight, Xia Fei softly stated. If you're staying here, where should I sleep? Avril was puzzled. You'll stay here as well. Avril could only feel a bout of dizziness come over her, and that pretty face of hers blushed furiously like a ripe apple. She would never have guessed that Xia Fei would be so bold as to request to stay in the same room as her. For a single man and a woman to share a room together, even a fool would have trouble not imagining what might happen. Girls would of course mature before boys, and though Avril was uninitiated in the ways of the world, she still had a vague understanding about what happened between men and women. Could he be thinking about? Avril was becoming more and more embarrassed the more she thought about it. Lowering her head and taking small delicate steps into the room, her heart thumped madly in her chest. She had no idea why she was feeling slightly afraid yet also vaguely expectant. Xia Fei smiled at the dumbfounded Pang Xing, who was standing by the entrance, before turning to close the door behind him. Pang Xing only came to a start after the automatic locks activated. Bastard! Brute! Beast! The bodyguards, who were guarding outside, could no longer suppress the rage that they were feeling inside, and each of them cursed Xia Fei furiously. All of them were convinced that their beautiful Lady Avril would most definitely be taken by the man. In the hearts of all these bodyguards, Avril was like an attainable saint, someone whom they could only admire from afar, yet that ugly Xia Fei had actually run in and staked his claim on the delicate beauty, causing all of them to feel extremely imbalanced deep down. This was especially true given Xia Fei's attitude just then, generously inviting himself into Avril's room as if it was only natural for her to sleep with him. As such, the rage that these bodyguards were feeling towards Xia Fei soared to greater heights more than ever. Closing the door, Xia Fei then moved to close the thick curtains, too, plunging the entire room into gloomy darkness. A man and woman alone in such a setting made it all the more impossible for people not to conjure some wild thoughts. Lying openly on the bed, Xia Fei stared at the ceiling above as if he was contemplating something. Avril stood at the side of the door, uncertain on what she should do, wishing that she could just find some hole to dive into. What is he doing, lying in my bed? Is he perhaps waiting for me? After hesitating for a good while, Avril spoke in a small voice. I'm going to take a shower first. Okay, Xia Fei answered with ease. Changing out to a pair of slippers, Avril hurried and hid herself in the bathroom, taking a peek at Xia Fei before she closed the door. All she saw was Xia Fei lying calmly on the bed, all meditative. Avril's heart was now trembling in a mixture of excitement and fear. Xia Fei looks so calm and composed, perhaps he already has experience. She hid behind the door as she nervously clutched her burning cheeks. This is so embarrassing, just what am I thinking about? She took a hot shower with her heart at 6s and 7s. Avril stood in front of the mirror and brushed her blonde hair over and over again, carefully wiping each and every water droplet off her skin, staring blankly into the mirror after she was done. Is today the day? How detestable! I haven't even gotten myself ready for it yet. It wouldn't be bad doing it with Xia Fei, would it? What should I say after I step out? The heart of the young maiden was like the weather in June, unpredictable. Avril was momentarily anxious, momentarily expectant. Even she had no idea just what exactly was the reason for this. Are you okay? Xia Fei asked, knocking at the bathroom door. Don't come in. Avril nearly jumped out of her skin upon hearing Xia Fei suddenly knock like that, blurting that out in her nervousness. Oh, it's fine as long as you are okay. Avril clutched her chest. All that courage she had managed to gather all but disappeared following Xia Fei's unexpected interruption. Avril took a very long time to calm herself down again. She opened the door and very mortifyingly made her way to the bed. She lowered her head and sat down, her two fair hands rubbing the corners of her pajamas, her face now a dazzling peach color. Xia Fei leaped from the bed and walked toward Avril. Here he comes. Avril's heart began to thump hard, her head lowering even more than usual, her state of mind in complete chaos. The moment Xia Fei's hand touched her hair, Avril suddenly reached out to hug his waist, her voice trembling slightly. You need to be gentle. Her head was blank, completely clueless why she had said something like that. Xia Fei was slightly startled. You go to sleep first. I'm going to take a shower, too. Avril anxiously let Xia Fei go and quickly crawled back under the covers, wrapping herself tightly from head to toe. In no time, the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. Xia Fei's shower was much faster than Avril's, taking no more than 2 minutes before his footsteps could be heard in the room once more. He's coming now, Avril nervously thought to herself as she shrank deeper under the covers. A minute passed, and not a move was made. 3 minutes went by, and Xia Fei had still not torn off Avril's bed cover. 10 minutes later, Avril finally could no longer hold back and poked her head out, curiously looking around. All she saw was Xia Fei lying down on the carpet, his clothes bundled up under his head to form a makeshift pillow, his 2 eyes closed, already fast asleep. Avril felt very disappointed, coldly snorting as she pouted. She dove back under her covers and muttered softly to herself, Curse Xia Fei, this big meanie. I knew he was just teasing me. It was unknown just how much longer before Avril finally fell asleep out of tiredness. She had clearly done nothing today, yet she had never felt more tired than before. In the wee hours of the morning, Xia Fei abruptly opened his 2 eyes, breaking out from his dream. Without making a sound, he climbed up to his feet and hid behind the curtains while looking out into the night sky. All he saw was a weak light some distance away, flickering like fireflies, as if transmitting some signal. Chapter 172, Let the Harvest Begin. Looking at that flickering light into the distance, the corners of Xia Fei's lips curled to form a strange smirk. Silently slipping over to Avril's side, he used his hand to cover her mouth. The coarse hand was a sharp contrast to Avril's soft and delicate skin. She abruptly opened her eyes as her pupils constricted in shock and complete puzzlement. "Do you trust me?" asked Xia Fei in a hushed voice. Avril did not understand what Xia Fei meant, nodding her head blankly. "Good. I will now be taking you away from here. Can you stay quiet?" Xia Fei released his hand from her mouth as he asked this question. "You're taking me away? Then, will I still be coming back?" Avril asked, confused. Xia Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry at Avril's naivety. "It's only for a few days. You'll come back very soon." "Oh." Avril could not explain why this revelation actually made her slightly disappointed. "Well, I'll be able to spend time alone with Xia Fei for a few days." Hee. Avril could not help but giggle to herself when she thought about this. Xia Fei took out a piece of black sharkskin cloth and wrapped it around Avril before taking her into his arms. This sort of fabric was of great protective quality. Not only was its defense high, it also had great air permeability, so Avril would not feel at all suffocating inside. "You may feel quite a bit of rocking when I start running, but please bear with it." "Okay, I trust you," Avril said, her cheeks flushing. The reinforced glass in the room, which was almost 10 centimeters thick, was known as impenetrable to laser fire. Xia Fei took out a device about the size of a go piece from his spatial ring and stuck it to the glass. This was an ultrasonic oscillator, able to instantly unleash an unimaginably high vibration frequency, which would shatter even sturdy titanium alloy. This device was expensive and there was no way to purchase it without the right connections. Thuram had sent 3 his way after learning about Xia Fei's plan. He could easily obtain items that most would be unable to get their hands on since he was the weapons and equipment's head quartermaster in the Adjudicator Union at the end of the day. Standing 10 meters away, Xia Fei held Avril tightly in his arms as he crouched low, adopting a stance ready to launch himself off. With a light tap on his microcomputer, the ultrasonic oscillator promptly activated. Ultrasonic was a high-frequency sound wave that human ears could not perceive. There was a crisp sound, then several thin cracks appeared on that 10 centimeter thick reinforced glass. Celestial Moon was abruptly unsheathed. The 18 disc blades came rushing out, striking the glass surface from 18 different angles in an attempt to shatter it. Just as the powerful Celestial Moon managed to reduce the reinforced glass into shard fragments, Xia Fei pumped strength to his 2 legs and leaped off the 6th floor like a bolt of lightning. Everything happened so suddenly, and coupled with how no one was expecting Xia Fei to take advantage of the night to abscond with Avril, by the time these bodyguards from the Jian family reacted, he had already hopped onto a small shuttle, which had been waiting some distance away, and disappeared into the darkness. Turning on his communicator, Xia Fei gave out his order to the image of Ling Xiao's head. "Begin the harvest operation." "Understood," Ling Xiao roused. As Xia Fei turned off the screen, Avril poked her head out from within his arms. She felt utterly cozy being in his embrace, even somewhat reluctant to leave it. "Harvest?" Avril inquisitively asked. Xia Fei smiled. "It's nothing. I've cast a net by the sea, and now it's time to catch the fish." Avril knew Xia Fei was being evasive, but she did not press the issue. In her eyes, the things men must do were different from what women ought to do, thus, there were plenty of things she did not need to know. What mattered to her was just knowing that Xia Fei would never harm her. "So where are we heading off?" Avril asked, still blushing. Upon thinking that she would be able to spend several days of unconstrained solitude with Xia Fei, Avril could not help but feel excited. After all, she had lived in a sheltered home since she was young and seldom had the chance to see the outside, this was not mentioning she would be spending this free time with her favorite person. Actually, she did not really like the life she was presently leading. She believed that happiness could be found in exploring space alone like what Xia Fei was doing. In fact, her yearning for him must have stemmed from him possessing what she could not have, freedom. There was no such thing as a love that started without reason. Avril was like a captive housecat, every day walking in the villa. One day, when this domesticated housecat bumped into a reckless, feral cat, an inexplicable chemistry sprouted. The feral cat was completely different from this domestic cat, flaunting the rules, daringly barging into places that it liked. Though it had scars all over, the feral cat did not care 2 hoots. Both the housecat and the feral cat were felines, though they shared absolutely nothing in common. Avril found everything about Xia Fei refreshing, causing her to become unknowingly attracted toward him, enticing her in more and more. However, if that had just been it, it would have been enough to make Avril fall for Xia Fei. What was crucial was when Xia Fei appeared in her direst strait, taking her life back from the knife's edge at all cost. All the previous points from before finally had accumulated to that one moment, forming a single string that bound Avril's heart closely to his. Though Avril was not too knowledgeable of the world, she could vaguely sense that there was no way for her to extricate herself from this. Besides, she did not wish to do so. Xia Fei set Avril in the seat. This made her pout, however, for she thought that it was nowhere as comfortable as being in his arms. "I'll take you to somewhere fun. You'll know in a second." Xia Fei mysteriously chuckled. Avril nodded eagerly, softly muttering, "I'm willing to go wherever you take me." As Xia Fei expected, the seemingly strict security in that hospital was still full of loopholes. Xia Fei barely wasted any effort yet managed to sneak Avril out. Several minutes later, the entire hospital was thrown into a fit of chaos. All the bodyguards were for naught, which was also why Xia Fei had decided to bring Avril away from that place. Someone among the guards could be a plumager, and once the harvest operation began, those wicked people might retaliate with reckless abandon, and that would undoubtedly put Avril in danger. Xia Fei had always been a paranoid skeptic, so he would definitely not let his woman be exposed to danger, not now, not in the future, not ever. The entire harvest operation was under Xia Fei's control, so it was only right for him to be there, but Xia Fei did not even hesitate to be by Avril's side, protecting her, instead. To him, there was nothing more important than her safety, so even if this operation ended in a failure, he would still prioritize her safety over everything else. Back in the hospital, the exasperated Pang Xin pulled out his communicator to report this matter to Newman. He had trusted Xia Fei this entire time, but Xia Fei had managed to pull one over him this time. He was even wishing death upon the man at this moment, hurtling curses Xia Fei a million times over. What he had no idea was, since Xia Fei dared to make such a move, he would not even care about being cursed. He did not even care for his own life, so why would he mind if he was being cursed? In the dark of the night, an electronic communicator tracker cordon was already searching within a 20-kilometer radius. Every communication would be tapped and their position locked on. The control on them could even be forcibly taken over. Ling Xiao was seated imposingly inside the makeshift command center. He was being extremely serious in his attitude. According to the rank assigned to this operation, he was originally unqualified to take overall command, but he had no idea what Xia Fei said to Thuram, for Thuram had actually listened to Xia Fei's suggestion and handed command to him. Ling Xiao was extremely grateful for this opportunity. All this time, he had only been in command of his team of 3 brothers, and this was actually the first time he had a contingent that numbered over 100 warriors for this large-scale operation. If he were to succeed here, he had no doubt that he would receive Thuram's praise, as well as the high possibility of being promoted to an elite commander of dozens of teams from a lowly team leader. The first signal has been sent, and it's the Jian family's head butler Pang Xin contacting Newman, one of the staff anxiously reported. "Listen in on the content of the call and record everything down," Ling Xiao deeply commanded. Despite his calm appearance, his palm was already clammy with sweat. "A second call signal has been sent," another staff in charge of monitoring the trackers reported. "Who's it from?" "A bodyguard by the name of Long Zi. He's currently connecting to old Patriarch Ernst. Monitor it." There's no need to block the signal. Not only was there a mole of the plumagers among the bodyguards, there would also be secret agents from the core members of the Jian household. There was not much to be said about the first communicator call. Pang Xin had just taken up the post of the head butler today, so he was of course the first to report this incident to the Jian family, but the second call was a little unorthodox. This bodyguard by the name of Long Zi was also working for the old patriarch in secret, reporting straight to the big boss the moment something happened. Xia Fei's goal was not to weed out these people, however, but to uncover the identity of the plumagers 2 moles who were hiding within the family. It was as the saying went, cleaning from the inside is the most important. The 2 moles hiding within the family were like thorns in Xia Fei's flesh. There was no way he could be at ease until they were taken care of. That was why Xia Fei had arranged such an operation, personally whisking away Avril to create a commotion in the Jian family, using this chance to create another situation to whack those spies. Of course, Xia Fei had made arrangements for Zhou Yuking and the plumagers in the other location as well. Following which, the monitoring staff picked up communication signals one after another. What none of them had expected was the fact there were not only people planted by the family themselves, there were also those from other companies, other families, and the Classified Investigations Department. All of them immediately reported to their respective bosses about the news of the family heiress, Avril, getting abducted. The Jian family was huge, so of course there were plenty of eyes belonging to the various powers in the alliance. It was quite normal for the different circles to insert their men in, either to obtain some business secrets or other news. This time, Xia Fei's harvest operation caused all the spies to come out of the woodworks. All of them, be they beneficial or otherwise, must be taken care of. This could be considered as an unexpected bonus. Trying to get a job as the Jian family's bodyguard was no easy task. Candidates needed to go through several stages of selection process. With Xia Fei having managed to clear them all out at one go, it might take a very long time before those powerful figures and organizations could inch spies in the family. Several minutes passed, and the plumagers moles had yet to make an attempt to connect to the outside. This caused Ling Xiao to worry somewhat, using a communicator to get in touch with Xia Fei. "Brother Xia, it's been 10 minutes, yet we haven't gotten any news on those plumagers." Xia Fei was unperturbed. "There's no hurry. Keep an eye on the nets we have outside. If I'm not mistaken, they will have some news transmitted very soon." Ling Xiao nodded. He admired Xia Fei's composure greatly. The young man had managed to draw such a plan in a short time, and it was not just a single net, but many others, each linked to the other which could be closed all together. It was truly such an ingenious series of harvest. Chapter 173, A Cleansing. Some 67,000 light-years away from the capital ring was a Viridian planet. The 4 seasons there were beautiful and picturesque, with a deep blue sea that wonderfully contrasted the pure white, sandy shores. It was the nearest planet with top scenic spots, perfect for vacations and holiday getaways, from the capital ring. In fact, many of those staying in the capital ring would choose this planet to sightsee on whenever they had free time, passing their time in leisure and extreme relaxation. This was also why this Viridian planet had been dubbed as the capital's backyard. An Anathema-class special ops frigate floated just above the surface of this planet's deep cerulean waters. Hardly any humans could be seen in any directions for thousands of miles. From its position, the frigate looked no more than an insignificant speck of black in all this blue. This warship could not only cruise in space but also float above sea level. It even had the ability to travel underwater like a submarine. Having a warship was as good as owning a mobile home. It was only that Xia Fei's home was not at all luxurious, and it was hard to even call it comfortable. Since Xia Fei firmly believed that the warship's purpose for their existence was to be used in battles, the stuff on board, such as a comfortable couch or a soft bed, had long been thrown away like garbage by Xia Fei. Right now, all he had was a narrow and hard single bed. Avril did not complain about the simple bathroom and the hardness of the bed. She was already satisfied that she could be with Xia Fei. She was very curious about Xia Fei's home. She was all grown up, yet it was her first time knowing that beds could also be so small and hard, and not every kitchen was packed full with sumptuous food. She only realized then that Xia Fei was actually living a very Spartan-like lifestyle as he traveled from star to star, galaxy to galaxy, all by himself. At this very moment, the deck of the warship had 2 recliners and a small, round table propped on a parasol. Xia Fei was on one of these recliners. The screen of the microcomputer in his hand was bright as he maintained a steady contact with Ling Xiao, who was in the distant alliance capital. "We're still missing one, and we must locate this person. There are lots of servants and security personnel in the Jian family. If this person isn't in the hospital, they can also be in Sunset Villa. Continue monitoring," Xia Fei said. Several minutes ago, Ling Xiao's men had just weeded out one of the 2 plumager moles hiding in the Jian household, then they immediately relayed to Xia Fei. This mole was very clever. He did not even use a handheld communicator while inside the hospital to report back but, instead, quietly left the hospital to find a public phone booth. In the incredibly developed capital ring, quite a few ancient public phone booths were still around as the cost of intergalactic communications was quite expensive, and plenty of the average citizens could not afford it. The cost of using a public phone booth compared to a handheld communicator was far cheaper. Establishing connection from one star region to another would cost 15 star coins every minute via a phone booth, while it would be 120 star coins a minute via a handheld communicator. The reason the mole had opted for a public phone booth was of course not to save money but the anonymity it provided. It was harder to track and trace one through public communicators, after all. Fortunately, Xia Fei had also sent men to monitor the area around the hospital aside from that electronic communicator tracker cordon. so when that plumager sneaked out of the hospital to place a call through the phone booth, he was immediately captured by the adjudicators lying in wait. What about Zhou Yuking and those plumagers in that dilapidated house? Should we make our move now? Ling Xiao asked. No need. Just monitor everything. Once they lose contact with the two moles, those people will surely be unable to contain themselves and report this to their superior. I don't just want to smoke them out but also to uproot those people at the top who have been pulling the strings from behind, Xia Fei explained with gravitas, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. The plumagers were already being heavily monitored, so capturing any of them would be simple, but Xia Fei's goal did not stop just at them, he wanted to uproot every single one of the nearby plumagers in the capital. Extermination needed to start from the roots, or else there would be no end to this. I understand. We'll keep waiting to catch the big fish, Ling Xiao affirmed. Yes, right now, it is a contest of patience. I have Avril safely hidden, while they're not getting any news from the moles they've placed inside the Jian household. Those people will feel far more flustered than us. The current situation is already completely in our grasp. Remember, there's no need to make a move if the enemy doesn't, Xia Fei reiterated. Should we let Avril's family in on this a little? They're all worried to death about her right now, Ling Xiao asked worriedly. Xia Fei chuckled. It's fine. Let them all be antsy for a couple of days. The more flustered they are, the more the enemy will be convinced that Avril has truly gone missing. Much of our charade's success hinges on the Jian family's reaction. All right, then. You'll be informed if anything comes up, Ling Xiao said. Don't forget, I'll be the one to take care of Barty and Zhou Yuking, Xia Fei reminded. Ling Xiao nodded. I understand, I'll send them right over to you, but I'll have no clue about it. Xia Fei smiled knowingly. Some things were better on the need-to-know basis, and revealing it would be meaningless in any case. Turning off the screen, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took a few drags. One mole had been uprooted, but the other was still moving freely out there. It appeared that he would have to hide out here for a few more days. Thuram's strength was much stronger than what Xia Fei had expected, with several hundred of adjudicators gathered in a matter of 3 hours. Even high-tier equipment could easily be obtained whenever he requested it. Ordinarily, a head quartermaster like him could not possibly wield so much power, yet Thuram had managed to do just that. In fact, his expression made it seem as if these were just trivial matters. Xia Fei was more and more impressed with the old-timer Qin Meng. He had no idea just what sort of background that unimpressive library curator was hiding, but it appeared that Xia Fei's encounter with Qin Meng and his subsequent decision to be a librarian had been a wise choice, considering how much he had benefited from it. This sort of benefit that he was enjoying was not simply the knowledge he had gained from the books, more importantly, it was the connections. Xia Fei had even made friends within the adjudicator's precinct and there was no telling when they could be of big help to him. Using this occasion as an example, had it not been for Thuram's assistance, Xia Fei would never have been able to make his plan come into fruition no matter how detailed it was. Within 2 years, Xia Fei had already turned from a bicycle-riding courier, with not even 2 cents to rub together, into an outstanding warrior, with his company and connections. More importantly, there was Avril. As he was lost in his thoughts, Avril somewhat self-consciously stepped to the command deck from the warship. She was wearing a pink bikini, her graceful figure and her snowy white skin, like clean white satin, prominently exhibited in it. All in all, she was an irresistible sight to behold. Xia Fei, I'm ready. Avril walked over to his side, her cheeks blushing hard. Xia Fei chuckled. How beautiful, like an angel that has descended from the heavens. Avril tilted her head. Am I really that pretty? Without a doubt. Meanie. You're always teasing me. Xia Fei stood up and jumped into the sea with a splash. Come on, I'll teach you how to swim. No. I'll end up drinking a lot of seawater. I'll be here. There are sharks in the sea. They'll bite. Nope. No shark will dare come near when I'm around. While Xia Fei and Avril were enjoying their vacation in the sun and the sand, the apprehension operation against the plumagers was in full swing, with new information being uncovered every day. 2 days later, the second mole in the Jian family had been caught, and unexpectedly, this person was actually a female. She was one of the maids specifically responsible for taking care of Avril's diet. They discovered, after much interrogation, that she was the one who had revealed about Xia Fei breaking into Sunset Villa that day, which resulted in the plumagers making their move to abduct Avril in broad daylight. Xia Fei could not help but feel a bit shaken. It was a good thing that the maid had only been helping Avril with her snacks and such and did not really have any chance to directly come into contact with her, or else Avril might have been in real danger. With the mole unearthed, it was now time to enact their all-encompassing mobilization against the plumagers. Ling Xia was in charge of the entire operation, and for a while, the entire capital had rumors that the Adjudicator Union was enforcing their powerful dominance, arresting people left and right. Each of these covered plumagers was plucked out one by one. The adjudicators were no police, so their methods were not too restricted. Everyone was immediately subjected to torture upon capture, obtaining another name from their mouths in such a fashion. Some of these plumagers were quite tough, unwilling to betray even a word in the face of death. The Adjudicator Union naturally had methods to deal with them, so there was no need for these people to speak. Mind readers could delve into their consciousness and have a look at every moment of their lives this way. As more and more people were apprehended, each and every conspiracy began to surface and unravel. The plumagers had already grown from a hitman organization into an underworld force, which specialized in attaining profits through unscrupulous means. They had gained control of many rich and powerful businessmen through their women, obtaining plenty of benefits from the side. The scope and length of these conspiracies was shameful when it came to light, but it was still nothing compared to their operation to obtain the Jian family's assets, which had taken them nearly 3 decades of planning and implementation. Putting down his communicator, Xia Fei stood on the deck of Vampire and gazed at the gradually setting sun. As the apprehension operation was nearing its end, it was time for him to leave. Xia Fei had spent these last few days happily with Avril like a couple, going about their days chatting and watching the sun rise and set. Their days were simple yet fulfilling. This was the first time he had experienced such days since his birth. No matter what, old Porter was still waiting for him in the distant black abyss, and the longer this dragged on, the less advantageous it was for him, so Xia Fei decided that he would leave as soon as this matter was wrapped up and hurry to Black Abyss. "What, are you a little reluctant to leave Avril?" Phantom teasingly asked. Xia Fei shook his head. "Nope. I was just thinking again how living a life in the high society circle might not be a good thing. Today, Avril is being targeted by the plumagers, who knows what other organization it will be tomorrow." Phantom sighed. "This can't be avoided. What can you do about it?" Xia Fei was silent for a good while. It was evident that Avril had feelings for him, and he had no idea what to tell her now that he was about to leave. Vampire took off into the night sky, only warping once to return to the capital ring. Because Xia Fei did not have the permission to pilot a warship into the capital, Thuram had specially sent someone to fetch Avril from beyond the galaxy. Though Avril was reluctant to leave, she still obediently stepped onto the ship that would take her home. Xia Fei had spent almost every moment these last few days talking on the phone, and from his vague words and tone, Avril could already guess that he was taking care of some enemies, and there was no doubt these were the same people who had attempted to kidnap her. Her gratefulness towards Xia Fei only deepened after all this. "Xia Fei." Avril suddenly turned to smile at him. "Remember, I'll always be waiting for you." With that, Avril ran off with blushed cheeks. Xia Fei smiled slightly as he returned to Vampire. He could set off once he was done settling one last thing. Chapter 174, Cremation. About 1,580,000 light-years away from the capital ring was a desolate asteroid belt. Xia Fei hid Vampire behind one of the asteroids as he sat smoking a cigarette on the command deck while waiting. Soon, his communicator's indicator lights flashed then started blinking. Xia Fei used the same method to turn on and off his communicator without answering, sending a signal to the other party, instead. This method of communication by making the indicator lights blink rhythmically, varying in frequency and duration, was called the Westminster Code. It could only be used in short-distance communication. Given how transmissions were not safe in the universe, a randomly broadcasted signal could very easily be intercepted by other parties, unless a specific encryption method was involved, otherwise, there was a high chance of being found by an advanced signal scanner. This place was not that far from the tightly defended capital ring, so just in case, Xia Fei decided to use such an ancient code to communicate with the other. Soon, an Amarian Crusader-class frigate silently appeared beside Vampire. Both parties coincidentally opened their docking bridges, connecting the two ships together. Getting up to his feet, Xia Fei made his way over to the side of the bridge and leaned by a corner. At this time, dark-skinned man in his 40s walked in carrying 2 individuals from that Crusader-class frigate and approached Xia Fei. Crash! The man dropped the 2 individuals carelessly to the ground. "I've brought the people as you requested." Boss Thuram sends his regards. Xia Fei nodded. I'll be sure to thank Uncle Thuram when I return. Tell him Xia Fei owes him a favor. The dark-skinned man nodded heavily and pulled out a package from his spatial ring, handing it to him. The boss wanted me to pass this to you. He also told me to tell you to be careful on your journey. Word on the ground is that things are becoming more and more dire at where you are heading. Xia Fei opened the package and took a few glances at its content, his eyes glistening. Inside the package were a combat suit of decent craftsmanship and a sharp dagger. It was actually quite difficult to determine the quality of these items, but from the feel of them when he reached in to touch both and from the heft of the objects, Xia Fei could tell that either of these was sure to be fairly expensive. The dark-skinned man swept his gaze across Xia Fei's ship, his eyebrows knitting slightly, though he did not say a word in the end. The interior of Vampire was extremely messy, with various machinery and equipment strewn all over the place in a disorderly fashion. Anyone would get a headache seeing this, for the resulting mess made the ship hardly inhabitable, even more so for a long voyage. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave now, the man said. Wait a minute. Xia Fei swiped a finger on his spatial ring and pulled out 2 pouches of 5 spices seeds and 2 tins of Biluakun tea. These are but a small token, please hand them to Uncle Thuram. The man nodded before striding back to his ship. Phantom was laughing raucously from the side. The man gave you a full combat suit and a well-made dagger, and you sent some seeds with tea leaves in return. You're really something, all right. Xia Fei pouted. People like them don't have a lack of valuables. What I'm doing is called extending a meaningful gift of courtesy, don't you know? This was how things were sometimes, the higher someone was, the more they would be less concerned with rare delicacies. Like how an emperor that occasionally eat a pickle or two could be shocked, believing what he was tasting to be the world's most delicious food, Qin Mang had precisely been tickled by the little gifts Xia Fei had given him, and the latter was simply doing the same to Thuram. The 2 individuals on the ground were bound very tightly with a fishline-like nanofiber thread. Their mouths were taped up, and they were both breaking out in a cold sweat. Their eyes stared daggers at Xia Fei as they kept making muffled noises. These 2 were none other than Barty and Zhou Yuqing. The investigation had already uncovered that Zhou Yuqing's child was not even Barty's but a botched fake, a failed clone. In the high-tech Pan-Human Alliance, it was not difficult to obtain someone's DNA and make a clone from it. It was just that cloning and robot technologies were both extremely taboo within the Alliance, so not many would dare to go against the law and create clones. The Plumagers had really put in plenty of effort on this, using Barty's twisted heart to create an extremely mentally handicapped child. Xia Fei ignored these 2. He headed to the command deck and opened the package Thuram had given him, taking out the dagger and combat suit from within. The combat suit was very peculiar. Normally, there would be a mark of the company and the name of the product at the back of any combat suit produced, yet this one lacked any of these. It seemed that the same applied to the dagger, for Xia Fei could not locate any trace of name anywhere on it. Strange. These are quality products. Why would they not have any names? Xia Fei curiously wondered aloud. Phantom laughed. These might quite possibly be custom-made for the Adjudicator Union. Custom-made? Yet. Many organizations out there will custom-make weapons and combat uniforms for their members in order to improve the combat strength of their forces. Usually, there is a certain competitive edge to these custom-made things as the materials used to create them are surely top-notch. These 2 were clearly made using excellent materials, so they'll eventually come in handy if you keep them. Xia Fei thought about this for a moment. Even if they were custom-made, they should at least clarify the use of them and which companies produced these. Who cares about them leaving their names on these? It's not that simple. Any custom-made equipment often has its unique functions. If the enemy finds out which company made which customized weapon, they can demand to get an exact copy from the manufacturer, and that'll leak confidential information, effectively defeating the purpose for the creation of such equipment. Besides, there's a good chance that these weren't made by any external company but were secretly forged by the Union's craftsmen themselves. Comparing this handcrafted equipment to one found on the market, the former is still far more exquisite than the latter. After all, there are plenty of secret techniques that are only known by select people, Phantom explained. Xia Fei nodded. Thuram had really been generous this time, giving him 2 secret items from the Union. He truly lived up to his position as the head quartermaster of the Weapon and Equipment Department. He was essentially holding onto a mountain of gold. As for just what use these items had, Xia Fei could only wait until later to find out. At the end of the day, Combat equipment like this would only demonstrate its worth when used in actual combat. Moreover, he was sending Barty and Zhou Yuking on their way right now. They had no other fate but to die. Vampire quickly set off to its next destination, heading toward a planet that Xia Fei had already chosen prior. It would be the gravesite of this couple. This was a nameless planet, which had a large, active volcano spewing lava that flowed freely, its fiery red magma reflected in the dark night sky. Xia Fei peered down through the porthole. The unending flames surged, and he could even feel the heat coming from the volcano's mouth through the titanium alloy plating of his ship. This isn't a bad place. Throwing the two of them down will ensure that not even their ashes remain, and even if some of their carbon molecules manage to survive, they will all end up being mixed into the lava, ultimately becoming no more than a lump of rock, Phantom said. Xia Fei nodded as he strode into the ship. Knowing that their death was upon them, Barty and Zhou Yuking kept struggling against their restraints, letting out a miserable and unpleasant wail from their noses as if they were livestock about to be slaughtered. Zhou Yuking looked at Xia Fei with an alluring gaze, hoping to seduce him with her mature, womanly charms. It was a last-minute attempt to save her life. A gentle push of his finger and Xia Fei opened the isolation compartment. He lifted Zhou Yuking with one arm and, with a heave, tossed her straight into the compartment like a pigskin. Crunch! The sound of skull cracking could be heard. Zhou Yuking let out a grunt as large beads of sweat began to streak profusely down her forehead. Barty jumped out of his skin as he witnessed this scene. Xia Fei did not even give Zhou Yuking any chance of chicanery, already treating her like a dead person. Xia Fei crouched and tore off the tape covering Barty's mouth. Because the tape had been there for an extended time, Barty's beard also got torn away, roots and all. With that one move of his, the corners of his mouth immediately turned bloody red. Arg! Barty shut his eyes and yelled painfully. You're still Avril's second uncle, after all, so do you have anything you wish to say before you die? Xia Fei asked. Please, Xia Fei. I don't want to die. I've never done anything wrong to Avril at all, please let me go. Barty was shouting hysterically. Xia Fei had heard plenty of such pleas and cries from people who were about to die, so he was entirely unperturbed by Barty's struggles. Xia Fei had heard plenty of distraught crying and begging many times worse than Barty's, so nothing from this display of fear toward death could change his mind. You need to die, understand? Xia Fei emotionlessly stated. Barty kept shaking his head, unable to understand or accept what Xia Fei was saying. Okay, I'll tell you everything about what's going on before you die. This is all for Avril. If it were just me, you'd already be dead, Xia Fei said. Xia Fei used some choice words to describe his disgust toward Barty, that were it not for the blood this middle-aged man shared with Avril, Xia Fei would not have cared to waste his breath on him. Xia Fei very patiently stated the reason for this, starting from Zhou Yuking's plot to murder Avril all the way to his nefarious deeds in Bliss Club. Barty's face grew paler by the minute, knowing full well that he could die many times over whichever of his evil deeds saw the light of day. I'm Avril's uncle. My death will cause her to be sad. Barty played his last trump card. Xia Fei chuckled. It is precisely because of this relationship that you must die. Anyone who threatens Avril must die. What of you being her uncle? Even if you're her father, I wouldn't hesitate to kill you. Barty was stunned. Xia Fei did not sound as if he was joking when he said that. It was at this moment when he seemed to see Xia Fei smile at him like a demon. He had not imagined that Xia Fei's heart could actually be so vicious. Aside from those in my circle, I don't care for anyone else, Xia Fei coldly remarked. This statement was as good as the nail in his coffin, leaving no room for doubts that he would be dying today. Xia Fei lifted Barty, and rather than tossing him like what he did to Zhou Yuking, he gently put him in the isolation compartment. He turned a deaf ear to all the others' cries, and this was not because he had a heart that was harder than steel but that this was one such matter where there was no room for negotiation. Closing the doors to the compartment, Xia Fei pushed another button and the outer doors of his ship opened, dropping these two figures into the flowing lava. A single small flame instantly rose upon contact, but it very quickly resumed normalcy. Sealing the isolation compartment again, Xia Fei made his way back to the command deck and piloted Vampire toward a planet called Fisher. There was an adjudicator's hangar there, where a Vexor-class battlecruiser was docked and waiting for him. Congratulations! You're finally gotten hold of a battlecruiser. Phantom laughed. Xia Fei nodded slightly. It was most definitely a qualitative upgrade, jumping from a frigate to a battlecruiser, and it was something that he had also been looking forward to as well. Adjusting the autopilot, Xia Fei's finger brushed his spatial ring and pulled out a box of cigarettes. Because there was no air inside, the spatial ring had become the best place to store cigarettes, not going bad even if 1,000 years passed. All of a sudden, Xia Fei realized that the golden ball was shining once more. Chapter 175, Vexor Class Battlecruiser. The golden signal receiver was flashing non-stop, so Xia Fei pulled it out from his spatial ring. Did old Porter send another message? Phantom poked his head out and asked. Yet. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and nodded. Though he had already tried to settle the business with Avril as quickly as he could, it still took almost half a month, which was more than what he had scheduled for, so now, he had no idea how Uncle Porter was doing. Emergency. Porter hasn't been back for more than a month. I'm very worried about him, quickly come find me in Black Abyss, Star Region DLC 133. Wind Chime. Xia Fei reread the message sent over, and it was not hard for him to infer from this simple statement that it was not old Porter who had sent the message but his friend Wind Chime, instead. It was very likely that old Porter had informed Wind Chime of his situation, and now that he had not yet returned, Wind Chime must be concerned over old Porter's safety, thus, he thought to contact Xia Fei. Not back for over a month. One can travel across half the Alliance space in that time span. Porter couldn't be in some sort of danger, could he? Phantom wondered out loud. Not saying another word, Xia Fei walked over to the console and set Vampire's speed to the maximum before returning to his cabin. In any case, we'd better hurry. From what we know of the situation so far, old Porter appears to be in dire straits. Gamma Star Region, a necessary path from the capital ring to Black Abyss. On a planet by the name of CH 5286, Xia Fei located a special task force fleet the Adjudicator Union had stationed there. Showing the documents that Thuram gave him, Xia Fei was led to a landing apron by the fleet logistics officer. The retired warships of various classes and tiers were all randomly parked out all over in the open air, and among them was a very eye-catching, shiny silver battlecruiser, for of all these old warships, only it looked quite new, its hull even showing a soft, silvery glimmer. Even its portholes were polished to a shine. The logistics officer shielded his eyes as he pointed to the warship and said, "That's the Virox class battlecruiser you wanted. Boss Thuram told me that you're an expert ship retrofitter. Don't randomly change the warship's mechanical systems, or else you'll only be doing yourself a disservice if the changes you make backfire." Actually, Xia Fei did not tell Thuram about his ship retrofitting experience. It was probably Elder Qin Mang who told his old friend that, still, it suited Xia Fei just fine. After all, retrofitting a ship was like getting something tailor-made. Only the person wearing it would know if it fit them, and Xia Fei simply would not be satisfied if others did the job for him. However, Xia Fei did not have the time to retrofit this ship this time as Porter was anxiously waiting for him, and retrofitting such a huge battlecruiser would take at least 2 months. Xia Fei simply did not have that much time. I installed a subsidiary hangar in your warship, so you can dock your frigate inside, allowing you to swap between the battlecruiser and the frigate as necessary. Plus, as per Boss Thuram's request, I configured this to have a smart drone control computer, the logistics officer said. Xia Fei was mildly stunned. A drone control computer was designed specifically for the manipulation of drones, and having this auxiliary computer meant that he could assign plenty of the drones from this Vexor-class battlecruiser to his Vampire. For example, Vampire's main weapons were the energy-draining device and pulse laser cannon. While the firepower it possessed was superb among frigates, it still lacked the capability to match up against larger battlecruisers. With this auxiliary computer in his possession, however, Vampire would gain control of this Vexor class, allowing Xia Fei to take command of 2 ships at the same time, getting a substantial increase in his might. Even more incredible was that there was no need for a Vexor-class battlecruiser to engage in direct combat, for it could just send its drones out to assist Vampire, essentially allowing the frigate's firepower to surpass a normal battlecruiser's offense. With the energy-draining device, pulse laser, and combat drones working in tandem, forget a battlecruiser, he could go toe-to-toe even with a higher-tier battleship. Vampire was already very agile, making it very difficult for large warships to hit it. When a small and agile warship had stronger firepower than a battlecruiser, its strength was not simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. A smart drone control computer was costly. Xia Fei had already gotten a great deal by purchasing the Vexor-class battlecruiser for 500 million star coins. Including the combat suit, dagger, and now this computer, Thuram had truly done him a huge favor this time. Xia Fei walked over and closely examined the warship. The Vexor-class battlecruiser, which reached a staggering 1.15 million cubic meters in volume, was essentially a behemoth. The insignia of the Adjudicator Union was visible on both sides of the warship. Logically speaking, they should have been removed given that the ship had been sold to Xia Fei as a private warship. Just what's up with this? Xia Fei pointed at the insignia and asked. The bespectacled logistics officer merely laughed, giving a stack of documents and an electronic disk to Xia Fei from his spatial ring. These are the paperwork. Now that the ship is yours, you can take it off any time. I don't know anything else about all that. Xia Fei was puzzled. Taking the paperwork, he examined it closely, only to be astonished by what he read. As it turned out, Thuram had given Xia Fei a whole new identity, and he was now a special commissioned investigator from the Weapon and Equipment Department, which was to say that Xia Fei would be recognized as a visiting official on this trip to Black Abyss, so it of course made sense that the Adjudicator Union's insignia would be left untouched on his warship. The Adjudicator Union would purchase large batches of weaponry and equipment from all across the universe every year, and an investigator from the Weapon and Equipment Department was in charge of liaising with various factories and finding the necessary equipment and weapons for the Union. Though it was not a high position, it still came with a substantial amount of prestige and power. It was a typical well-paying post in the Union. As for just what equipment Thuram had sent Xia Fei to Black Abyss to investigate, only God and Thuram himself knew. In any case, Xia Fei had transformed into a librarian of the Heaven Execution Training Camp to a special investigator of the Adjudicator Union Headquarters Weapon and Equipment Department. The two jobs were heaven and earth from each other, which Xia Fei himself had no idea whether he should laugh or cry over. After spending an entire day loading Vampire into the battlecruiser, Xia Fei proceeded to pilot the Vexor class toward Black Abyss. Xia Fei had his two eyes shut while inside his cabin, devoting himself entirely to his cultivation and training. Be it Sly Thrust, Psychokinesis, or the Beast Spirit Codex, each of these served as his protection amulet, so he would not stop his practice on any one of them for even a moment. The journey to the Death Trio Star region was long, making it perfect for focusing on his cultivation and training. Xia Fei would spend 16 hours a day cultivating, excluding the 3 hours he spent studying the introduction to robot coding Qin Mang had given him. Aside from eating and showering, Xia Fei only slept for no more than 3.5 hours every day. To a warrior, the length of sleep was not the most important aspect, sleep quality was far more crucial. If the quality of sleep was poor, even getting 12 hours of sleep daily would still not be enough for anyone to recover their strength fully. Conversely, just an hour of quality sleep was enough to rejuvenate his energy and strength by a lot. Beep beep beep. A series of beeps signifying an incoming call sounded. Xia Fei paused from his cultivation and checked his microcomputer. Avril's pretty face appeared on the screen. After experiencing so much, Avril had become a lot more well-behaved than before. She no longer forced her calls on Xia Fei and would use the call request function to let him know that she wanted to chat with him. Sometimes, because Xia Fei was too focused on his cultivation and training, he would fail to contact her in time. During those times, she would patiently wait until he finally contacted her. Xia Fei found this one point to be very ideal. Avril would definitely disrupt his train of thought if she forcibly established a video call with him while he was in the middle of something important, bringing him plenty of unnecessary trouble. Besides, Xia Fei still subconsciously believed that women ought to be a bit gentle and considerate. "Where are you right now?" Avril somewhat worriedly asked. "If there aren't any incidents, I'll enter no man's space in 7 warps," Xia Fei said. Avril pouted. "The no man's space is outside Alliance territory, so there won't be any internet. It'll take you at least a month traversing from the borders of the Alliance to Black Abyss, and that means I won't be able to see you during that time." Xia Fei chuckled. "Oh? Are you reluctant to let me go?" "Yes," Avril nodded earnestly, "so be sure to contact me the first chance you get once you reach the Death Trio Star region. I've been trying to convince my father to include no man's space into the interplanetary internet coverage, but he's simply refusing to budge." Xia Fei was speechless. To think Avril would think of expanding the interplanetary internet's coverage until no man's space while ignoring everything else. Just the yearly losses from such a venture were enough to bankrupt Starlink Corporation, so of course Newman would not agree to increase the coverage. In order for Starlink Corporation to fulfill their promise of an interplanetary internet that encapsulated the entire Alliance, they had installed a communication link between the Death Trio Star region and the Alliance, and just the annual maintenance of the link alone cost the corporation 20% of its total profits. The high cost did not mean the connection was stable, either, for electromagnetic storms or pirates would damage this, and one outage could last several months. If the interplanetary internet coverage includes no man's space, too, the communication between the pirates there will be even smoother. At that rate, any spaceship passing by can forget about escaping their grasp, Xia Fei half-jested. Oh, yet. The interplanetary internet is a service for the masses. It will be terrible if the pirates utilize it. Avril nodded. But I won't be able to see you without the interplanetary internet. Avril was even more concerned with Xia Fei's safety now that he was about to enter no man's space. This one chat of theirs lasted several hours, only begrudgingly turning off the screen when Xia Fei was one warp away from crossing the borders, parting with a constant reminder for him to be careful. Xia Fei was extremely moved by this heartfelt concern of hers for him, making him ponder the need to treat her better when he returned. Traveling in the Sea of Stars was a very lonesome affair, especially in this region where he knew danger lurked everywhere. The scenery outside his porthole would change every day, the colorful stars and planets mesmerizing to behold. In the blink of an eye, 13 days had passed. Xia Fei got the navigation system to do a calculation. Due to the complexity of the unfolding cosmos, the speed of his progress was slightly slower than what he had initially expected, only clearing out a third of his journey in these past 13 days. This is too slow, Xia Fei mumbled to himself. At this rate, there's no way for me to even clear no man's space in 40 days. His fingers tapped away on the screen, doing his best to configure a shorter route in order to reach Black Abyss as soon as possible. All of a sudden, a weak SOS signal was picked up by his communications system. From the strength of this signal, this other party was approximately 35,000 light-years away.